Futures back to the upside here this morning, coming off a third straight positive week for stocks. On Friday, we got that blowout jobs number, big upward print for the July non-farm payrolls that kicked off selling initially, but if you remember, we did bounce back quite nicely. Heading into this week, we'll get the latest reading on inflation coming up on Wednesday ahead of the next Fed decision, not until September. So we'll actually get 2 full months worth of inflation data before that September Fed meeting. But we are positive to start once again this morning, coming off more earnings as well. Palantir missing, cutting their not only current quarter, but full year forecast. The CEO on the conference call just saying he expects the company to be profitable by 2025, which was a little bit of a delay, according to the last time they talked about that. Clean energy stocks also moving around. They got that $430 billion bill passed at the end of the week last week. Should be in the Senate this week. For clean energy stocks, higher in the pre-market. Baidu moving around as well. We'll talk about that. Robo-taxis coming to a city possibly near you if you're in China. It is Monday, August 8th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Positive move for cryptocurrencies as well, big time. Bitcoin back above 24,000, or trying to hold above 24,000 right now. The biggest moves on this board down here, 5% right now for Bitcoin, 7.5% there for Ethereum. Everything else, though, as I said, nicely higher, 0.8 there for the NASDAQ, 0.4, 0.6 for the S&P. As we head into another week here, the first full of August. Good morning, guys. An interesting one setting up here as we have, we're past all the big earnings, obviously, but individual names to come this week, including Coinbase set to report this week, but also we get Palantir this morning. We'll talk about that. But crypto back to life here, it looks like, to start.
Oh, yeah, good morning. It should be a fun one. It's going to be a hot market, I expect. It was a hot weekend for us, at least here. 40 degrees, it felt like pretty much every single day this weekend, and a hot start to the day when it comes to all the squeeze names from last week. So whether it's Bed Bath & Beyond making a break, got as high as 12. AMC hit 25 already. Coinbase broke 100 again, topped at 102.5. So there's a lot to look at. Of course, there's that the clean energy bill, or I forget the name of the act already, but big act actually passed, and obviously it's going to affect some EV makers. We'll talk a little Tesla and Rivian, and then I'm in Sunrun right now. That fuel cell, some of the clean energy names are also gapping to the upside. Not a heck of a lot for earnings yet, but like you said, Brennan, we have a few that are going to be coming. I have some plans for Palantir. I usually don't trade them, but today, obviously, it's going to be a little bit hard to ignore that one. That $10 is a big level, but I think we're leading off by thinking about some of these squeeze names. Like, we saw the moves that happened in Coinbase last week. We saw the moves that happened in AMC on Friday, GameStop across the board. I think we have to acknowledge that when they're moving, that's where the jam is there, Sean.
Yeah, hey, what's up? Yeah, no, I'm happy to try to be here for Trading Beyond Meat. I think is going to be a good one today through $40. We have AMC ripping around as well. I mean, AMC, I tweeted about that earlier when I saw it. I was like, oh my God, this name's going again up to $23, $24, $25. Looks like it wants to break today. So yeah, we're getting excited here. That's 24 right there on AMC. Hopefully that can get taken out. And then I'm looking at 25 breaks. So that's really what we're looking at right there. And then of course, like I also put on the sticky note, in this environment, I mean, if you're going to miss, it's not good, especially if you're a growth stock. Down to 980 right now for Palantir. We've been here before. It was a nice run. It's just back to sort of where we were, I guess, on the 29th or so, back here to $10. So you're going to give up last week's gains all the way to 11. Comes back in. We'll see what it kind of does around $9 to $10. I think that's a safe area here for Palantir. Down here to 9, 850-ish, something like that. So we're going to play the break lower anyways when that happens. So I'm thinking short on Palantir. Then everything else looks pretty long to me, man. I mean, whether or not it is those squeeze stocks, whether or not it's Coinbase, whether or not it's Microsoft or Apple above some levels. We got Google on the sticky note for a key level as well. So yeah, pretty excited here today. It should be, again, the NASDAQ is going to be up 1% here probably at open. So it's going to be a good one. Oil down 1% as well. So yeah, maybe this inflation, gas around here has come way down. I filled up for $1.57 a liter on the weekend, which was pretty good. So yeah, way down here, so it looks good. Hopefully inflation can get under control when we get that print. But for now, the NASDAQ is off to the races, and I guess we're in a bull market now, Brendan.
Yeah, back to the upside, it would appear. Helbiz just popping up. HLBZ, another little one, a highly shorted name, just popping up here. A number of names to discuss this morning. Here's one familiar one that popped up pre-market as well, or popped down, I should say, pre-market as well. Yeah, Digital World Acquisition Corporation seeking or filing to seek an extension to complete this deal with Truth Social. So a heads up on DWAC today, under a little bit of pressure here this morning. So we talked about that clean energy bill. There is this EV angle to this as well, because I was reading on the weekend, guys, there's, I think it was 7,000 in possible credits for an EV purchase in this bill. So individuals looking to buy an electric vehicle, there's possible up to 7,000 in credits to come from the government to do so. So here's Rivian. I just pulled up Rivian, but I mean, any of them looking like this. Here's Rivian up 2% to start as well.
Yeah, Rivian's the one.
Sir.
Yeah, Rivian's one of the ones I'm looking at. Obviously, I don't mean to chuckle when I say the name of the bill, but if you look at what's in it, it is more to do with clean energy and some tax breaks than necessarily inflation. Some good things, some interesting things in medical care there, but it's all about the EVs and the clean energy names for the purposes of the trade here today. Rivian has a great channel we're breaking out from. It hasn't really, like, it hasn't gone crazy like some of the other squeeze stocks. I think in between 35 and like 35.70, like that's where, like that's the money zone I want to kind of sit in here and then see if you can't pick it up. If we're breaking out, heck, there's lots of, look at the consolidation. There hasn't really been anything crazy in Rivian, so it hasn't done one of those you know what type of moves, and that'd be through that 37 level maybe here today. So I'd rather be buying dips when it hasn't been doing crazy parabolic movers. I think you save the breakouts for the names that have a little bit more room to run. And as I say that, just going to the daily chart of Sunrun, because I'm in this one, took 35, but you can see, like, you've broken the 50, the 200, you're consolidating, you're breaking key levels on the daily chart. You've already had one massive, like, $10 gap up, and then now you're trying to get some follow through with the actual passage of the bill. There's always going to be concern about, hey, so much of this is expected and we're going to sell off on those news. So I definitely want to make sure, like, I'm already taking some out there, and I'll scalp some to 35.50. I'll scalp some to 36. I think ultimately 37.25 is a reasonable target. And then not really wanting to add dip buys until we get to the open, because you might have one of those sell the news type of events, right? So you always want to be at least a little bit cautious of that. But I do like Rivian today. If we can catch anything in that 35 to 35.5 as well. And there's some other names out there that, you know, Fuel Cell is going to be another one that's doing a little bit of volume. It just had a bit of a breakout. So that entire bucket is going to be strong. Just keep in mind, they already had one big power move a couple weeks ago off of this news. So now that it's completed, I'm not sure you get as good a day as we saw, but heck, it's long till it's not.
Yeah, for as far as FCell run, all that stuff, should be a good one. But I'm looking at Lucid here. I mean, look at this base that Lucid's had down here at $17.80, $18. So, I mean, this one, again, you know, you have your outs if you're wrong. So that's kind of why we like this, down to $17.50 here for Lucid as a bottom. So if you're just looking at a chart and you think that this bill or, you know, some of these tax credits are going to work out. I mean, Lucid, good luck getting a car. I mean, they're producing, like we said, about 6,000 to 7,000 cars. So it's not like this is, you're going to get your hands on one of these anytime soon. But hey, you know, if it sparks the sector, should spark Lucid. So hopefully that gets going there. Up through 19 would be pretty nice if we get those kind of breaks. Obviously, we had their earnings play come through as well. So $19 there on Lucid I like. That's a little far away, though, to be looking at that level, though. You know, if you're looking for a short, could be the same thing up to that $19. I just don't know how much these stocks are going to run. I mean, the same thing is true with Fisker. We had a report there on Friday as well with them. So they, you know, made that move downside and touched $9 and then ripped all the way up to 10 where we are right now. So, you know, it's just a matter of what will the market treat these electric vehicles. Tesla's already up, what was it, 1 or 2% here today in the pre-market. So another name, obviously, to look at here, Tesla near that 900, up 2%. So Tesla's seeing the benefit of this, also seeing the benefit of the NASDAQ being up to the upside. So if you're going to look at Tesla, if the market starts to rip, plus you have better talk now of solar and better talk of fuel and, just the environment with that bill passing, then you get this 850 level. And are we going to break that? Probably not today. So, any kind of a dip down, I think you got to look at Tesla to be bought near that 850 mark. And then honestly, just a break of 900. I mean, 885 right now, this could come pretty soon. 900 right there on Tesla. So I like all these plays. I think Lucid's the safest because we have that bottom of 1750. So that's LCID. For me, that's going to be LICID. LCID in London, it's trying to put me into. But there it is right there. So I like this, 1775. If there's gonna be one name that I think is gonna be the best one, as far as, you have your outs and you could, if the sector blows up, Lucid will go with it. So I like this name coming off earnings last week. I think Lucid down here at 1750 is probably your safest.
I was reading a few interesting comments on this morning, as it's worth mentioning. I mean, the Inflation Reduction Act seems a little bit counterintuitive, as it would appear anyway, stimulus that kind of got us here, got us to this point as far as inflation is concerned in the first place. But hey, here comes a whole bunch more. Twitter to the upside. We should probably address this, although I'm getting kind of tired of talking about this deal. Yeah, Musk making comments again on the weekend, backtracking once again, saying now the deal could move ahead with bot info once again. So, I mean, he's backtracking, he's walking in circles. Now, I guess if they come up with what he wants, he'll throw the money back at them once again.
Yes, well, also,
have no choice,
he also threw down the challenge. Like, he challenged, there was a debate challenge over the bots. So he challenged Twitter's CEO to a debate regarding bots, which absolutely won't happen. I mean, there's literally litigation that's settling that. So that'll be handled in the courts. At this point, I don't see too much of a trade there, but it has been at least relatively strong with the rest of the market here. And I think that's just because if the deal falls apart, then it goes back to trading as a standalone stock. And if the market's bouncing, then Twitter's bouncing. And then it also has this, I suppose, under whatever you want to call it, it's got the headwind of, well, if he gets forced in court to do it, then you could actually be worth $54.20. So I think all of that is going to lead it to be, the word safe stock doesn't even make a heck of a lot of sense, but as long as the market is in this sort of rally mode and we keep on pushing fresh highs. Now the SPY is at some pretty big resistance, but as long as we're in this trend bouncing from the lows, then Twitter becomes a relatively safe stock because you're essentially just sitting there with the upside. We take another turn lower, and then that's where you get under pressure, because then there's that whole threat of, if the market comes to another downturn, makes a fresh low, Twitter is a $25 stock without the deal, all of that comes rearing its head back. But until this all settles itself out, we're going to care about Twitter. We're going to care about Tesla a heck of a lot more as traders than we're going to care about Twitter. I can't argue with some people that feel like this is a pretty decent punt or I guess lottery ticket to put in there. But really, if you look at this market, like $43 to $54.20, when you look at some of the moves that have been made and beaten up names, I don't know, like there's other ways to get 20%, and you have to wait a while for that one as well. So, I'm not really that excited by Twitter at all, unless we see something huge come like midday that indicates that the deal has a high probability of falling through.
I'm pretty sure, so he's just gonna pay $54.20 for this thing and get it over with. I don't think he wants to do anything crazy about it, but we'll just wait to see what happens. It's above the 200 period. What a great move this was off that bottom. I mean, even if you just look at Twitter like a normal stock, I mean, it went right back into those lows, right where it should have been bought if you had thought that there was anything about this deal. But again, if Twitter, if you take away their biggest asset, which is going to be this asset there, then I think asset, yeah, I think that's what I said, down to 32.50. I mean, look how good that was from the bottom. I mean, it's about as clean as it could be, touches those bottoms back in January, and then just rips back up. So it's kind of acting like a normal stock here. If it does go private, it's gone at 54, so you got to get it up here. That's not even, like Neil said, that's 20% higher. I'm pretty sure that's where it will settle. Do you want to spend all this time in court to get all this figured out? I'm not sure, but it's going to be a bad purchase by Elon Musk either way, but let's just get it over with and be done with that. So AMC, again, I know we're going to talk about that, I assume, anyways, pretty soon, but this name coming back, there's a lot of traders asking about where we're going to trade this. I marked down this 22 level where we kind of did nothing all afternoon there. I mean, not all afternoon, starting basically from 2:30 and on. This 22 level was kind of held. And I remember watching this there on Friday. Tried to go, didn't, tried to go, didn't a couple times. What a monster move for AMC. So I'm thinking somewhere back in here, I have bids about $1 lower, 22.50 or so, to see if we get some long. So that's where I'm bidding, and then looking to see about taking out some of the tops. And I just think if you take out that 25, I mean, we moved $3 or $4 on Friday. I don't know if we get to, I wrote down that we could get to 30, but I mean, that 25 is going to be something to look out for coming up soon on AMC, if we can get up there. Only up 6%. There's lots of names that are up this much, but we know what can happen with this name. It's doing the most volume here in the pre-market at 4 million shares. So 22.50 is where I'm going to start to buy AMC.
Or ape shares shortly for AMC shareholders. There was a whole basket of them, if you remember, on Friday. Let's get into a few here. CVNA was one of those that had a big move. JP Morgan out this morning with a downgrade to underweight from neutral on this one, but monster rally, if you remember, back on Friday. Doesn't seem to matter as we're testing Friday's highs right now, even for Carvana.
When you start talking about squeezes and those types of plays, at the end of the day, upgrades and downgrades are not going to be that big of a deal. Like Carvana, depending on which number you trust, it's certainly over 30% short interest. I see as high as 46 when I look it up. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle. Either way, this has been and was on Friday a pure squeeze, and it was across the board in so many of those names. And look, we played for the short off of a couple in the afternoon. Carvana was a bit of a miss, I want to say. Like, we did have Beyond Meat off the highs, and that worked out. But we never got Carvana 48.50. It wasn't that big of a pullback, maybe $1 or $2. But you can see where we're headed. You break out that 48.50, and I'm not talking about today's high. This goes back to Friday morning when it put in this top at 10:30. You break that, it's like 50 psychologically next. We tend to. You get close enough to a number like this, and it's usually you're going to try to get a little bit of a test or just run away from it. And it's significant on the daily chart. Like, you chew through this area where it's making these tops, and next thing you know, Carvana pretty clean up until the 55 to 60 channel. So you have to have a look at these. The volume maybe not the best on Carvana if you're comparing it to an AMC, but that doesn't mean you slip on it either, right? Like, it's got the huge short interest, has a lot going for it in that regard. And my focus this morning has been, looking at Bed Bath & Beyond and AMC, but I wouldn't sleep on Carvana either. This entire group, if we want to call it that, kind of went in unison, and you can throw Coinbase into this these days as well. Like, it's just, you almost need to pick one or two that you're going to focus on, because trading, you can't really trade 5 or 6 of them at the same time. They're moving too fast. You're not going to be able to control it. You'll get key breakouts at the same prices. But yeah, Carvana 48.5. That sets up pretty nice alongside of some of these others.
Yeah, we talked about trading Beyond Meat going through that 32 level there on Friday, and it did that pretty easily and didn't even come close to stopping until it got to 39.50. I mean, we did stop here, but it just kept going in the afternoon into lunch hour, and then, like most things, kind of came back to life a little bit, then settled near the highs again on Friday. So, a lot of these names, just for some reason, they started to rally a lot off earnings. So people were waiting for something to happen. Bed Bath & Beyond and Beyond Meat, they didn't have great reports, but they're starting to rally. This is still a short interest story because you're still at 40 to 30 to 40% or so here, back and forth on Beyond Meat. So there's a lot of short interest on this name, and I don't think you're going to go wrong looking at a Beyond Meat here today. You're already above, you're going to try to, and this is why I wrote down $40. You're going to try to break that 40. And if you do, then to me, that's a long. I already have the order to go long through 40. So if we get that break, that's what we're going to look at, is a long on Beyond Meat through $40. I think it's pretty clear right there. If you look at the 20-minute, we bounced off of that again not on Friday, but back here on the 22nd, 25th, when we started to rally off these 30 bottoms. So like 30 bottom, 30 bottom, 30 bottom, bang, up to 40. It's a long or a short at 40. I know that's not like rocket science, but it's going to move. And I think that you're going to have to play the long first. And if you miss on the long and it comes back in, you should be able to get out between 38 and 39, somewhere in here. I don't think it should just absolutely crash like the move right there. that to move up, but I don't think that there's going to be a lack of liquidity through these levels. So I feel like a 40 break on Beyond Meat, and then that's going to get a lot of traders excited, and you could get that push. Again, a break of 40, do we settle in here, 44, 45? I mean, that could be something. So 10% up on Beyond Meat. I know that sounds ridiculous again today, but we're not up 22% here today, are we?
Oh,
Yeah, I was going to say there has to be a problem with our chart.
Just so you guys know this, and we had this issue last week as well. There's a few symbols out there where our closing price is a bit off, so the percent on the charts is messed up. Beyond Meat and Bed Bath & Beyond are going to be.
It's flat.
Yeah, that one's flat. Bed Bath & Beyond, like mine says Bed Bath & Beyond's up 125%. It's not. Right. It's actually up, I think, about 20, so 30% maybe, 25, 30%, something like that. Someone asked in the chat, like, for entries, and every single one of these, people are asking us where we're buying it, what levels we're looking at. I got 10s earlier on Bed Bath & Beyond. It played to 12. I like the idea. It's already testing the support at 11. I'm already thinking back to the 10 even area. And if you wonder why it might have stalled out at 12, just pop your daily chart up, right? Like that was the last line of significant resistance that got put in on the way to $4. So I think that's why we stalled there. 12 still can go. 12 to 12.5, I think, is going to be the channel where you'd look for the next breakout. But yeah, I'd be looking to see if it tries to retest some of the lows before I would jump in and play it at this sort of middle. Like right now, that 11. Like this 11 area just feels like you're diddling in the middle. Like if we head lower, then you're going to test that support from the gap up. Otherwise, it's that breakout from the significant level on the daily chart. So those are the two trades I like on Bed Bath & Beyond, either taking out that top or just waiting around for those bottoms. It's pretty similar to AMC, right? Like let it come into support if they want to sell it off. If we miss that, then, I mean, Bob's your uncle, 25, 25. Every break, by the way, on Friday, on AMC worked, like whether it was 21s or 22s, 22.5, 23, 24, and they were pretty clean. Like you were in the money, very rarely went against you. When the momentum gets good, it's not that tricky to be able to get into these to the long side, Brendo.
All right, a few on here. In fact, from that group, or one at least. Carvana, top of the downgrades so far this morning. There's a few other ones with analyst moves, though. Grab Holdings downgraded today. Roku we'll talk about coming up here. There's this GBT, if you remember, there was some rumors, some buyout rumors floating around on Friday about that one. Corteva and FSLR, top of the list today.
Yeah, Canaccord might want to adjust their price target on GBT because it's not going to 72. They're being bought for GBT. If you see it on your volume list today, it's being bought for cash. It's $68.50. So that's about as good as you're going to get there. Roku's an interesting one though. Oh, I just got Hell. I'll get to Hellbiz in a quick little second because you can probably figure out what I'm going to do here with Hellbiz, and it's that $1 level. But Roku on that downgrade board, it's found resistance up in the mid 80s for the last couple of sessions. Like look at the run it made since the gap down in earnings. You got that 85 where everything fell apart. Since then, 85 high, lower highs at 83.5, and that's where I want to be fading into this. I think it's a strong run. It filled in pretty much the entire gap. And the way I see it is if we don't actually break out, I can show you the 50 period here as well. If I'm actually capable of zooming in there. Yeah, if we're rejecting, that 50 period after filling in the entire gap. I just think it's a fade until it breaks out of that level. I'll be thinking about longs in Roku if it retests some of the lows, maybe holds a 70 or gets above the 50 period. Till then, I want to be short in front of this 85 and the 50 period. For now, that'll be 83s. And just because it happened, Brennan mentioned Hellbiz. It's it's a penny stock. It's making a run to $1. Here, and it's already broken out from $1, gone to 120, retested. I kind of missed along there, and it got back to 115. Now I'm just going long in front of $1 again. So I actually have, I think I had another bid in there at 2s. I think I've gotten some 3s, gotten some 4s. I'll be out if it cracks 99. Just see if it can't give you that 15 to 20 look a couple of times here. I've seen this work, obviously, but the risk is that dollar does break. And we've seen it flip from longs to shorts, and often I'm not quick enough to get the reversal. Sometimes you get that flip, and it's like down at 85 to 90 cents in like 20 minutes or so. So I do like this in both directions from that dollar level.
I mean, there's not much of a better name than Helb is. I mean,
It's sick. It's pretty good.
I wish, it might be a good name to invest in right there. Okay, so 120. I mean, you want to talk about an investable name? It's going to be my largest investment, and it's going to be Google. I mean, this name is another one that's just been off the bottom. I mean, we've looked at a lot of these tech names. I mean, what a rally it's been for some of these names. I mean, up 22, 30% here in 2, 3, 4 weeks, a month or so. It's just been a great rally from the bottom. Something just broke there. Palantir just got filled to the upside, so Palantir's starting to get back up. We're short here at 89. We got a decent position, but it's just against that $10. So I'll talk about Google in a second, but there's Palantir. So this could be one of those stories again, guys, where, what was it? I know it was Beyond Meat that we were short, but there was another name.
No, the bad one was Robinhood, dude. Remember Robinhood halted on us?
Yeah.
At the open? That was the one.
Was it?
But
that wasn't last week, though.
It wasn't last week.
There was something last week that we thought was really bad. Maybe it was Snapchat, or there was definitely Snapchat, but there was something else too that I was like, this is like not a great quarter at all, and we want to be short. And then it just kept going up. It could have been Lucid. I can't remember what it was. It could have been Lucid, or it could have been Snapchat. It could be all of those. But anyways, sometimes bad is good. But down 15% here. Palantir did say that they would be net positive and profitable by 2025. So if some people consider that to be well within their wheelhouse, then maybe this gets bought up down 14% right now. But for me, I want to be short this name until $10. That's a pretty clean break. The problem with being short something in the pre-market, and not the long or short, is you still have that open interest that's going to affect the stock. So this thing could blow all the way up here, 1030, 1040, and then get hammered the rest of the day. It's very, very volatile off the open, as many of you know. So that's why I'm like into this and just nervous. I already have the stop out if it breaks through 10, so we will get into that. But here it is. It's the number one name on the imbalance locator, and that has nothing to do with going short right now. We're going short against the $10 mark. Like AMC's a buy, Ford is a buy, QS, QuantumScape, also a sell there. Oracle's a sell. But just watch out. Just with the momentum alone, this thing could take out 10. And then we're just going to get out. It'll be a 10-cent hit, or I guess with slippage, probably 12 to 13-cent hit or so. And then we'll do that. I did make the switch to the iPhone. So
What?
Yep. So the iPhone's here. So Brad will be getting my BRT. Rob in the back just messaged me BRT. What does that mean? Anyways, just got this there. So Brad will be getting my Pixel
BRT.
6 at a great price.
Is that like an acronym for something?
That's
BRT?
what I have to find out, because I was messaging Rob. The problem is, now I get double the messages because I get a Google Hangouts one and
that's an
yeah. So I got to fix up all this kind of stuff. But hey, you know what? Now we're the wife pays for the Apple Premiere, so it's like everything we get. Apple Music, we get 2 terabytes of storage. There's Rob
It's
right
be
there.
right there.
Be right there.
Yeah. Duh.
Here, and I mean, he's right here.
And then he
me and
walked
Neil are no, but that's the problem is we're in the stock frame of mind. Rob, you're looking good there, buddy. Looking in great shape there, Rob. By the way, yes, svelte.
Nice shirt.
Rob is looking there. Yeah. See, he's dressed up. He's ready to rock and roll. He's got that summer vibe, and he's fixing the phone. So because Tony blew up our security system a couple months ago, we've switched over to the tap with your phone.
Yes.
So now you have to tap on device, I guess, a reader there, to get into the office. So my old phone had it, my new phone didn't, but Rob has hooked it up, and then he BRT'd me.
There you go, be right there.
Be right there, and it's not a stock, it's an acronym there.
And I've totally never, not once, Rob, had to wait outside in the rain while I'm rebooting my phone to get into the office, because someone get me a fob every now and then. It's like
there are some fobs running.
Yeah,
around
but I don't
here.
get a fob.
But your phone should be good.
It does work. It's just that once a month it decides not to. So
All right. What's up? What's up, Brando?
I was just reading about the yield curve. Very exciting for a Monday morning. That's cool. I'm going to have to ask you some questions, Sean, during lunchtime today. Here's the yield curve. Worth a mention here, guys, as we continue to discuss inflation. That is the 10-year. This is the 2-year up here. So the gap between both now is 44 basis points, which is the largest inversion of this yield curve since 1998. I just went back on a historic chart to pull that out. So as we continue to talk about inflation, Yeah, 44 basis point inversion right now between the 2 and 10-year. Buy on tech. Earnings, worth a note. If you see it moving around this morning, yeah, it's not good. Downside this morning for BNTX. There's also Bloom Energy, another one, BE, which is a clean energy name. They reported in the pre-market as well. So if you're watching these clean energy stocks, you might want to set BE aside because of earnings. Buy on tech reported, but the largest inversion now, guys, on that yield curve since 1998.
I apologize in advance for this because Bloom Energy.
Oh, that's what he was talking about.
I thought about that video we used to watch way back in the day, YouTube. It was that the kid whose like house is on fire, and he's like, Bloom.
Bloom, my house is on fire, and then someone put a beat to it.
Put the beat to that.
My house is on fire. Yeah, we'll have to find
Anyways.
that. We'll find that and we'll try to tweet that back.
I'm old. That's like 10 years ago. It's probably 15 years ago. Who knows? Beginning of YouTube. But before we even get to like talk about the futures, when you talk about the inversion there, the thing I'm looking at for the overall market is going to be the resistance that we see on the SPY. Like this level, if you look, the last time, the first time we've actually broken out from the lows and taken out resistance and gone to the next level up, and we're right here. It's just beneath that 420 on the SPY, 419. We're essentially going to be testing it this week, so this is going to be a spicy one.
Look at AMD.
What just happened to AMD?
I don't know. Look at AMD. Look at NVIDIA. Everything is cracking lower right now, so I don't know what just came through. AMD just touched 100 or 101 right now. Big move down on AMD happening as we speak, as the NASDAQ coming down here pretty nicely. I don't know what just happened. 11,350 all the way down here. Look at that. That just touched 101 flat on AMD. What did Apple just touch right there? Apple didn't go down that much, so it must be something. Did NVIDIA go down as well there?
Intel didn't move.
Okay, NVIDIA's moving. Yeah, there's lots of, okay, here we go. There's something with NVIDIA, Brendan, for sure. NVIDIA goes from 190 down to 181 right now, so like, I don't know what's happening right now with these chip stocks. NVIDIA from 191 down to 180 and still going to the downside. What is AMD doing right now? Down to 101 again and moving lower. So these chip names right now starting to go. You said Intel did not crack.
It didn't. This is probably an NVIDIA
Micron crack right now?
Micron
I'm not
barely
seeing
down.
anything. The NASDAQ is coming down here pretty good. It does look like it's NVIDIA,
NVIDIA announced results. It's NVIDIA for sure.
Yeah, it looks like preliminary results. So this is coming through right at 9 o'clock there, guys. So I'm going to have to read through this, but some preliminary numbers coming through for NVIDIA.
Look, anytime you see something like this, I always zoom out your charts because, wow, 180 was huge level on NVIDIA. I was sitting there chasing, trying to figure which one of these was making the move in the news, and I kind of went to everything and then NVIDIA. But 180 is probably your first line in the sand. If we get through that, you're talking like 173s. Need to actually dig through to see what these are. Obviously, this is the disappointment. You can see what the price action here, but we need to see what exactly the news is. I don't want to be trading it blind. We've just chewed through that 180 level. I can throw out the breakout trade that I had on AMD now. I was looking at a 105 break. You can pretty much throw that out the window. There's just zero chance that's going to be happening now. 175 on NVIDIA? Okay. What are the actual?
What in the actual is
they
happening?
see Q3 revenue 6.7 versus 8.4.
Is this true,
weaker
though?
Gaming? That's a big ass miss,
why is it getting leaked? Like, why is it out right now?
They're just preliminary.
Okay, so it's not leaked.
Yeah.
This is just what they're guiding. Okay, so it's just a preliminary cautious outlook here for NVIDIA. So yeah, just no wonder why they're putting this out. I mean, that's not good, man. 6.7 versus 8.4, basically. Not good here for NVIDIA. So again, you're gonna have to let the market settle down. It was rocking. This is the NASDAQ yielding here to the downside, coming back in. It cut down half of what it was up already. So I would say if we can get down to this 170, maybe there's a buy there. But I don't think you touch this yet with a 10-foot pole. I mean, even AMD's cracking through. Wow. But AMD already, these guys already reported, right? So AMD coming back down in right now. They were at $95, $96 on their last report. So you're going to come back in to, unfortunately, Friday's low that we just got taken out right now. And there it is. There's the crack through a hundy right now for AMD. So yeah, this we need to find out what's going on. We already know what's going on, but we need to find some levels here on these names because I think you can buy AMD on
97, 98.
But wow, 97, 90, 97, 98 maybe. Okay, here we go, Brendan. Look, remember we said like you never know what you're going to be trading. Like the casino is open, and sometimes there's like You love the slot machines, you love the table games, you love roulette, but it's like, boom, now you're back into these names here. AMD and NVIDIA going to be on our radar, needless to say. And then Palantir off that move, not really moving, but we've been short. We've been taking some profit on this name. So now that we're in the 70s, we should take more advantage of this move as Palantir is coming back in. But there it is, man. Site shortfall driven by weaker gaming revenue. So you got to find it. That's probably why Intel's not moving, because they're in the PCs. Exactly. So let's go over to Brendan for more.
Here's a couple of things. We were just mentioning this number here. Gaming revenue was $2.04 billion, down 44%. And then this one as well, Q2 revenue expected to be approximately, as you said, $6.7 billion, down 20%. So gaming revenue down 44%, and then revenue itself overall down 20%. Yeah, so again, preliminary. NVIDIA set to report the 24th, so mark that date down, August 24th. Let's get to Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we come back to the downside on that number. Even the S&P now 0.37, 0.36, but big move down there, Arun.
Yeah, big move down, and it's a right spot. It's interesting how these things come out right at the spot where you kind of, or you're at an inflection point, right? So at 75 to 80, you get above that, you stay above that, you really have a chance to expand towards 4,200. And once you clear 4,200, you get going. But right at the spot where we needed some action, we get some action. This market backs right off, declaring that level, and that area still is going to be resistance to the upside. So 75 to 80 at this point, we're going to call it 80. So 41.80 is going to be your top end break. If you can find a reason to get a short in front of that, based on the way that things are moving right now, and you're getting that chip news, you're getting this market pulling back in, NASDAQ obviously coming off faster, but at the same time, the S&P is also moving down 10 points. And it didn't take much to get going because the bids just dropped out. So now we are looking for potential shorts. You're going to have to take this into the open. You got 925 NASDAQ imbalances. Once you get an idea of how that's going to go, then you can actually see, you know what, are we going to actually try to pop or short a pop, or are we actually going to let it trade a little bit after the open? But it is definitely in the spot where you can potentially look for shorts. I wouldn't jump right on board right now. It's not just ready for a short, but at the same time, it's in the area that makes sense where the risk reward is better off on the short side versus trying to go for the long and the top end break. So 41.80 up top. And on the bottom end, I've got 4,100 even, the same level that we were working with on Friday. So 4,100 down below, 41.80 up top. See if you can get a trade near the top end of the range based on the action you're getting. Take it into the open, see what the open brings, and then go for the short if it's there.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. That's a link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you do grab that every single day. You can use the QR code. More to come. We've had a few inquiries over the past week or so about the emailed side of things, but more to come on that in the coming days. So heads up on your email inbox very shortly. Let's get into the first one. That's not turning off for me, guys. If you could, thank you. Let's get into the first one. I mean, this kind of changes things a little bit. Do we want to maybe, guys, go over some of these chip stocks before we get into Palantir?
Sure. I mean, we talked a little bit about Palantir anyway, so I just captured some profit down there at 75, and then just took an 80 print as well there on Palantir. So we'll let that go. I mean, the $10 mark is going to be there. You can check out our watch list. You can check out the sticky note and stuff like that for some Palantir notes. But yeah, because it's NVIDIA specifically, I mean, their whole thing was gaming, man. I mean, it's a higher end graphics cards coming through there, so the GPUs. And I mean, when you're going to come out and preliminary guide to the low side, and you've had obviously a run like they've had from these bottoms of 150 all the way up, it was looking at $200 today. I mean, before this move, we were at 195, well, 193 and 194, and then now you're just trimming off 20 bucks, basically giving back all of last week, which was an amazing run for a lot of these names. You have the 50 period down here at 170. I don't know where this name stops. So that's like, you know, it's going to be hard to say, let's go short right now. I feel like I just tweeted it out. You know, we had that play where we had the news basically when we were watching it live, and NVIDIA was like 188, 187. And I was like, oh, we're all the way back here. Dropped down to 187, you know, Friday's bottom, and then boom, the bottom really fell out of this. So if you're going to zoom in and try to look at something right now, it bounced around that 179. I don't think it's even time to look at this stock yet. You got to have it settle down just a little bit, in my opinion. Maybe Neil can find a level, but as far as AMD is concerned, and again, you know, still they're kind of the alternative, right? Like they're kind of like the second fiddle to NVIDIA as far as these higher end processors go and the graphics processors. So I don't know, man. The chips are gonna get hit today. I mean, it's been such a great run. We saw the SMH take that 25% move in the last month or so. Now you're going to give some back here, but look at AMD coming back up to life here. So, you know, maybe there is something here. There it is, takes out 100, but it's just pretty volatile right now. So for me, I think I really like AMD. If we can somehow get back to this 101.50, some of these levels that we saw there on Friday, it's right there. So that's $100.50. We're kind of at that right now. So you take that out, that bottom before we started get going on Friday. So maybe that's going to be a long push, $100.50. I just feel like you're better to come to, you know, the fight fully loaded. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we don't have enough information right now, and it's like, you know, these names are going to bounce. I would stay away from NVIDIA until the market opens up, but you might have a trade here breaking through $100.50 on AMD. So that could be something to go. We've just made a bottom of 99 there. If you're going to use any kind of a bottom, that wick was 98.50. So I think that would be a good little level there. I tend to think that we would be shorting these names today, especially off this news. So not looking long. So let me leave it at that. I like the long on these names if we get a little bit lower, but for now, I'd rather play these bumps and short it somewhere. So let's just wait to see. NVIDIA's down almost 8% now in the pre-market, and AMD's crawling back. So I think you fade any bump early on this, but you got to watch NVIDIA before you play any of these names.
Yeah, I'm thinking favor AMD longs, favor NVIDIA shorts. I'm not changing from, I know we just bounced to like 98.75 or so, like the top end. If you look at the last breakout we had on AMD, there's your top 98.80, and then you had this nice channel to 97.5. I think that's the buy range in front. But NVIDIA, obviously, it's not a great look, but we have seen at least AMD recovered since, you know, after their earnings and they were to the downside. They recovered pretty nicely. So you don't want to rule out that NVIDIA can't do the same thing. However, that 180 becomes the resistance level for me. I think I want to fade that first and maybe short with like a 180 to 181 out on NVIDIA until proven wrong. And we did get a super chat here. Jose put his gains from HKD and Amigal, MEGL, at average 135. Wish you luck. Godspeed on that one. I'm thinking Redbox will squeeze before AMC GLTA. Look, that MEGL, understand that when you're playing with these things, like you are playing a bit with fire. Like that recent IPO, MEGL, if you weren't following last week, it was like $4 issue, opened at 50, got as high as 230, made some more highs in the pre-market. Just understand what happens to these usually eventually, right? Like eventually these things will come back to earth. You saw that happen with HKD, so you don't want to get caught holding that bag. But if you're playing with some house money, fair enough. Just make sure you pay yourself along the way. I mean, HKD is probably, I haven't looked at it today, but I'm assuming it's probably still below like, you know, $600-700 after hitting a high of $2,500. MEGL will do the same thing. I keep calling it Meagle because I see the ticker and I just think of Schmeagle from Lord of the Rings, and one thing leads to another. But I have to get to one other. While all that was going on, Sunrun there actually took out my stop on this nice, fun little down print that you just see there. So anyways, it's just a crazy wick candle. I end up getting it out. It is for a small loss. I'll try to re-engage this one if it can get back above 35 at the open. And then just to go back over to Hellbiz. Hellbiz making a nice bounce off of that $10 area. Sorry, $1 area. What the heck am I saying? Palantir is $10. Hellbiz is $1. All the way up to 114 here. I'll stay on the bid in front of $1, but this is essentially the play I'm looking for. Every single time I see it on a big gap or doing volume, I'm always going to buy, almost always going to buy that $1 support, especially if that's where it broke out from. And then see if you can't get that nice risk to reward. If it takes out $1, still looking for those shorts. But good luck there, Jose.
Schmiegel, one stock to rule them all there for Lord of the Rings. Very precious, that stock. Okay, so I just want, if you just see me get flashed in there to Google, just quickly, just want to talk about it again. We had a stupid darn down print here, which did not happen. So Google did not go to 116. So that triggered me into the short. And obviously we got out right away, which I should have held it because now it's coming back in. But regardless, we took a 10-cent hit there because we punched in and punched out. I mean, if I'm not going to be in a name, especially Google, I don't want to be in that name in the pre-market if I don't have to be. So we're going to wait on some of these prints to come through now. Some dark prints came in, and that's just You've heard us talk about this, and thank you again for a lot of it. We had some super chats last week from some traders that have gone from, their full-time jobs into become professional traders, and we'd like to thank you for the super chats and like to wish you the best of luck in that journey. But that's one thing that if you ever get into a position by accident, there's one thing to calm down, look at it, and see, because obviously if you're in the position, then it's a name that you're looking at. But often, if I'm ever into something, I'll punch out almost right away. I mean, now it would have won, but we wanted to punch out of that right away. So watch out. The NASDAQ is coming back. It did try to make that move back to the upside there on that AMD bounce, and just to see if they could settle it down. But the NASDAQ is back near the bottoms one more time, 13,250. Whenever you're near here, it's just dropped 100 points, like Arun was mentioning, 10 points on the S&P. It dropped 100 on the NASDAQ, so you're going to have to watch out for 13,000 to come into play again. You're only at 13,250, so, on a downward move here for the NASDAQ, you could make that lower low coming into the open, especially what they try to settle out with these NVIDIA numbers. Apple's going to hold the day higher, though, so that's okay. Palantir, we just got a 76 fill, so that's good, and this is starting to come down. There it is. Oh, we just got another 75 fill again right there. So actually that's a 78, then a 75. So there we go. We're trying to break these pre-market bottoms here of 960. So watch out for Palantir on the short side, but that Google wasn't in and out.
There's a note on Apple there, guys. GSAT, G-S-A-T, which is a satellite company. There was a note circulating that they had a big mystery company. It might be Apple. So watch out for GSAT. If you missed the note on Palantir this morning, here's all you need to know. They cut their annual revenue outlook, but also saw a quarterly revenue jump of 26% year over year. So that was for Palantir to the downside, obviously. I was going to mention that BNTX note, but let's talk about AMC here, because set AMC aside from the rest of the squeeze stocks, if you will, coming off earnings last week, coming off that APE announcement coming out. I believe it's the 20th or 22nd that you'll get that APE share for every one that, or special dividend for APE coming to the NYSE. So a few other catalysts anyways today for AMC.
Yeah, well, the other thing that sets it apart as well is it gets that, it just gets so much volume toward it. And that's why day traders love this stock. And it's not sleeping on Bed Bath & Beyond or Beyond Meat or Coinbase or any of those other ones, but the liquidity's like it's God mode liquidity. And that's the reality for AMC. And when I talked about every level break working, just have a quick look at the chart. Like look at this thing at $18. Look at it when it takes out $20, how clean that move is. The next consolidation, look how clean the top break is at $21.50. And this is why we don't want to get too complicated here, but 25 is your current top. That could be interesting if we get there. I don't like diddling in the middle. If you get back into 22, I'd like some support there. But you just keep it simple when it comes to AMC. If we get another trending day, obviously it's going to include a 25 break. And if we do dump at the open first, I think we're talking about that 22.50. I'm trying to remember exactly when the date is, but I don't think it's a huge deal. Clearly, what's happening is, despite the fact that they're saying they're going to dilute in the future, at the end of the day, raising capital is going to be a good thing for them in the long run. But the market has decided that when you have a catalyst, we're just going to squeeze on you. And when a bunch of them go at once, that puts a lot of pressure, a lot of upward pressure. These are always better when the entire group is going. I think we've seen that in the meme craze before, and this is your leader of the band. But keep it relatively simple here. And Bed Bath & Beyond's getting awful close to that 10 level where I'm looking for some reloads.
Yeah, there's so many names, and I think AMC is going to lead the way again. You've seen that. You've seen GameStop as well. Try to get going on Friday. It didn't really happen there at that $40 level. But for me, I just think you got to look at this 22. It kept on bouncing off of that on Friday afternoon. So if you're going to find a long anywhere, I think it's going to be down here to 22. I am bidding currently 22.50. So that's still $1 away. Don't think we'll get that. I just figured, if there was some kind of a flush that came through, that I wouldn't mind it right now. Yes, I have to do something with my phone. Actually, I don't have to right now. So that's that $22 level right there at that bottom. So for me, that's what we look at. Maybe it's a 24 break to get going here off the open. I like that now. I said I like the 25 break, but let's try 24 as well. I mean, if 24 goes, you can just punch the long and then use this 23 as your bottom. 23.50 maybe even as your bottom. So I like that 24 24 break. I'm going to put the order in right now. It's not too early. Only 10 minutes to go. So if you look at the imbalance locator, we have a few things happening here. AMC on a buy. So I like this name. I like Beyond Meat. I like AMC, both as breakouts, and that Bed Bath & Beyond at 10. I mean, you got to like key levels. So let's go with AMC at 24.
All right, here is a chart. This is an hourly chart, guys, of Bitcoin this morning. Here we go, back above 24,000 and holding, worth a note, above 24,000. Coinbase up nicely here in early trading as well, ahead of earnings coming up tomorrow, guys, for Coin.
So that's what's going to set Coinbase a little bit apart from the rest of these. Well, two things. Obviously, the fact that it might follow crypto a little bit. That's one. But it's 20% short interest. And that's why when last week things got a little bit hairy, you guys remember what happened in the morning. It was completely insane. We went 80 to, I think, $115 in just the pre-market, and then it was just flush city afterward. But it got going again on Friday. That was relatively short-lived. I think the sellers are coming into this one a little bit faster than the other squeeze names because of the risk of earnings tomorrow, right? So if you do get a bad print, you might actually see that there is some selling to be done on Coinbase. For now, it has been going momentum-wise, at least on the breaks. I did have a break of 101 here that I took to 102. But I want to be in it. If you take Coinbase, I think you're in and out of this faster than something like an NVIDIA, than an AMC. Just get your money and run, because the sell-off on this, it has not been sustaining any of these breaks, as you can tell. Above the pre-market lows here, I still think it has a bit of a chance, but I'm favoring Bed Bath Beyond AMC a little bit in terms of hoping we can get a bit of a trend that you can work into as opposed to just one and dones. Right now, the top is 102.50. That's a nice clean round number for a breakout. I think you just have to test this 95 first before making any decisions on Coinbase. Like, you've already started rolling over, unfortunately. And then, of course, you throw in the earnings as well. Just be more cautious when it comes to Coinbase. I think you get a clearer picture. When a stock is run this far going into earnings, it's essentially doubled up in 3 weeks going into earnings. That makes it risky to be buying tops, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, this is another name here that's not, I don't think, as risky as buying tops, because they're really, it hasn't run the same way as Coinbase, but it is an altcoin play, and it's going to be HUD 8. And we've talked about that. I remember talking about this, guys, not too long ago when we were down here at 150. And I said, this is worth it because, if crypto breaks, hopefully you're able to get out at this bottom of 127, 125, 130, 120. And then there's the benefit of that crypto move back up to the upside. Obviously, as the NASDAQ goes, Bitcoin's back up to 24,000, Ethereum up to 17 and change right now as well. 1,700. So, Ether running, BTC running, some of those other names starting to go, even Cardano's up to 54 cents right now. So there's a lot of run happening in some of these names. So I like HUD 8 here. You also have all the blockchain names as well, like the Maras of the world that I know are very popular. This has already done 1 million shares. So that's pretty nice for Mara. Look out for a 1560 take right there on MARA, as that has a good opportunity to go as well. Look at the move on some of these names. This was just, forget about even HUD 8, man. This was $10 back on the 27th, 28th. So you got 2 weeks in it and you're up 50%. So some great names moving around. It's just a matter of, do you trust the blockchain or not? And some of these names. So are they investable? I don't know. I always say that I'd rather take the coin. But again, like 50% move up in Mara in 2 weeks. Bitcoin's maybe moved 20%, maybe from, let's just say, if we use that very bottom, of 18, 19 or so, up to 24,000. So you are getting a much bigger move in the equities, some of these equities anyways. I always just say that if you did want something, we have, what is the name in Canada again? BTCC? No. Yeah, it is BTCC. So
yeah,
you have that in Canada. Yeah, exactly. And then you also have GBTC over here on the grayscale side of things for those US, that are watching that can trade pink sheets and that want to get into something. This hasn't even gone yet. So watch out for Bitcoin, BTC, GBTC going as well. So I think crypto is going to be a play for a bit. So stay in the crypto names, and I think you'll be okay. But that Bitcoin 18 bottom, I mean, you either believe in crypto or you don't. So I feel like at 20,000, it's somewhat investable with an 18 bottom. Right now with 24,000 on Bitcoin, I think there's some better names. Like, just put your money into maybe the Googles and things like that, or buy some of this dip here on AMC. AMC is trying to get to 24 again, so watch out for that. But anyways, needless to say, I don't think the crypto names are the right spot to look today, unless you are looking at a Mara or a Riot or that Coinbase.
Quick note on Ford here, guys. There wasn't much reaction to this. Ford actually up 1.5%, but they just came out with this. An undisclosed sized note offering for Ford that just came across. I wanted to mention a couple other things here before we get to some small caps. There was coin, I guess we discussed, but Apple, guys, on that GSAT note, there was, again, GSAT is a satellite company. They were talking a little bit late last week about a major company with a major order company or major order coming. Apparently that is Apple for GSAT. Rest of these automakers, though, worth a look today.
Oh, for sure. Actually, I mean, starting with Ford, I already talked about Rivian a little bit there, sort of looking at the EV names because of the bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. I can say it. I can say it out loud. It's fine. 35 is a good support for Rivian. I like 15 on Ford. And I just sort of look at whenever Ford gets a bit of a base year, it becomes a pretty solid, just even like a scalp trade. And right now you got this 15 level that held all last week. It gave you up to $16 pretty clean as a high. And when you look at the overall trend, right, like this is the first consolidation since that major breakout where it rolled. And there wasn't really much of a bottom. You could work off that a couple of days in a row off $12.50. But when you look at what happened on around $11, if you get the same kind of action there on Ford and suddenly you can be sitting there with 15 longs over and over again with any luck, and then maybe catching one of those days you catch a bit of a break, hold on to a piece. So I'm going with Ford here today. Sean likes Lucid. I like Rivian. I think they're similar. I just look at Rivian and say, if it's eventually going to make a bigger move here, I just want to be a part of it. And I feel like right now it's sort of gliding towards one of those big breaks. We'll see what happens, obviously, this week. 35 is the support level I like. Maybe we get it. It kind of feels like we're not going to. 40 almost seems more likely to give me that 15 buy there, Brendo.
All right, I'm going to talk about BNSO, and only because it is very hard to borrow. Our cost, I think, was 55 cents per share for shorts on this, so heads up on BNSO. Teeny tiny little float on this, about 1 million shares as well. This is 11 below that 10. It's going to one of those that's going to trade dollars at a time, trying to hold this support area right now of 11. If we do hold that successfully, 13.50, 14, top end of the range. We're very, very close to all-time highs on this as well. So if it does start getting going to the upside, absolute monster move on no apparent news for this, but 1.1 million share float on this, guys, BNSO.
It used to be like you'd get like 5 million share floats, 10 million, and it's like, oh, that's a tiny floater. We'll be interested in that. No, now it's 1 million. You can pretty much forget about that. Oh, AMC did go. Yeah, it did. See, and the thing about those triggers on our stops is it gets closer to the open, and then all you're saying to yourself is, okay, let's be patient because you can just punch it in manually. But if you have a stop, sometimes you get the bad wicks. If you don't have a stop, that means sometimes you don't get into position. But 25 did go. I will have a stop for 25. I'm not going to, 24 did go. I'll have a stop for 25. I'm not going to even think about trying to trade that one manually. It's going to be all about trying to cash that 25 bid with a stop order. Anyways, so make sure I put that one back in because I want to be locked and loaded and ready to go with that. But AMC on the run. I did not get the dip buy, unfortunately, over in Bed Bath & Beyond because I missed it, and not by much. I was sitting there at like 10. I was at 10.20. I actually moved it back here a little bit. We bounced down to about 10.35, 10.40. Those are not true prints. Those are dark pool prints. And now we're headed back retesting that 11. So a little bit of a break there on AMC, but Bed Bath & Beyond doesn't even get above VWAP here. I think it's still, because of that, I think we're still going to be patient waiting for the dip. That's why I moved it back. If AMC is going to start breaking and Bed Bath & Beyond is going to reject, then I think the pullback could be a little bit deeper, and thus I want to get a better price if that's going to happen. I'm going to kick myself because that wick got me out of Sunrun, and then I don't get back in when it reclaims 35. So it's going to be frustrating. I could have just punched right back in when there was absolutely no volume. Sunrun now up to 36, and I got to think about where I can actually catch this one going into the open to get back into it. That's going. Maybe there's going to be F-Cell because F-Cell has a 455. I just flipped to the next name I think I can think about that I liked. Has this 455 in the daily that hasn't broken yet. So if I'm going to have missed out on Sunrun because I got shaken, then I'll look at this F-Cell potential 456 break, but I don't see nearly enough volume just yet. Might have to be a post-open type break.
The shook ones. Shout out to Bob Deep. there. Okay, with only 2 minutes or less than 1 minute and a half to go. 90 seconds. Beyond Meat's going to be one that I'm going to look at breaking through 40. We've already talked about that. I just came in and just took a little bit of a long here on AMC because, like Neil, I was like, oh my God, it broke 24, and I forgot to have that order in there as I went just to go grab my water here. Shout out to Hydration Nation as well as we get ready to lock and load here on a Monday. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. If you haven't yet, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. You're about to see some trading coming through right now. If you're looking for live trades, you're looking for live quotes, things like that, we've got all of that coming through right now. So watch out for AMC coming out. We like that 24 bottom there. Hopefully we'll get some more and we'll see where it goes from here. But if we don't get 24s, then I guess we got to take 25s. So watch out there for 25. We're already a little bit in. Okay, here we go. We're coming back into 08s now. There we go. So I was sitting at 08. AMC coming in pretty good here right now. Let's just see what we have on the imbalance locator. Buy for AMC, sell for Palantir, buy for Ford. So there goes AMC coming back in. Fine. It's not a big position. We are waiting for that. It was only 15 seconds ago. It looks like it's going to be Katrine on the bell. So that's going to be really nice. I haven't seen her on there in a while. So here we go. 10 seconds to go. It's Katrine. It's the market. And it's a Monday. So we're getting ready to go on this one. 4, 3, Katrine, 2, and 1. Okay, there we go. Good one there. Okay. Good job. Thank you, Katrine, on that one for the psych there. I like that one.
That was a good
All right,
one.
AMC's still getting ready to get opened up. And, everything else just waiting for some moves.
Yeah, AMC with a 15, I see like 15 cent spread,
there.
huge spread, also trying to flush in. Watch out, Bed Bath & Beyond's breaking up while
okay.
AMC's coming down. So exactly the opposite of what I was anticipating because I was going to be patient with Bed Bath & Beyond.
AMC
We've already got
down.
AMC. And it's already down to 23.60 on AMC. That 23 support might get put to the test really. We didn't talk about GameStop, but that one is well worth watching. Sunrun is gone. Like we're already at 36.5. I will look for that break if we can catch it on FSEL. And then do not forget about NVIDIA. If you're wondering why the market came down after looking like it was going to be strong, NVIDIA just hit the low of the day, clipped 173, and then came right back up. I still want to fade this one to 180.
Okay, so we were able to get some AMC down there in the 60s. It's still not open yet, so it's still.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it
Here
to
we go.
open.
Now it's going. So there we go. So we are now long right now at 04, and it's starting to go. There goes Palantir breaking through 10, by the way. So we take.
Now I'm long.
Flat on Palantir. Watch out here for AMC. Here we go. We don't have anything out yet. Let's go. Let's get us out in the 40s. That's what we're waiting for. In the 40s here for AMC. Let's see if we can get. The quotes are bad on it, Neil. I don't know. The D prints are just flying through here. So I don't really know what to do. So I'm going to try to get something out here on AMC. But right now, I don't know if we have a quote problem or not, but definitely something's up here with these quotes.
And the good thing is not the good thing, but one thing whenever there's any kind of an issue with a quote or whatnot, I just go to my time and sales, right? Like the prints are clean. I can always tell, like Palantir, which reversed me into the long, is printing 99s at this point, but you can sort of see like that stack bid. But I know what price it is because I can watch the tape and understand where it's going. That means the quotes are okay. I'm now long in Palantir. That Hellbiz we're long in. AMC is now churning. So it's now taking out 24.50, at least attempting to take out 24.50 as it heads to the upside. Let's see what happens, guys. It looks like it is headed toward that 25 level rather quickly here on AMC. You know that's going to be significant. I expect it to be a relatively crowded trade, everyone taking a 25 break, but every breakout on Friday was crowded too. It was still good anyways.
Yeah, there's this quote problem is going to be a little bit of an issue, man. But we are long and really in charge of this trade right now. This has been a monster move here for me on AMC. I mean, we talked about buying that dip, and there it is, man. We have this, and it's just a good one to the upside right now. As there goes AMC to 25. I mean, we talked about this. Let's see if we can hold on to this. We're long right now, $1 in the money on AMC. We did reverse out and went the other way. So first of all, new position on Apple. We take this 167 break. Let's just see where this one goes. Taking out 167. If the market wants to rally, then I'm happy to be here. Look at these D prints coming out. Like, I don't even know what to think right now about our quotes, but they are on fire, so let's keep going. There goes Palantir, a nice little move to the upside as well. There goes Beyond Meat breaking 40, I think. So there it goes to the upside now as well. So yeah, lots happening. We have 4 positions. Apple long, AMC long, Beyond Meat long, and Palantir long. So let's go. A nice little 50-cent win so far for Beyond Meat.
Yeah, right now 25 just got rejected. 24.90 is the current high on AMC. So I took a leg out there, making sure we took profit as the break is now looming. Looks like it's booming. Palantir, look, if it doesn't break the low, only one place to go, right? It didn't break the low of the day. It just tested 10.20, took some out. Looks like it's about to. I think it tested 10.20. Anyways, it's close up to it. Now it's going to try and pull back to that 10 even area. I guess Fuel Cell didn't go anywhere because that breakout did not come into play for me. But there's Sunrun already at $37. Pretty much gonzo at this point. Fuel Cell tries to get through that high and pulling back, so not nearly as strong as some of the other names. I'm still in that hell biz, but what's more interesting, well, what's definitely interesting right now is NVIDIA just got to 179.
Ooh.
I'm 179.50. I'm sitting at 179.50. That was not close enough. We just got to 179.25. Before heading back in a little bit. So testing these tops, it looks like over there in NVIDIA. And there it is. There's that 25 break over on AMC, guys. So that continues to absolutely churn. But watch out for NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA is an absolute boomer at this point. There's no, it was bad print, but it's definitely going to be strong. Watch out for that 180. AMC on the breakout. Always want to make sure you pay yourself on these breaks. So I got to go over there and do that. And you know what? I got to be honest with you, the quotes rebounded very quickly there. So 25.50, I've taken some lots out in front of 25.50. I'm going to look for 25.65 to 70 as the next leg up, and then always got to think about that even dollar, which is the next 26 level. AMC off to the races. Bed Bath & Beyond, by the way, while all that happened, it took out the top and failed the top. So I got into Bed Bath & Beyond again and then gave back our initial trade that we had this morning, as it did fail that breakout a little bit on Bed Bath & Beyond. But AMC is absolutely churning. It's not the only one, by the way, as GameStop is at $45 as well. So you had to pick the ones you wanted to play here. GameStop going absolutely gangbusters along with AMC. It's not a one-trick pony or one stock pony game. AMC and GameStop both moving.
Guys, did you think I was playing around when I was talking about AMC? Is that what you thought for some reason? I mean, we talked about AMC. Is it going to halt right now?
Potential halt.
Is it going to halt? Let's just see here. We'll see if we can get some longer there. There we go. We did get some more on AMC. There it is. So we have AMC at the halt. So
you got the halt price?
Yeah, but I had it before. So I just got more at the halt price there.
I didn't get any.
We ripped up. I was on it, so I was able to see it there. But there it is, man. We ripped this thing. We put this on our sticky note that this was the trade we wanted. So there it is. It's AMC. It's nuts time. Look at Beyond Meat. You want to talk about a sticky note? Holy jeez, Brendan, what's up?
I'm starting to go here, guys. Remember, Express Incorporated, another former squeeze stock, 15% already. Little $2 name, just trying to take out the highs as well.
Oh, man.
By the way, AMC, the volatility halts will be about 5 minutes. When that happened, guys, guess what? It's not the only one moving. We got back into Bed Bath & Beyond, which reclaimed its high. It's up at $13 now. And going to pay myself because last time they pulled the rugs on this one. I'm telling you, if this doesn't excite you, I don't know what is. NVIDIA is back at 180. The market's trying to rebound here. And potential halt here and coming on Bed Bath & Beyond as well. Let's see if I can't get some shares on BBY. Just got some as it just faked a halt and is now trying to bounce one more time. So AMC in the halt, Bed Bath & Beyond hit the band and rejected the halt there. Man, if you don't like this, I don't know what to like. All we ask, hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's already felt like it's been an entire day's worth of price action in some of these names. Watch out for GameStop. If we rug pull during the AMC halt on something like a Bed Bath & Beyond, I might expect a little bit of a downward print here, guys. So do watch out. I'm into more hell biz, and I do have to get over to something that is going to move with these markets, and it's going to be NVIDIA. It just broke 180 and is challenging that key level. It was a key level on the 15-minute chart. We get back below that price, I want to short it, but a huge recovery if we hold above that 180 price. Feels like there's more sellers here, though. Brendo?
Yeah, BBBY rejecting that halt. Rivian, guys, back to the upside as well. Remember, we were talking about that clean energy angle. Here goes Rivian up 4% through 37.
I mean, We said this. This is
Oh,
a
Rivian
casino.
too. Oh my goodness, I forgot.
Look at Beyond Meat. We have 10% on Beyond Meat here. Look at this 40 break, guys. Like we talked about there on the sticky note, and we just tweeted it out one more time, right? Look at what this sticky note says. Beyond Meat 40, AMC 25. Now we just got to wait for Google. The NASDAQ's not moving. We do have some Apple shares to deal with as well right now. But wow, nice move up there for Beyond Meat. We are now out. We are out of 80% of our Beyond Meat, 20, 40, 60, 80. So now they're starting to come back down. Watch out for AMC. Again, the halt price was up here at $25.95. It's tapping $25.95. So I don't know where that's going to go. Also, GameStop as well. I don't want to think that this move is over, but there it is. Wow. Up through $45 for GameStop. Watch out. If Apple takes this down here, we're going to get out if Apple takes down 166. But a nice little rebound on Apple as well. We just wait for AMC. Wow, what a great day already, guys.
Yeah, there's no complaints here. I did get that 180 short on NVIDIA, 179.95. It's already come back to 179, so about $1 in the money here. Let's see if it can't push any further down. Remember, NVIDIA, with their early preliminary earnings, that was let's just say a slight disappointment with those numbers, but they are charging back into the upside with the market getting back to very good positive territory, close to that 1% mark. I'll play it to the south side, but if we reclaim this high, and this is now 180.46, past that 180.50, I'll just be getting out of this. I mean, obviously the longs are looking pretty good in the market, and if it wants to put in a dead cat bounce, I think the long is a safer play over an AMD, but I'll play this short off the 180 now, as long as it wants to hold out. But I got to get my stop order just in place so I can move on to the next, because we're going to get open in AMC in about, I think, 1 minute will be open in AMC, and it should be a big one. If there's one thing that is not working, watch out for Palantir here, because yeah, like I reversed the long. Reversed from short in front of 10 into the long, and now it's coming right back into these pre-market lows. So I think it's about to be put to this test at about 970 or so. That's where the support was just before we opened at 930.
Okay, so just, yeah, good talk there. Unfortunately, I did miss that Palantir top. I mean, I was loading up on AMC, and thank God we did that. I mean, AMC from this bottom, man, 23.60 off open. We were having quote problems, but you could see the time in sales. So I think it's best that we just kind of stay on here to see where AMC opens. So we're long. Again, we took some more shares. Our average price is $25.40. So it's not like it's, crazy or anything like that, but we're going to watch out for that as it opens up. And then there goes Apple as well. Great buy, man. We loaded that up down there. I said if this market's going to go, we do want to be long Apple. We are waiting for Google to take out 120. That's only at 119. So that still has to go. Next out for Apple is going to be in the 90s, which is coming pretty fast here. So you know what? We have enough shares. Let's just take another piece out here at 78 or so. There goes AMC. AMC now open, and it's high side again, baby. So AMC opens to 26.30. AMC starting to rip. We are long now. 26.50, sorry, 25.50. But the problem is, it's a nice little upside move. Are we halting again on this name? No, we're not. Let's take some out. And there it is again. Spin it. It's money, money, money for AMC. To the moon, baby. Let's go. We're having a big day, and we like it. We like it a lot. Thank you, AMC.
Yeah, free money on AMC at this point. It opens up. It just begs you to take 26 quarters there. Gives you right to that 26.50. Now they're trying to pull some rugs on it. Watch out for 25.75. If it gets through that price, you could see it pull back into 25 even. Again, I always pay myself out and then try to hold on a small bit just to make sure that you don't get caught with a rug pull. But watch out for this 25.75. It's just try to take it there. They just shook me, which is, I don't care. I'm gonna get shook. I don't care, because you'll be able to get back in whether we're holding 26.25 or taking out the next level into the upside, guys. 27 break is going to be in play. I think a 25 dip is going to be in play. I just got paid out again on NVIDIA, by the way, because NVIDIA continued to go down. There's a 27 break, I should say, on AMC as it tries to get back in there, guys. I'm just going to rinse and repeat. We come back up to these tops, we'll be buying and scalping the entire way to that upside. And then watch out for that Palantir. Palantir is actually going to stop me out in a couple of cents here. So I do have to watch out for that one on the back. And then Hellbiz, which I'm also in, I got to watch out for. That did fill me. I got some more bids in front of that $1 level. But my stop is in place, obviously at $1. Time to take some more shares out of AMC's. Now, 27.50 is your new level to the upside. And after that, it'll be 28. Not rocket science. Was that Brendan?
Even Space trying to play this game. Just broke 7 there, guys, on a volume alert. Virgin Galactic trying to go as well.
Boom, there goes the dynamite there on AMC and GME and all that kind of stuff, man. I mean, there we go, up to 27, like Neil mentioned there. Great little name to be trading today. Beyond Meat, $4 up. AMC, $1 in the money. Apple, $1 in the money. There goes Apple. I mean, Apple, honestly, I made way more money on AMC, but it's not far off, man. This Apple long down there at 166 is an absolute banger to the north side here. We are having a fantastic day, and I hope you guys are as well. Thank you for joining us. If it's your first time, I told you this would be fire, man. I told you this is the best stream. This is the best thing you could watch if you're a trader, if you're anything. There goes, I mean, AMC still there, getting excited again, man, because it was actually Beyond Meat that just took out the top there. So our net rate now is definitely worth flossing as it goes the upside. We go WTF today because this market is off. It's on one. It's continuing its moves to the upside. We did not take that 27 break. We're just trying to see where this name goes. But AMC right now, maybe one more out if we can get it near back up to 27. But we're getting lighter and lighter on this name, as you can see. We did take a 27 out there, but let's just see if this rug does pull back in. But AMC still wants to go, and it's not stopping. I mean, 25.50 maybe as a reload. I think the biggest fear now is that you halt to the downside and then get that official rug pull. But for right now, it is AMC time, baby.
Yeah, always pay yourself. I think hold on to like 10, 20, 30% if you're taking top-end breaks. Never any more than that for me. 26 if it goes. That last little bit of AMC I'll have. I just flipped. NVIDIA just got through that 180.50 and is now making fresh highs. So I'm going to try and take a buck on the quick reversal there. As these meme names come back in, remember, when the market booms, sometimes the squeeze and meme names catch some sellers because they want to go over to something a little bit stronger. Was that Brendan?
Big mover last week, guys, off earnings. Fastly just popping up as well. There's a cybersecurity angle to this, but back through 12 there on a volume spike for FSLY.
So I'm going to quickly show you. Just got in and out on the reverse of NVIDIA. With the market going absolutely gangbusters here, I'm going to cancel that bid on AMD. AMD now holding a higher low in front of 100. If NVIDIA wants to try to reclaim a level like 180, I think the long is going to look pretty strong there on AMD at some point. And I think that 100 is going to be that great little line that we can play off of here. So I'm going to get some bids. Want to be relatively patient with it. Some frustrations with some of the EV names and clean energy names because there's Rivian that we like the long of. That's gone, right? This is what happens when AMC starts going nuts and squeeze names go nuts. Sunrun's now completely gone as well, but rejecting 37. We might get a dip buy on Sunrun at 35. Some of these can still come into play for us here, names that we did like before. But what unbelievable price action that you're going to be able to see here. And we didn't even talk about Coinbase. Coinbase went up to 103, still holding some of these highs as well. So it's managed to hold up pretty nicely despite this little pullback that AMC's been able to do here. Coinbase, of course, remember, reports their own earnings. I think there's a little more risk of buying this one at the top because of those earnings.
Wow. Okay, man. I mean, we're doing well today. So it's been a big day, man. And the undercover one for me has just been this Apple trade as it just ripped all the way up. What's up? We're close to 10,000 viewers. What's up, 10,000 viewers? Hit the siren alert as we go here. We're going to get 100,000 viewers on the day. That's important to us. Hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe. Let's go, man. This is what we're talking about. There goes Apple. There goes AMC as well. AMC hovering around 26.20. You guys want to talk about the big names? Let's stay on them then. Why not? That's why you're here, viewers. Look at this, though. Out again on Beyond Meat. We took the 40 long. It's on the sticky note. Follow me at Trader TV Sean. Sticky note all over the place. $40, out 41, out 41.50, out 42.50, out 44. Remember earlier I said join us at 8:30.
Guys, GameStop's halted down.
Okay, good. So we are out of AMC right now. So we have a small position. So watch out for AMC possibly going the other way. We'll take a piece out right now because of that news. But there it is, another piece out for us on AMC. We are now extremely light. 5% of our position now on AMC. Thanks for that update, Neil.
Yeah, just the only reason I say that is because a lot of times they're moving in concert. If we open back up upside here, reclaim 45, on GameStop that is, I think you're looking for re-entries above 26 or off of that 25 resistance to support on AMC. Right now, you're like the theoretical auction is saying flat open for GameStop. So I think closer to that 950 mark when it should open up is when we'll have a better idea what's actually going to happen here. But I think that's why you're seeing a bit of a pullback there on AMC. So I'm out of it as well. I'm just looking to see that 25 level now hold, guys. That's what it's going to be all about here for AMC. Some of the squeeze stocks are definitely going to be in play all day long, but it's not like this. Trust me, like there's a lot moving here. Like I mean, Revlon's trying to go here. TBLT was making power moves. You've just got to be able to focus on certain names when this is happening. But 25 being put to the test over there in AMC. Palantir, by the way, which was the earnings play this morning, catching a bit of a bid. So it holds that 970. And looks like it's trying to head back into the upside. So now that it's holding pre-market lows, I might work into some more shares that we already took. We took some out in front of 1020. I'll try to get back into those off those lows. And just got a dip buy in AMD. Brendo?
Oh, God. I just saw a volume alert, guys, on Robinhood as well, trying to get going. Here's an F-Cell taking out the highs as well on the pre-market level anyways. 8.5% here. Nowhere near as violent, obviously, but catalyst as well with these ones.
So we'll go back and we'll hit the marijuana stock. I don't know why we'll do that, but it was a good idea to hold on to some Palantir because now we're profitable on it. We did reload that Palantir trade down here at 970, right down in the pre-market bottom. So, and then there's our last out at 90. So let's see if Palantir continues to go. Apple pull back, but that's okay, man. I mean, like I said, this was an undercover trade for me that just really started to rip up in all that mayhem that was. Obviously, we all just watched it. Some of those meme stocks. What did Bed Bath & Beyond do? I know you were on that.
That one's
okay.
That one struggled.
Still went to 10, like you were saying. What, didn't you actually get?
No, I didn't get the 10
Yeah,
dip.
okay, wow, 1350.
Oh,
okay.
a couple of things here. AMD, but this range, watch out, 150 up to 101.50. So if it's going to diddle in this range, I'm going to play the range and look for a 102 break. So we're already ringing the register on that one. And NVIDIA did have a better move off the bottom. I just felt it was safer to try longs in that one. And by the way, Hellbiz, $1. The dollar is the gift that keeps on giving here, and it's just don't complicate trading. Stock breaks out at $1 psychological level for a penny stock. It has now bounced 3 times off that level and gone to 115. It just got to 116 again, so I'm going to take some more shares out. I probably didn't get enough there. I was a little more aggressive last time doing it, but still no top break. And every time it rejects breaking that high, I just want to make sure that I am paying myself. I am on this 10 level. Give me some fills there. It's got some 10s and some 12s. So Hellbiz continuing to work. Palantir, we just talked about. I didn't get that dip buy. I tried to get some at 970. It looks like it didn't want to give me the fill, but it's right back up to 994. And I'm just now, I will make another move. Like, I don't think we're done with AMC, but I don't want to touch it until GameStop opens back up. If this were to flush and get back to like 40 even or something like that, then I think it just affords you a chance to get better prices if you're still looking for some longs over there in AMC. But wow, it has been one of these types of mornings. And it's only 950. Plenty of time, plenty of action to still be had here, guys. Hopefully the market can take out these highs. We're 1% up on the NASDAQ, by the way. So it just gets better and better.
Yo, thanks to Bears vs. Bulls, guys. What's up? Revlon says Playmaker. We can go over and look at that. But let's get to 2,000 likes. We're already at 1.7, so let's get to 2,000 ASAP. And if you like the show, hey, look what I'm doing. I see my boy Playmaker in there. I saw you on that little scooter there, Playmaker. Don't fall. But there it is, Revlon with a nice little 8% bump to the upside right there and going now. So even this name starting to run. Not even this name. I mean, this is just a name that's been running. Oh, I want to talk about a trade that I just saw. Nubank. So Nubank or New Holdings here. This one breaking 5 I like. That looks great on the daily. So watch out if NU breaks 5. I'm in that one to take that for the long side. Also, the another name on the sticky note that we haven't traded. We traded all of them. Look what we did so far. Palantir's huge today. AMC, can't complain about that. Beyond Meat, we're 3 for 3 on the sticky note. And Google is approaching right now ASAP that 120. Like we just should have took the 119 long. But here comes 120. Here comes Apple as well. Apple back to day's high, baby. Brennan, I hope you're having a great day too, my man, because these markets are off. Apple with the boomer today. Let's go Apple, and let's go over to the big desk.
Kathy Wood definitely having a good day today. There's a few of her stocks just popping up, including this one, guys. Affirm up nearly 8% on the day. I also saw UiPath, PATH, on a volume spike as well at day highs.
So 2 things. 1, Roku just tested 83, so I got the short in front of it. We'll give it to that high. I thought you were going to say Roku when you said one of her stocks. I didn't realize you'd say Affirm. I know Roku is definitely one, and it's at the highs as well. GameStop opened back up and held 44, so that does. I just went to AMD for a quick second there. I mean, AMC is the one I want to, before I hit enter. AMC is definitely one that I think now that we've held some support on GameStop, that 25 level, you can still maybe catch some longs in front of that. I'll get to AMD in a second. The market is trying to test these highs, and we are getting a little bit of a pullback, but this 25 level is your big one. If we can consolidate out there in AMC, you're definitely going to have a shot for another moonshot. AMD, just gave me the fill at that 101. Lower highs on AMD there. NVIDIA is the one leading the news. It's AMD, which is retesting, AMD, which is retesting some of those lows. And speaking of NVIDIA, 182, the current top. You're seeing it barcode as well. So a little bit of sideways action. I want to see the next move get made. If you take out this top in NVIDIA, I can't see any way that AMD isn't continuing to go alongside with it there, guys. So big time movers. And am I going to short a firm? I don't like, look, when the squeeze names and the beaten up names are this strong, I think at this time of day, it's not when you want to get overly aggressive with a short that wasn't in your plan of action. Like it's had a 50-cent stop on a Roku short because you don't want to fight these, and I'm not going to get stubborn about any of those. The tops are getting blown off here. Next level on a firm is 40. So, I'll think about it at $40, but not here.
All right, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll do everything. We will also do this because we are now reloaded. I don't know where my reloaded, the reloaded thing I think is gone. There it is right there. We're reloaded on AMC, so AMC came down into 25, and we reloaded that name. So there it is, we took that 25 bid out, something at 44s, out at 45s, I think, just a couple outs there at 40. So could come back. If it breaks 25, we're out. So, okay, yeah, they're really stacking the offer now, and the offers come in. It looks like, is this gonna halt the other way? No, it's not enough yet. It has to go. So here we go, breakdown through 25. There it is. We are now out. Good thing we did take something out there as it does try to break, and does break actually 25. But now it's kind of hovering around there. So good reload, good out, but then eventually got dumped out there as it just kept on going to the downside. So a little bit of an out there on AMC. I'm thinking about going back one more time. Now, there it is, just cracked lower. I was going to get back in there thinking that maybe we hold this 2480 or so, but we could still hold that. Let's try. Let's see if we can hold that 2480. We'll try it a little bit here. Go a little bit lower, 2469 or so on and out here. We got to try to dance with this. So we will take another long, see if it holds. I am bidding. I thought I was bidding more there, but I'm not. So I'll have to put a bid out here for AMC somewhere around right here.
Yeah, and someone just asked in the chat there, like a reload on Hellbiz at that $1 level. I'd be a little bit hesitant to do it this time. And it's one of those, everybody can see that the dollar's been giving you this trade. So we talked about it in the pre-market. I didn't even get it the first or second time. I caught it the third time through, and then the fourth was at the open. I mean, if we test $1 again, do we really think we're not going to actually get through that dollar? As Lucas said, did you come all this? We didn't come all this way not to take out the size, or at least to see it. So that $1 level, personally, I'm not going to reload in front of it. I still do have a good third of the position. Actually, not. It's actually less than that. I actually have a quarter left. So I don't want to reload it. We've taken our profit. I want to hold some in case we can get back to those highs and test higher. But for now, I'm going to play it a little bit cautious when it comes to that dollar level. AMD, having some trouble with that 101.50, mostly because NVIDIA can't seem to break out and hold above 182. I think if we do, I want to hold some, but at this point, I should be trying to take something out north of VWAP here. If we get through 182 on NVIDIA, I think we have no trouble getting back up to 183 on AMD, but I definitely got to be paying myself here a little bit. And Palantir didn't get the reload. Ooh, Palantir, New York, Neil. Didn't get the reload. That could actually come back in here. So it's rejected 10 once again. Got to looks like 998. If it breaks back above 10, I think you can maybe get some above that number and hopefully push back up to 1050. Otherwise, I think you got to wait for 970. Looks like better support. So I'd rather be bidding in the 70s than the 80s for any reloads over there on Palantir.
Okay, so we did a good one there again, man. We'll go bang for this because this time it's actually working. We did take that AMC reload, and now we're out of 40% of it. So, trying to hold out for that dream. It just did break above 25. I mean, it's been a dream. It's been a dreamboat stock so far today, as this name just keeps on going to the upside. But now starting to settle down a little bit, trying to find some levels out there on AMC. So we reloaded that right at the 50 period and took some out at 15s there. So that was good. But here it comes. It's going to break back lower, and we have our outs right here, breaking through 75, and we'll be out of this name in a matter of time. I thought anyways, maybe not. There it is. Yeah, so there we're breaking 69 there. So we break that to the downside. Honestly, these last two reloads have just been like nothing. It's just been in and out, and we haven't made anything on them. So, very, very difficult. You may want to look for the short. I don't want to short this thing, but I feel like the easy money, obviously, right now is to the short with a possible takeout even higher than that. To me, you're going to have to take out 26 now, maybe. It's too bouncy between 25 and 24.80 like it's doing right now. So you got to watch out for that one. Apple continues to go, and then Google, man. We haven't traded this today. That was an in on that keystroke break, but right there, we should have taken 119. It's on the sticky
Holy
note at
meta.
120. So let's see if this can break through 120. Maybe it's a good short there, but I'm going to look for the long. You know what else is ripping like mad amounts right now? And I'm so glad that we own this one. Netflix, 240 right now. Netflix up 5%. Not even a red candle. I mean, you get a little bit of a move down here of 30 or 40 cents, but Netflix just ripping to the high side right now. So this one's starting to go. And then I see you in the chat as well. Meta.
These are the same chart. Well, okay, mine's a 3 minute. That's a 1 minute.
They're both going.
They're both up exactly 5%.
PayPal,
assuming our
$100.
closing prices are correct, by the way. I don't even know if they
Wow.
are. But only one red candle on a 3 minute here for Meta. Like, the market is booming. The only things that are lagging a little bit are the semis because of what happened with NVIDIA. But since the open, it's upside movement. 175. Like, look at the breakout that's happening here on Meta at the 15-minute level. That 172, it's like the morning I come in and don't look for that break because we're watching the meme stocks. Big mistake there. You're jailbreaking right now on Meta. And 176, yeah, you better believe that's significant as well. From 176, you've got a gap to 182, 183. I'm actually hoping that we fail 176 to get me in at about 73, 74 in front of 72, and then play that next level to the upside. But for now, let's go to the big screen with Brendan and Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock. That was exciting. A lot of green on this board, top to bottom, in fact. Green numbers to show you. Look at the little charts here as well. First time in a long time. They've all been nicely higher. It is the NASDAQ here leading the way, the composite and the 100, 1.4, 1.25 for both. The Russell right across the entire thing, 1.37 for the 2000. Leading the way. So a lot of those stocks we've been talking about within those. S&P and the Dow, about a full percent, 0.94 and 0.9 right now for the S&P and the Dow. Here's Coinbase. That's not right. Don't look at that. Our charts are messed up today. $100 though is what I wanted to mention. Holding right now, trying to head back to the upside for Coinbase. Guys, we were talking about Baidu very quickly there. They got a license in China for robo-taxis. So that's actually going to be a thing. Very shortly, but Baidu kind of hanging out here, not doing much. Back over to you.
Robo-taxis. Okay, I like that. All right, Palantir all the way to 997 off that set 970 fill. So that's for you, Henry. Not great day for Palantir, though. So it's been a great day trade as we're positive on everything we've traded today. Apple, big-time movement to the upside, man. That's a big trade for me for sure. AMC, come on, we don't need to talk about how good that was. And then Beyond Meat, really, that was a...
Oh my God.
Because that one just ripped to the north side there. We've seen it like no other. And then we got out at 43.50 again. I'm kind of, I don't know if, Neil and I were just talking about how the trade's been going today. And I'm getting a little nervous that some of these names that have been sort of blowing to the upside might start to come back in a little bit. But you know what just happened as well? Tesla, you want to talk about a big name that's taking out levels. Tesla already broke $900. That was back at 940. So, you know, you're 20 minutes now above. That 910 level looks pretty juicy over there as well, let alone we didn't even look at, remember I said Lucid off that 17 or 18, I mean it was 1750. Look where Lucid is right now. I mean that name just shoots up to the upside high, $2. Well, from 18 to 1950, $1.50 there off the open, and this was the name that I really liked off that bottom, so should have hit that. But again, just so much excitement. Glad you're with us, and thank you one more time. It's been a big one. Hit the likes. Are we at 2,000 yet? We're at 1.9. Let's go to 2,000 right here. And then, I was going to say maybe we can bring Tony around, but Tony is off today on a well-deserved
vacation
break.
Yeah, I mean, he works hard. Why not? Let him have it. On the daily, not the daily, on the 15-minute, remember Roku taking out that 83 earlier? That was in and out pretty quickly. Now you're at least attempting to take out this monster resistance level on Roku and trying to get up to that 50 period. If it gets to 85, that is your 50 period, or just below your 50 period moving average. But I just reversed into this one, and let's see if it can start to go. I also got the fuel cell. Finally, like Sunrun, which is, that's always going to be frustrating when you try to catch a break and get shaken out in the open. It wasn't even shaken out. I got a bad wick in the pre-market that stopped me out of that one, essentially before anything even happened. But 455 in fuel cell broke out. I do have the long at 56, 1 cent slippage because it's a really cheap stock, and we'll see if it can go, Brendo.
Twilio having a nice day here, guys, up nicely through $90 right out of the gate, but just saw a note suggesting a data breach and a hack for Twilio.
Oh. Wait a minute, but it's up.
Yeah, okay. So we'll wait on that story, but definitely a nice move for Twilio as that's starting to go gangbusters a little bit. Like, let's just go over to the other names, right? How's DocuSign tasting right now for anybody that doubted that company? Up to 7% more, up to $77 now. Look at what DocuSign's done in a week. Man, this thing was $60 back on August 1st, right? You're up to 77 and straight hot fire right now. If you didn't invest in ARK, I don't know if it's going to be too late or not, but like we just talked about it, like these guys are going ham right now, a lot of these names. So a nice little move upside. As Google's getting ready to break, we got some bigger problems here. Not problems, but there goes Google. This is the name that I want on this break. Google to break to the long side. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I just got some shares out of Roku there. Meta's challenging this 176, that big level on the daily chart. It's about to, I see a wick actually that shows a 177.50. It looks like it put a bit of a wick top in while I wasn't looking at it. So I'm going to back off on that because I didn't see it make that breakout. AMC is holding fort, but look what's happening in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now trying to make this push above 182. If we get above that, then you can jailbreak. I'm still in AMD. But like I said, make sure you pay yourself off on some of these because, AMD, now I'm in the higher time frame so you get an idea. Look at the wick bottom. It tried to get through that 102 level. It hasn't been able to do so just yet. I think if NVIDIA can churn through 182, then AMD should be back up to that 183, but it hasn't happened yet. Now you're still seeing NVIDIA do this, and I'll pull this chart up for comparison. You're still going sideways. You're still rejecting 182, and that's why you want to play why I want to play inside the range over on AMD. If we're holding highs, great. I think we're going to be okay with it, but if NVIDIA pushes back toward those lows, I do have my stop there on AMD just to be sure. Pay yourself out, have your stop. It's exciting, but you always want to calm down. If we get past 100 on AMD, this one is kaputs here. For now, it is working. The market is booming, but I always play for the other side, which is what happens if things reverse, right? Like, always have a plan of action. I said I wasn't reloading on Hellbiz if it came down to $1. There was no opportunity to. I'm not going to lie. It didn't actually get back into $1. But it just tested 120 up at this top. The pre-market highs just failed it a little bit here. So I don't know why I'm not getting. There we go. Try to get some shares out there on Hellbiz as it puts in another one of those wick off tops. I still want to hold on. If we're above $1 and now we're holding above VWAP, I still think there's a chance this could moon. Right, like Hellbiz is only giving you like $1 to like the teens and the 20s. It got some chop here from 25 to maybe like 35 on the daily chart. But if we get through that, you're thinking 150, you're thinking 160. Now, otherwise, it's that $1 level is my out altogether. Don't really have any shorts on at this moment. I'll try to find some to be a little bit more balanced, but I'm not going to force the action there, Brendo.
Been a long time since we've seen a wide range of stocks going like this. Here's WeWork, guys. This was last week. Big earnings miss for but here we are, 10.5%, just taking out day highs on a huge volume spike. Even WeWork wants to get involved.
Know what kind of a day it is if WeWork is up.
Even WeWork, wow.
What?
Okay. Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying, like, I can't believe it's, like, come to that. Like, WeWork is the problem now. Okay, we're going to just keep on watching this because Google did break lower, which is fine. We got some out. We're still fine on Google, but it did break a little bit there, so we did get some out at 80. We took some out on the high side. We're just going to hold the rest, see if it can go back upside right now. So that's something that we're looking at right now for Google. I'm going to try to hold this back to 119 and try to get more if we come back in, but then a 119 break, and we'll have to get out. I just thought, you talked about looking for a short. Google might have been just that short right there because it came up to that 120 level, which on the daily was super key. We've already ran a lot today, right? And so that's part of the problem with Google. It's already gone from 118 up to 120. So a little exhausted there on that move for Google. So we got to watch out for that. It just did break 120, but came right back in, as you can see, 119.60. So giving some back here on Google today. We'll have to see how much we give back as this is falling back in right now into that 120 area. So yeah, not great on that. But Palantir, let's go wow on that one, or yeah, because this name just continues to churn higher and higher and higher. We got where's my, did I get, I have an 09 sitting there. So let's see, there it goes. We should be able to get this. That high is 15. So we missed it the first time. We should be, there it goes. It just, smokes everything. But we did get some 109s there on that. So now it's up to 10. So 10.09, nice little 40-cent win here for Palantir to the upside as this name continues to march higher. Not a great day for it, but definitely good on the bottom picks there for PLTR. So far, so good on that name. Apple's come back in a little bit here as the market's starting to fall down. So I do think that there could be some shorts that you might want to look at. Wow, HUD 8 up 8% as well. Tesla trying to break back down through 900. What's up, Bren?
Another one that reported in the pre-market this morning, Blue Apron, guys, with a revenue and growth forecast cut, but even Blue Apron, back to day highs here, was down initially on the report.
I feel like every time we're like, even this, even that, but it is that's what it feels like in this market. But as you just mentioned there, the last break on Roku, which that 84 level, it did play into 84.75, but I said I was looking for shorts. I can't ignore the fact that we came in thinking 85, 50 period moving average as well on the daily up at 87 on Roku for resistance. It's going to be hard to get away from that. You also consider, yes, we tried to break into that level there, and I didn't quite get it at the actual high, which is 83.5, ended up paying up to 84. But if we're going to stall out on Roku up around 85 level, that's going to be an actionable one for me. And it got to 84.75. And sometimes you lose sight of that reversal because you're in a long trade. And if I wasn't long, I probably would already be short this name. I'm not sure we'll be able to get 84.5 or 84.75 again, but if we come up there, I will take my shot at Roku, see if it can go. I just took some shares out of Palantir as it looks like it's having trouble at 10.10. But the other thing that concerns me, and as we get to these highs in the market, getting to that top, NVIDIA still, and remember, NVIDIA, of course, with their look, obviously the poor revenue release that came out early has shocked the market a little bit. It's down 5%, but it cannot seem to get to this 182. And I'm still in some of that AMD. I want to look to rinse and repeat that on a reload, but I'd love to make sure that we're holding 180 in NVIDIA. So I have a chart up of NVIDIA because I don't want to take AMD more to the long side in front of 100 if NVIDIA is crashing through support. Just not going to do it. GameStop is getting a second leg. Well, before I say that, GameStop is holding 42s for now. I want to say getting a second win. If it creeps back above 44 and you can catch another AMC long off 25, that's what I'm looking out for. But there are some signs that you're pulling back here in some of these meme-ish names, squeeze-ish names. And AMC, ever since that last push to 27, like it's been wick off top and has been struggling to hold 25. It's got a dollar range back and forth. Now 25, the key level, is diddling in the middle, which is tricky because if you're holding a 25, you're risking 50 pennies on it. I want to take my cue from the other meme names. If they catch a bit of a bid, I think AMC is likely to be able to go with them there. That FSL really not doing a heck of a lot since breaking down 4 cents on that trade. And just to check back in on Hellbiz, which, like I said, free money off of $1. If it holds VWAP, I think it can take out that high. If we don't hold VWAP, I'm not going to be reloading at $1. You have a double top at that point, and then if it fails that $1 level, you could be at 85 in a hurry, and that's not a place where I'd be buying more.
All right, so I'm going to try maybe, well, I mean, the market's, let's see if Tesla wants to hold up 900. So there it is. So we are into 900 right now. I mean, this is not going to be very long. It was just trying to break this, not 898. So if it does break 898 on Tesla, then we want out of that one. So we are back, we not back in, we are long right now into Tesla. With that high, I mean, we just went to 902.50 there. We're only in now at what's my average price? I mean, I have so many different things here. $900.30. So right now, flat on the trade. We're only going to get this back to 898. So it breaks through 898. We'll get out of that because that was the bottom of that most recent move right there. And we also have the 50 period at 898.70. So hopefully that can fly upside. Right now, we'll hold on to a little bit of Tesla. And again, we're in at 900. We're going to try to give this about $2. So I think our first out should be somewhere around these highs of, let's just do it right now, 90. I mean, how many shares do we? I mean, we'll just get out of a little bit. Right here, we can see if we can get something out at 902 or so. So if it can come back up to the upside, we'll do that, and then we'll take our $2. We try to get out of half for sort of the right risk to reward, and then we'll see what happens on that. But remember, I still am long Google, so if this market does fail, probably not a fantastic idea to be long all these tech names. But here we go right now. That's me sitting there at 90, by the way, to get out of some. So it just literally stopped. There it is. Yes, sir. Yes, nice little trade there for us on Tesla as that's starting to go again. So we're long into Tesla at 900. We just take out a little bit less than half, about 40% there at 902. And now we'll wait to see what happens on this. But right now, Tesla to the long side. Let's see it take out 910 maybe, which would be a nice little win. Let's see if that can happen. But right now, Google's the one that's struggling for me as it's not going up and the NASDAQ kind of just dancing around. So Tesla, NASDAQ, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see what can happen here. Hopefully a nice little move to the upside. Someone just said NU. I already talked about NU. Did it break 5 finally? No. So NU is one that I like breaking 5. So if that does go through 5, we'll take that one. But for right now, it's Tesla on my mind and then really just Google. But my plan for Google is this 19 break. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll see if it does. Google coming in.
Yeah, and look, I flipped to the short side on Roku. The only short I actually have on right now. Not that I'm hunting for others, but if we do make a pullback, I want something in case we can flush back in. But that 85 is a line in the sand. I have an aggressive order, so I'm actually crossing up to 85.50. That's why you'll see that green line up there. But 85, clear stop out there for me on Roku. Brendan again?
Anything and everything with a short interest getting some attention today. Here's Vroom Incorporated, set to report aftermarket tonight, 20% short, guys. Just taking out the highs here for VRM.
Oh, goodness. There's too many of those. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Why not?
I mean, why not?
Maybe maybe that one will go to the moon as well. I like that song. Roku immediately through 85. So I would flip long, but that 50 period at 87 has me thinking that there's upside resistance on Roku at 87 that I don't want to get involved in if it does make that push. I see AMC trying to creep back up there again, but it's more about what I see happening over there in NVIDIA, which is continuing to hold that 180 level. So you're still churning. What I love about AMD is it's actually holding a higher low now. I think if we get to that top, AMD can turn into a breakout at 102 if we're above 182 on NVIDIA. So if we're above 182 on NVIDIA, they'll take a breakout on AMD. Otherwise, we're just going to have to stick to the plan of action. If you're watching AMC, it's starting to break down a little bit here as it heads down toward 24 even. That was the initial first break, was right at 24. But remember, there was significant support at 23 even as well there for AMC. And just not because it's crazy, but there was a low floater called Bonzo this morning. Not the kid from Ender's Game, but an actual stock called Bonzo. Up 180%. This just broke $10, and watch out below. 10 was a significant level here in BNSO. Not everything is screaming to the upside. This looks like it's actually capitulating. It feels like it can be a short now that it's broken that $10 level. Bonzo, 1 million float, incredibly tiny, is a halt candidate, but for now looks like it's giving it up. Brendo?
Another group, guys, that's set to report, a few of them anyway, set to report this week, just confirming a few things with Rahim Alani, who's coming on Thursday, going to talk about cannabis, guys, because big move here so far this morning for a lot of these. Again, some of the smaller ones set to report earnings this week.
Okay, yeah, I was noticing that. That's why we hit that cannabis earlier on. We'll have to look at Tilray and ACD and all that. I mean, there's lots of names to look at in the space, but I'm glad to have Rahim Alani on talk about. I mean, most of these names Canadian-based. Obviously, Tilray took out Afria. We have CGC as well, so some names there. And the MSOs, the multi-state operators like TrueLeave and whatnot, I definitely like that. Okay, Tesla, again, you know, we try to let this one go. We were $5 in the money. It goes up to 906 there and stops. So, you know, now I think a 905 or so take, we should be able to get some out as the market's pulling back right now. So the market's coming back into the 50 period, which is not good, right? So you got to watch out for that. And of course, whenever that happens, we got a not good situation happening on Google as that's coming back in as well. So yeah, not super happy with the way some of these are trading right now for me. So Google trying to come in now. Tesla, we should have taken that profit. We're going to sit there now around 905. Let's see if we can get a little bit more shares here on GOGGLE, but you're right at VWAP, and yeah, it's not looking so good. So we'll see if we can take something, but Google definitely pulling back off that 120. This was a sticky note name that I liked, so I did push the shares in there. So hopefully it can hold out, but for right now, Google coming back in. Watch out for that 119 break. We don't need to get too cute with it. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And that's going to be the play. So So we're going to wait on that one. We're long now at 70 on this name, so it's going to be a 70-cent hit if it does come out. So let's see if we can get it back above this 120 area where I think it needs to go. But Google right now not working out. Everything else seems to be. We got a little too greedy, obviously, on Tesla there. So Tesla goes, I mean, whatever. We took out 40% for that $2, and then it went up to $5 in the money, like we said. It was up to 906. So right now, 903. Not worth panicking. We still have some more downside protection here to 898 is my out on this name. It's just more Google that I have to worry about.
Yeah, and a couple of things there. First, I'll get to this one with show you guys a black chart just because it's easier. There was a wick off top there in Roku through that 85 level and then rejected. So short once, that short did lose. We'll definitely take. I just got back in. You can kind of see it on the board there, 84.5. Back into it. I have some bids to already take some profit, but wick off top. That's a rejection of a top break, a high break. Trap some longs in there. The 50 period, like I said, does loom on the daily, so I will make sure that even if it makes a fresh high, I like that 87 for resistance. Hellbiz just bounced off VWAP there, so it took out that 110 very, very briefly, and then came back upside. I just took another leg out there at 116, which is pretty much the best I've been able to get. And I might take one more stop out, one more offer probably in front of that 120 high, and then see if I can't just hold on in case it does give a bit of a break. It actually does set up for a breakout, double top here at 121 on Hellbiz. I just don't like a break that goes right into 1.25. So I'll hold off, see what happens if it gets to 125 and can start holding a bit above that price. I think that's a much stronger way to be able to play it there. Palantir is, oddly enough, not nearly as volatile as I was anticipating. It's not bad. Like, it's actually, the long is supported this 970, but it's kind of going sideways. Like, you've been able to get 10 even to about 10.10 a few times here, but there hasn't been that big jailbreak at any moment here in Palantir. It could still happen. I mean, I thought it was going to be more volatile than this, but not to ignore this stock, but it's been a little bit sleepy. Watch out for NVIDIA. NVIDIA about to take out, or at least test that 180 level to the downside. Below that price, that means no reloads. If NVIDIA wants to break it below that 180, no reloads for me on this AMD, which is coming back into support. I only want to be buying this thing if NVIDIA is showing strength. It's a bit of not a sympathy play, but every time NVIDIA shows strength, I want to be buying AMD instead.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, we did have that preliminary guide down for NVIDIA. So obviously that's what started that and started the NASDAQ with its move down today. But it's recovered all the way and then some for the NASDAQ. But you are trying to break lower right now, which is a little scary. We did not. We were trying to get some more long there on Tesla near 900. That didn't happen. But look at that one. Talk about a fail. We went all the way up there to that high. We got that fill. Like, we got that fill at 15. So that was a great out for us on Palantir. It literally just happened. It was spiked up there. We got it. Now we're holding 10% of this fill. So hopefully it can rally back up to the upside. Getting really nervous about Google, man. It doesn't want to go, and that's never a good sign. So, we did take some out there at 38 on the way back to the upside. Again, we're long at 60. It was 68 at the time. So it's a 30-cent hit. We talked about that. I'm not happy about it. Would rather have this thing rip to the north side. But if this market's going to fail at this 50 period, which it's trying to do right now, then yeah, I'm not sure we like this. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens. But that's the thing right now. 13,360 as a bottom for the NASDAQ, up that 1%. I don't know. It's not like there's a lot of good news, man. We had the NVIDIA bad news, but we had a great rally last week. Let's see if it can hold out. But for right now, all my attention's on Google and Tesla because we're already out of that Palantir and Apple's $1 in the money. So let's just hold this. And by the way, Apple trade, we're at 5%. So we did get a lot of these names out there just looking to see if there's a secondary rally in this market. But wow. All right. Let's go over. I know you're talking about CCL right now. We'll see if there's some news on that. See strong case for higher oil. I don't see anything on CCL, but we're going to go over to Brendan at the big screen and talk about some small caps, although BBBY, it's like some days it's a small cap, some day, I don't know. Let's just call it what it is. Yeah, let's go over to Brendan and see what's up.
I actually checked. It's 600 million on the market cap for Bed Bath & Beyond. Popping back up as I stand here, still short. But anyways, hard to ignore this kind of volume so far this morning. Initially long in the pre-market here. This thing was wild off of the open, got all the way down to 10. even 950. Came back, tried to reject that 11, but then what a move this was right out of the gate as soon as the market opened. Through 1150 long, added through 12, all the way up through 13 and a half. Came back down in such a way that got me to get out of long and then short on the way back down through 12. So I've just been working back into the short. Took a lot of it out on that break of 11 down to 1050, but we're right back to 1150 now, trying to go back to the upside here. Crazy, crazy morning for Bed Bath & Beyond. This one from last week, AMTD, if you remember, that HKD thing. This was the better trade. I missed this, was watching Bed Bath & Beyond, but tested these levels from Friday afternoon here, 460, 480, 490, and then just fell apart. So it's kind of dying. Very slow right now, but not a lot of volume on AMTD. BNSO, going to be a loser for me. Full disclosure, I did not pay for shortable shares on this stock this morning, so these are all longs. Still going to be a loser, but this thing, as I said, just before the open, trading dollars at a time. No liquidity, guys, on BNSO.
Yeah, Bonzo, like that's a super. The flow, I mean, 1 million float, you know liquidity is going to be at a bit of a premium there. I'm now into Sunrun on the dip, and we'll see what happens with it as it tries to skip back in to that downside. By the way, AMC is starting to pick up again.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it just broke VWAP right now, so holding this 24.5 area. I like 25, obviously, psychologically, but it turned into this dollar range back and forth where 25 was essentially diddling in the middle, and now you're holding back above and trying to break this range out. I think now that you're seeing some increased volume, I'm going to go with 25 as support again. But if this is going to heat up again above VWAP, it's just about getting back in on that momentum. You have a clean, I think, clear out if it ever were to take out 24, 25. But the volume is still pretty solid here, up that 15% and looking like it wants to go. I'm just going to pop on the bid here in front of 25 even, just in case it wants to give me a little bit of a pullback in there. Still not much action. I mean, Roku keeps testing 85, so it goes up to 85, rejects, goes down to 84, and I get nothing out. I guess this time I'll get some out if it gets to that 84 even level, but Roku showing signs of strength as well. Only short I got on the board here as I'm trying to get back into some AMD. Oh, I just saw 180 hold on NVIDIA. So it looks like what I've been waiting for can finally happen, which is a reload there on AMD. So I'm going to try and get that back into some shares on AMD around that 150 level as long as NVIDIA wants to hold up and show some signs of strength there, guys. So Sunrun just got back into a dip. I'll scalp some of that out there. And I wanted to go to Amazon very quickly. We haven't talked about this. 142 was a big level last week on Amazon. It broke out. It's been holding above that 142. So, I mean, I just like that support. It hasn't really gotten down there just yet, but 142 still holding up rather nicely. Meta was much stronger if you look at the chart, but I don't want to sleep on some of these other big cap names that are holding pretty key levels. You can see what Meta's been able to do here, but it has for now rejected that 176, which was pretty big on that 15-minute chart. I can show you guys. If you go back here on the 15, 176, a key level. When we gap down from that 85 rejection, your next low, or your next high, I should say, was that 176. So this is pretty significant. That's why I anticipated that Meta would at least pull back and give us reentries, but that's a pretty nice breakout from 72s. Wide range here on shares of Meta. If we can consolidate, hold higher, 76 break is in play if we're going to have an update.
Like what? I think the only tech name that's really not going here, I guess. I mean, Google's not trying to go. So we've just been getting some out in the 40s again. And remember where we're long. We're long at 68. So it's, you know, it's okay. It's not going to be a nice hit for sure. We never want to take hits. But Google looks like it wants to take 119. And if it does that, then yeah, no, I got to get out, so that's fine. But look what's been happening right now as well. We'll go WTF because Tesla right now getting unplugged up to 908 right there, and we're long at 9, so that's an $8 winner. We did take another piece out at 04 there when it went up the first time. So again, double longs. I don't know if you can see, we have two longs here, both at 900. First out 02s, next out 0350, and then we just ripped right to that top again. So yeah, this is going to be one to be watched for sure. Tesla, as it's getting really excited to that long side. Rivian as well. Just noticing some of these names, like where they're going is ridiculous. Rivian up to $38 and just bouncing off that level. Let's just check on Nubank quickly. Oh, that's a New York name, I guess. As that's, yeah, it's still hovering around 5. I might take this 5 away. I mean, the momentum was there. It looks like it's trying to stop, but hey, still a good break opportunity for 5. I don't know how far it runs. But right now, yeah, it sucks because we're giving some of our day back here on this stupid Google. My charts don't even want to flip anymore. But there goes Google breaking back down through 19. So it looks like this one wants to go. What's up, Brendo?
A couple of pet-related names starting to go here. There's PETZ, which popped up a couple of times last week, highly shorted name, and then this one as well. Petco, earnings in a couple of weeks for Petco, even 8% short, gets a little attention today.
Ooh, Petco, why not? I mean, look, it's hard to, on days where, AMC is going, like I said, I just got back into that one. It's going to be hard to try to trade too many of those like rapid, fast movers. So stick to what works for you. Stick to the ones that you have a good read on. We know when some of those, Wolf is certainly in that bucket, but it has some overhead resistance. And I'm always cautious. Like at this time of day, it's 10:30, right? So morning rush, maybe it's done a little bit here. We'll see. Certainly some stocks are still going, oh God, Helbiz. Helbiz making some power moves there, so maybe things aren't done. Damn it. I was just watching AMC on my reload when Helbiz took out that top, took out that 125, and I didn't have a stop. I wanted to see it trade above that 125, but this one's been stacking it. That $1 break, I guess support, I should say, because it never broke a buck, has been absolutely fantastic. Now you're looking at this 120 level, certainly a key one here. So 125 level, if it holds above, there is room to that 35 to 50 band. So Helbiz still in play, still working to this upside. I'm going to look for places to add to this one if we can start consolidating up here 125s.
I was going to say the market here just went for a little bit of a dip, so we can see we'll buy a little bit more Apple. So we did get taken out, unfortunately, of our Apple trade, so that'll be a cannon not worth firing. Of our Google trade. We talked about that this was possible damage side, so yeah, that does break, and there's our out at 119, so pretty clean break and out right there as the NASDAQ comes in right here. So we'll watch Apple, but we just did punch a little bit longer there in Apple as it just came way in. On that move. I don't know, the NASDAQ just sank there. So we'll see what's up with that move, but a nice little move down in the NASDAQ. Maybe it was just a technical break because we broke kind of that range that we were at, that 13,360. So maybe there is something there on the technical breakdown for Apple. Tesla did pull back as well. So we'll have to watch out. Some of these tech names starting to fall down on the NASDAQ, breaking what I think was just that not just a 50 period. Who cares about that? It's more this level right here of 13,360 or so broke. So we've held out high and then we just broke it down low. So watch out. Some of the longs could be in trouble here as we try to see if we're going to hang out below this period or not.
Yeah, definitely. I just watched NVIDIA start to roll over pretty significantly there through 180, and you'll see AMD now testing that 100. So first time, pretty clean. Second time through, we might not hold that 100 level. I only have the one short on, unfortunately, which is going to kind of suck because I'm going to start taking profit on it. But the dips starting to come in here. Holding support at 100, that'll be pretty key for AMD, but it's not just them falling. Going to get a quick look at the social sentiment there with Brendan at the big screen.
Hey guys, busy morning. Let's get you updated on what is being discussed on social media today. I was just saying to Fahad, not sure why my mouse is pointing at MEGL, no particular reason, but heads up on that. MEGL, one of the biggest ones on here this morning, along with Helbiz, this BNSO. Crazy stock breaking to the downside now in a big way. There's Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC, obviously ruling the board, where the SPY over here, yes, it's positive, being mentioned positively, but nowhere near the size of some of these other names. So clear squeeze kind of morning, even GameStop on this board to the upside. Tesla, far side over here. Palantir, unfortunately, to the downside today. AMTD was talking about a little bit earlier, had a big move down initially off the open, just chopping around now, not doing much. But this tells the story, guys. Lots and lots of positive comments on all these names that we've been discussing. BNSO, Helbiz, Bed Bath & Beyond. AMC, the leader, though, as far as mentions go so far on socials. Back over to you.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, we knew AMC was going to be a big one and coming through, and people excited about it. I'm going to get some shit. By the way, the reload on AMC, I'll take some out if it gets up to that 26 level or close to that 26 level. To be sure, Rivian, by the way, just put this wick off bottom. So VWAP 38 on the way up. This was your consolidation. Would be strong if we can hold this 38. I mean, obviously, you just had a wick through it, but you hold that level. I think we can get a secondary push there in Rivian shares, but I'll just do this one because AMC AMC. There's no stopping it, man. It just held VWAP and now wants to try and challenge the top end of the range. I just got some out in front of this at about 25.70. I'll take another leg out at 25.90 or so, and then see if we can't get back toward that 27, which it did reject. I mean, we rejected certainly on that one at that 27 earlier. Hellbiz, however, I mean, whatever. It's give them hell, Hellbiz. That's what you're doing. So I talked about that 125 level. I did get the consolidation dip by at 26s. Now we're up to 137 here. 150 is going to stand. It's an obvious psychological level. And I don't have to tell you guys, if a stock bounces at literally $1 several times, then maybe 125 and 150 will be significant. You had the breakout consolidation at 25. Now I'm looking for 150 as that target to the upside. Doesn't mean it has to get there, but I'll definitely be clearing out of this one in front of that. And not to ignore you, Palantir, but give me a break. This has been a scalper's dream if you're paying attention to it, but I'm not really giving it enough attention to be able to do anything with it. It's been basically throwing you VWAP up to about 10.20, which isn't bad. Like, that's 15 to 20 cents back and forth. But I'm not really doing that trade on Palantir. So if you are watching Palantir, it is giving you the scalp trade. It's done 60 million in volume, but there haven't been any power moves over there, unfortunately. So you're not going to see me terribly active in Palantir. 100 just held up on AMD. 110 actually. So that 100 level holding up pretty nicely there. I didn't add to it. I wanted to see it bounce first. Now I'm going to add in front one more time here. That 100 looking pretty significant there on AMD. I already have some shares in at the 50 level. Now if I can get some down closer to 100, we'll go ahead and do that. But have to be paying ourselves 101 to 101.50. Can't ignore the range. We have not broken out of the opening range on either NVIDIA or AMD, not like some of the other big tech names. Like, look at a Meta here.
Yeah.
I mean, it broke out in a big way. Now we're barcoding, but at least it showed that it had some juice to the upside. I kind of think this could be one to go. If we get another take of that top at 176, Netflix is also relatively strong. If this chart wants to load up here in a quick second, Netflix is also relatively strong. It actually made a fresh high since Meta was consolidating. But there are some laggards out there. The semis have a reason to be doing so, of course, with NVIDIA.
I was thinking about just taking AMC on a 26 break again. So just waiting. I'm out of it. So I like a 26 break on AMC, and I think we'll try that again. It looks like, again, we go into a name, Apple, and it just doesn't really give too much bounce. I mean, our best fill there was 167.05. Like, we're long at 166.99 there, or whatever it was. So it's like, well, actually it is 166.99. It's just not giving me any sort of love here. So the only name that's really done really well for us here on the long, first of all, Palantir has been great, first of all. So Neil talked about scalping that one. We haven't been doing that, but we've been watching it, and it's been a good trade for us for sure. But Tesla is a nice trade, man. We'll see if Tesla continues to make that move to the upside. I just wish we had more shares. Like, I loaded up into Google, and I loaded up into Apple, and of course, those names not doing anything, and there goes Tesla upside. And we should have noticed that because of that, what was it, the inflation bill that's spending more money, therefore should put inflation higher for the government, spending more money. Anyways, we can go over that Sean. Maybe later on. But for now, it seems to be working, at least to the market, up 1%, and some of these names starting to go. You get Lucid, we've talked about Rivian a little bit. Lucid, we talked about that earlier this morning, up that 6.5%. By the way, man, I was looking at the likes again here. This might be a record. Maybe Bears vs. Bulls can confirm, but 2.26K, 2.2 likes with 8,600 watching. If you haven't hit the like button, please do that. We're on all day, man, and we're about to throw it over to Pratt and Luca soon. So get ready for that. That's going to be a big show as well. But yeah, the market is dumping in here. So we do have our out on Apple very soon, breaking through 70. We'll get out on that one. So we'll misstep again on Apple there. But I don't know. I guess this market looks short right now, so we do have to get some money into these short names as the market's trying to test and staying below this 50 period. Just funny, like, we got into Apple and that name just kept on going. Thought this one could have been strong. It doesn't look like it. Watch out for Apple right now as the boys are excited back there.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're excited about. I just got some more out of Hellbiz because it got to 144, which is close to that 150, and then did a bit of a rug pull. Not a rug pull. It was just a pullback. But it was a pretty intense one there. So I did get some shares out at 135 as it came back in. I'm going to hold on to this because, on a 150 break, I'd rather be holding some shares long than taking out tops. I mean, buying the top on a break. It's already given you a 125. A 150 is a little bit rich for my blood. AMC just continues to rise there. It just got some 25.90s in front of 26, I should say, as it tries to continue its move into the upside there. Sunrun is consolidating. Now remember, we had that stupid pre-market, like this candle here gets me out of my Sunrun pre-market trade, but now we're buying the dip off that same breakout. It hasn't really done a heck of a lot. Roku just took out the highs. Like the one short I'm sitting in on that pullback, and it's just like these names, like you forget about it. Like it tries to consolidate. It was giving me like 50-cent wins if you wanted to take it. I wasn't willing to do so. And now Roku's on that jailbreak. I will point out the only reason I'm not reversing the long, and it's the daily chart here. Like look at this top that it's making, and there's that 50 period. It's just hard for me to like a jailbreak on a level like that. I'd rather be fading it when it gets below that price and then showing that resistance level holding up that 50 period, and then I can work off those shorts. But for now, I got to get out of it. And once again, I find myself in only longs. It's been that kind of a morning, right? And I keep looking for something that I feel like I like the shorts on, and it just doesn't want to come in. That could change if NVIDIA continues to hold below that 180. But for now, I just reloaded in AMD. I should have said the stock first. In AMD off that 100 level, it's back up toward VWAP. Like I said, paying myself to VWAP, going to pay myself as well above that 101 mark to make sure that we're playing inside of that range. But I prefer the longs in AMD. It's not that I wouldn't long NVIDIA at some point today. They're the one with the bad news catalyst, and I figure if it's going to show strength, AMD already has it.
So we got back into Google at 119. I don't know. It just went right to there. We should have got some out at 25, but we did not. Apple does drop down. We took some out there. We talked about that. Then it just ripped back up, and we got some more out. So blah, blah, blah. It's just back and forth there on that name. But you know what might be the biggest win for me, and not just for me, but obviously for the show here, as Tesla right now is $14 in the money. As there goes Tesla, that was a good idea. Obviously wish we would have held more of this name, as Tesla is starting to get spicy one more time. $14 now in the money on Tesla. So this name's starting to go back up to the upside. Don't really have a target for this now. I mean, it's obviously gone. So, you know, we can just let this thing go. I mean, 920 would be real nice. That could come into play. But for right now, we're letting Tesla try to breathe. This again, is a $14 winner off $2 risk. So far, so good there on Tesla. Glad Apple's come back up, but we did take some out there, obviously on that dip back down. So that hasn't been great. But there we go, 160. Okay, take out some more here. Like, as if it goes now, like, it's just so frustrating because, you know, we did get something out on the top side when it wasn't even moving the first place. But here we go, Apple. I guess we'll take something out at 12 or 13. I don't even know where I put my offer. Did we get that? No, we did not get it. So it must be in the teens there for Apple. Upside right now, trying to go. Also trying to get something out here on Google we did get that fill. Okay, we did get that fill right there at 24 on Google. So far so good as we try to make a little bit of cash here on this bounce back to the upside. Did we get that Apple? Yes, we did. So we got that Apple at 14 as well. So nice little bounce back here to the market. We're able to cash out of some of this. So let's just keep that train upside now and hold on to some of this as we've broken back above. So all good on that move. But so far so good. Palantir back upside. Google running now finally into the 20s. And there goes Apple a little bit as well. So some tech names. I know you grabbed AMD there. So that should be a good one for you on the long as well, as tech trying to battle this back.
Yeah, I mean, the market manages to, actually, you know what was great about what just happened there in the NASDAQ? I'll show you AMC in a second, pulling back. Watch it. It's getting right back into the price that we reloaded, that 25 quarter. But if you look at that morning top, and then last week we had this high in the NASDAQ, we just found support at that previous high. I always like when that can happen, so I do like some of this tech to be able to hold up here and get back to the upside. Like I said, we're retesting VWAP there on AMC. I don't like reloading off of 25 when I think after this channel, it might be making a retest of that low of 24.50. So yes, I want to hold on to a piece of it. But if I take more and average back in, it's going to be at a much better price and beneath that 25 even. You know, now that I've paid myself in holding a little bit less, I think that 24.5 is a good area for that stop. I just got another leg out of Sunrun, but before talking about that, let's go to what is a fantastic sector watch. I love that board up there, Brendo.
Yeah, very positive to start the week. Anyways, for the S&P 500, 0.86 right now for the overall market. Only a few, in fact, problem areas to be concerned with. Down here, first off, communication services, the entire group very strong. Netflix leading the way there, 6%. Meta up 4.5%. WBD to the downside, some streaming issues. Paramount as well under pressure, I noticed as well. That's NVIDIA, 5.3% in the tech group. So semiconductors as a group under pressure, but otherwise, tech stocks nicely strong. Software names, hardware equipment makers also in positive territory. Banks are positive on the day. This is Tyson Food, TSN. They reported pre-market. Big miss for them, so downside. So consumer staple names under pressure as well. But if you take out this, and this, very, very positive day right across the entire board here. It's consumer discretionary names that are leading as far as gainers are concerned. Specifically the travel names up here, cruise lines, Penn Nationals here, but all of the casinos back to the upside. Caesars, Wynn, MGM, all of them here. Expedia as well, Booking.com, even Hilton up 2% on the day. So travel names higher. Retail stocks very, very strong as well. BBWI, Etsy, and Best Buy all higher. There's Tesla, 4.8%. Nice move for GM and Ford as well, 3.5% and 4% along with it. Industrials even, pretty much the entire group outside of interesting. FedEx to the downside, 1% today. Airlines, though, again, travel names very, very strong, guys, right across the board. So WBD, Tyson, and NVIDIA. Take those away. Everything is higher, 0.8 for the S&P. Back to you.
I knew there was a stock I was rating this morning on earnings, and it was Tyson Foods. I wanted to check in on it. But you know what? There's been enough out here. You can't complain about it. You've got to stick to what is working. And you're not, like, realistically, you wait for your pitch. That's how you hit a home run in baseball. And it's sort of the same thing with trading. Like, you're not going to be able to get the best trades if you're trying to hunt for every trade. You always want to get more. Don't get me wrong. Like, you were looking for better winners and bigger winners out there. But yeah, just because Tyson Foods was something I liked on the weekend and Sunday, I told myself watch it in the morning. There was too much happening. And what happened? The other thing that happened this morning is you do all your preparation and then the NVIDIA happened. So suddenly it's like I had to change the plan that I wanted to do on AMD and NVIDIA for that matter. So you're adjusting on the fly. So a bit of a change there. Hellbiz, I just put a trailing stop beneath this 135 here as it just got to 149 even. Best out so far 45s. Just got to 149 even and rejected. So if I think 150 is a bit of a target, then when it tests that price and falls back in, I want to trail it. I've seen it. Stock can get to that kind of a price and then be a bit of a fade for the rest of the day. So I do still have a piece of it, but at this point, want to make sure that you're being a bit conservative with it. Sunrun, I finally got into it. I've been able to take some out in this consolidation here. Now I want to hold out for VWAP. I'm not sitting here thinking that I can recreate the magic that got that 35 to play to 37. I did miss that trade already. I'll be happy to be able to get VWAP here on a secondary push. 35, pretty good. Of course, the catalyst here is all the clean energy names looking relatively strong after the Inflation Reduction Whatever Act got passed. Obviously some spending there for clean energy. And then, of course, you've had the EV names looking strong. Tesla, fantastic trade. Rivian, and I didn't check Lucid, but I'm assuming it's just as strong.
It's been booming.
Yeah, Rivian's up 9% now, about to take out, actually, no, never mind. It did just take out a fresh high, getting to 38.89 there. 39 has yet to go. It had one wick pullback in here to 38, but really, you had to pay up to be able to buy that dip. I wasn't willing to do it and be super aggressive buying off those highs, trying to be a bit too patient for me there, unfortunately. And yes, there are some other names that we are ignoring. I keep going back and having a quick look. When I look at how strong this market is, Amazon, it's up 1%. And don't get me wrong, like, it's actually the same as the NASDAQ. But what I actually see happening is it's consolidating off that 142, but it's really trending down into that 142. So watch out for this. If it does take this 142 out, Amazon could drag some of the market with it here. As long as it's above that price, I think there's a chance for a bit of a dip buy during lunchtime and maybe scalp it off. I'm not saying it's overly weak. It's, like I said, with the market, but it's holding these lows and not really bouncing off of them very strongly. So as much as I love this level at 142, if 142 goes on Amazon, then flip it into the other category, like maybe the stocks that we can look for some shorts if this market wants to give it up.
Oh man, I'm just watching here. I mean, I took Google again at 119, and just been getting some out. It just looks ridiculous. It's just like I can't watch this stock anymore because I feel like it should be running and it's not. So I'm going to like just slowly try to get some out. It's going to be my, obviously the biggest loser here today for that. You know what else I noticed too? I don't know if there was a seller or what was going on, but I feel like Tesla there at 13, it didn't want to break it. Like I sat there and watched it over and over again, and I was like, okay, here goes the market. Maybe it's going to break now, and it didn't. And then see even right now, like let's see what happens at 11s. How much more it wants to go. You see how it's not going here at all? Like it just keeps on trying. There it goes. Okay, so it broke. So there it goes. So see what happens? Like it broke that seller at 11 and ripped right to 12.50 and then stopped again. So I don't know. I feel like there's something going on here with Tesla for sure. And it might be just a seller. It's a nice move upside. I feel like I'm going to get some out. So let's try to get some out at 9.12 here on Tesla to complete the trade. I'm not in love with this trade anymore. So I still like it. There it is. So we'll take it out right there. Hey, Mamma mia, it's only a $12 winner, but we'll take that. We like $12 winners. And because I see Sharif back in the building, I hope he's having a good day because he hasn't asked for this yet, but I'm going to do it anyways for the day that I'm having because there it is right there. Only one negative name today. It's going to be Google, and it's going to hurt because it's a big one. But I took my shot, and I thought that it was going to be there. The reason why I got Google through 120, I should have noticed when it just started failing and it didn't go. That was really the call that I should have made. But there's that 120 break right there on Google. So I thought that had some legit legs to it. Unfortunately, it didn't. And it did. It was a great day for Google, but that was where it stopped. So, it stopped at 120. I thought the breakout could have been on that name, just like it was on Tesla through that 900. We take 12 bucks on that. But Google right there stops at 120 and now coming back in. So, like I said, we're not, we don't want to take the worst trades here and just keep on building them. So Google back into the downside, Brendo.
Another one trying to take out day highs here, guys. Just reading on Dynavax, DVAX. This one is 15, tough to see there, but 15.3% on the short side for DVAX day highs.
So I just got stopped out of AMD. It broke 100 to the downside. And someone's saying Amazon's below that 142. I got to look for some shorts there. But Carnival's at the high of the day. And all I can see is this story about the Central Florida's Sea Hub, Port Canaveral booming. That's the only thing I see on Carnival. There's more news than that. Fair enough, but you want to throw some relative strength out there. We talk about the squeeze names. Add a Carnival to the list, and I will assume that some of the others in the space are also making power moves. Watch, the 50 period is now taken out at 10.25 here. That's where I would look for support on any kind of a dip buy, but all kinds of relative strength over there in Carnival Cruise Lines as the market dips and it doesn't do. It just held the high while I saw the market start to pull back a little more aggressively. Now below that 142, I should have just straight up had a breakdown. I should have just thrown a stop. I'm like, let's see what happens if it breaks it. Let's see how Amazon trades below 142. Sometimes it's just better to put the stop and then take the trade. And it was a key level. I liked 42 last week. Not saying that Amazon is stupid weak, but that 142 just felt like it couldn't bounce to the upside when the market showed strength. So when it broke that level, got to start thinking about the shorts. So I'm going to get into this one if I can, tight to that 142. Somewhere 75 to 80s would be ideal there on Amazon. And Sunrun's going to end up coming back in here as well. Like as the market comes back in, Sunrun right back to that 35. Can't let it break that 35. We'll get into that one if it does take it out. NVIDIA heading right back toward its lows. So we started this morning with NVIDIA weakness. I did have a short on NVIDIA, 180 to 178, feels like a lifetime ago, and then quick little scalp for $1. So it's pretty clean, the trading on NVIDIA. I just never worked back into the short, which was probably a mistake. I should have just come right back to shorting that 180s. Probably clouded my judgment that I liked the long there in AMD. Already time for Money Talks, crypto making power moves. Let's see what else is going on with some currencies, Brendo, with the big screen.
Yeah, nice looking chart so far to show you guys for Bitcoin today. That's an hourly of Bitcoin from overnight. We went to 23,250 all the way up to 24,250 in a few hours. So nice move back to the upside. There it is, 24,130, 5% right now. Ethereum following suit, 6.8% as well. Even Ripple being dragged along 3% to the upside. A few other things of note on this board. Dollars weak. If you remember, a big spike on Friday following the non-farm payrolls number. It did nothing but come off. Initial spike, and then it's just done nothing but come off ever since. So back to 106.1 here, down 0.4 for the dollar. So a lot of strength coming through, including the Australian dollar up 1.25%. positive data out overnight over in Australia on, I believe it was manufacturing for them. So basically 70 cents. New Zealand up a full percent, along with the rest of these as well. Even the Canadian dollar, guys, back to 78 almost for the CAD today. Back over here.
I just told Neil, I thought I shorted Google, but I shorted Apple. I was like, why is it showing like 13 cents in the money when Google's not doing anything? So, there we go. So, hey, what's up? Sometimes I make those mistakes. And I was just looking, but that's fine because we were able to catch it. So, and then we just shorted Google. I thought we were short Google up here. So we're going to try to average into this name as we go. The market has broken down. And I just said to Neil, I feel like the risk is to the long if you are long right now, but we've been wrong. Like we were killed it in the morning time, but we haven't really been wrong. The only thing that we've lost on today is Google. So Google dumped down. We were able to get out of that Apple trade. I mean, this one we did lose a little bit there on that dump off, but then it came right back up and we were able to make money. So net, this trade's a loser, but today that long on Apple at 166 ripped that to 168. That's a little undercover love right there for Apple. So that was a big trade for me. You know, no doubt about that. I don't know if you want to be long AMD or Nvidia, but you're at some decent levels. And I just said to Neil, did you flip short or
nah?
So that's,
I went to Amazon instead, which may be a mistake. We'll see. I should be short one of them.
I feel like I want to be short something now because we're below the 50 period. The NASDAQ did have that scare this morning off of Nvidia right here. So, you know, that's something to pay attention to. And then Apple, the rest, Tesla, all the stocks that were moving today, GameStop, AMC, like Meta, everything kind of blew the NASDAQ. Not that GameStop or AMC blew the NASDAQ up, but the momentum was definitely, everybody was happy in the morning. And now that we're below this 50 period, I just wonder what the rest of the afternoon holds because it was such a monster week. And then isn't it CPI this week? So
yes.
That's coming through. So if you're nervous about that, I don't know. You only have a couple days to change up your mind on where you think that's going. So for me, good day so far, obviously, but we did give some back on some of those longs, and we'll just wait to make the same trade again here. Trying to go short Apple, trying to go short Google. They've been weak, and I want to try to stay net short on these names until, again, we break higher, which I'm not sure now that we're below the 50 period. Hey, look, it's a gamble, right? It's a gamble to go short, that's for sure, and we're going to put that gamble on right now. Teva to the moon within the week. Okay, Adrian, that could be true. We'll check it out. Thanks for the 200 pesos, I believe that is. TEVA is a New York name, I'm going to say.
New York.
Yep, it's New York. Yeah, good. Okay. So Neil without maybe NASDAQ, New York. Sometimes we go 50-50 on those ones. But Teva used to be a big name. This Israeli pharmaceutical company. Nice move off that bottom. So I don't know what the catalyst was there. I think they won a lawsuit or settled something. But Teva nicely back up to the upside. Could moon within a week. I think it's kind of already mooned. 30% in about 4 days is a nice trade, but you do have this 12 top there, or 13 top that we've bounced off of a couple times. So watch out for that, and thank you for the super chats.
Yeah, I believe it was like it was an opioid settlement that they had. Lawsuit there, but it's still earnings season, baby. So we still have some to look at here, and I saw a quick peek at the board. So, it's going to be a spicy meatball. If you thought there's some low floaters and beat up names that are making runs today, well, there's a few out here that have been beaten up, Brendo. Let's see how that board looks.
I just noticed Norwegian, speaking of the cruise lines, Norwegian tomorrow morning before the market opens, but here's what's on deck, guys.
Yeah, if you think there aren't a few beat-up names that have been making some big bounces, Upstart, Lemonade, like those types of names, Take-Two. Like some of these have made significant runs already. Novavax is a pretty significant name. There's 3D Systems is going to be a good one. Lemonade's up 9% today, and I get it. When beaten up, high shorted names are going to go. This stock in the last couple of sessions has moved 40% going into earnings, so you know it's going to be fireworks tomorrow. Blink's out there. Oh, it's going to be a fun one, to be sure, but let's not forget where we are today. This market is trying to hold positive, even after what NVIDIA did to the NASDAQ early on in the session when they dropped those numbers. But look, it's all about, for now, it is still about these squeeze names. It is about these EV names as well. Some of the clean energy, do not sleep on that. Don't sleep on things like Coinbase and crypto. AMC is holding above VWAP. Like AMC pulled back 10% and is now still holding that 25 level. So still some strength over there. I think for the big tech names, I don't have anything else but Amazon. I should be in Nvidia short because when the market turned, I guess that was the most obvious low-hanging fruit. But bit of a pullback here in the market. I've chosen Amazon. Probably should be in Nvidia as well. But there's nothing slow about the way these moves are happening or the overall market is moving. So understand that you do not have to overtrade. Pick your spots, pick the key stocks. There's plenty moving to choose from, but you don't want to be trading too many names here, which is so easy to do on a morning like this.
Yeah, I'm trying to get advice. I'm trying to focus on a couple here. So we have Apple against, so first of all, we like the Google short against something up here.
26 is going to break.
What was that? AMC. Sorry,
man.
Good call. No, that's a good call. I have AMC as well. So there goes AMC. Guys, get ready for midday madness, man. I mean, I'm just going to scalp the shit out of it. I'm going to scalp out of this one as much as we can here. As there it is, man. We take an upside position there, and I'm just scalping these out. I don't know how many shares I have left. That was good. That was fun. Nice little run there for AMC. Thanks, Neil, for that call, man. That just popped in. We started seeing the money go flying through, and there it is on that 26 break. So AMC, a nice break there. We took about 20 cents on average, or maybe about 15 cents. I have to look. I don't know. We still have the shares on, but we did take that break there on that level. The price we got, just to give you guys an information, 04s. So we got 04s there, and we still got a piece left on AMC, but we only have 10% left as that's coming back in. So wow, what a wild name, AMC. Holy shit.
Yeah, for me, like what I ended up getting out there on AMC was the longs I already had in front of 25. So like everything I have now is just the 26 break. It looks like I got 05. So you definitely win on the order fill that you got there up at 25. But the 26.20 looks like it was that high. Oh, by the way, the market, while AMC is just pushing through $26, I should say, Amazon and a few other names in tech just made fresh lows. Like the opposite happened in the overall market. Like we flushed down. I just got low of the day there on Amazon, 141.30. I'm going to assume it didn't matter what you had there, but Amazon flushing. No, NVIDIA didn't really make a big push.
Google's not doing it. You got the right one again, man.
It was just Amazon?
Good one, man. Good
one.
So
I kind of thought everything moved down because I did see the NASDAQ make a fresh low. That's why I was a little bit surprised there that it wasn't everything. But that does mean under pressure is my sun run. This could take out that 35. I should have more than one short on at this point. I got to find something else to be able to play. And that little break that just happened on AMC, GameStop bounced VWAP and rejected its recent high at 45. So no follow through whatsoever on GameStop. Nice little bounce, but it didn't take out its consolidation. I kind of feel like if AMC reclaims this 26 level, you'll be able to take a break in GameStop at 45. But these have been moving lockstep. Certainly, they've been both pretty solid. I would give the nudge slightly to AMC. I mean, the volume's just better. The liquidity's a little bit better, as you can see. Just a little bit more of a clean trade. Whereas GameStop, it's way easier to get wicked out on GameStop, I find, if you're trading it. Day traders delight on AMC. GameStop, maybe it's a different style. But if you like that one better, kudos to you. Trade what works.
Yeah, trade your style, that's for sure. Guys, let's see if we can get 3K. We have 2.6K likes. I mean, what we're doing today is just putting on, I don't want to say a clinic, but we're showing you a lot of shares, a lot of different styles of trading, whether or not it be Palantir, whether or not it be these Google trades. The Tesla, I mean, put some likes for the Tesla trade, man. I mean, that's a $13 winner. What did we wind up getting out at? $12.50. So $12.50 winner there on Tesla. So let's get those likes up a little bit. Let's set the record. Let's just set the record for likes at 3K for our first show. And then Brad and Luca will kill that up to 5K. And then we'll go and we'll keep going. And then we'll get more and more on our closing show. So let's see if we could do that. Thank you so much for all the support. As you were talking about Amazon going to the downside, like Google doesn't do anything. If anything, this name wants to hold up now. So like, how frustrating is that? We were able to capture a little bit of profit though on our Apple short as that went back down close to those day lows of 166. So hey, if the market wants to give something up, at least we'll be here for it to see where we go. So that's going to be Apple, Google, Palantir, and then we did get a super chat. So I want to say a shout out. And again, hit the like for that, man. We've been answering super chats. You're stuck. Unfortunately, I have no idea about your name, but we'll just say what's up to Kermit here. I'm stuck BBBY at 1263. You think I can get out with some profit? Well, I mean,
Well,
This is the thing. It's, you know what? I mean, if we're going to look at this, you're stuck right here on it. I mean, I think you have to going to break 12 if I were you. And again, we don't know your risk tolerance, and nor do we trying to give advice for long term or anything. But when I'm looking at a chart here, that looks like resistance at 12 bucks. So I would say if you're lucky to be getting some out at 12, and then, you know, luck will really be on your side once you break that, and then you get back into 13, 14. So I always think, and it depends on how much you're stuck, right? Like, I get stuck in trades all the time, but then you got to manage your own risk and your own risk tolerance. So for me, that's what I would do. You're only out $1. I don't know if you have hundreds of shares, tens of shares, thousands of shares, but it's not the end of the world right now. But look where we've come from on Bed Bath & Beyond. That's really the risk. So that's the risk, is that this gap here, we tried to go to 14, it didn't fill it. So you might gap back down into 8 and change if this sort of meme rally comes to an end. So I am nervous temporarily about that Bed Bath & Beyond trade, but a 12 break, and I think you go long again anyways. So I don't know. Thanks for the super chat.
Yeah.
And my call will be look at 12.
Yeah, it's an obvious for the day trade. Like I had that breakout and I stopped out on the day trade there at 11.75. But on the long term, like if you're thinking about this as like a more fundamental type play, like the base case for Bed Bath & Beyond, for what a lot of people are talking about in Wall Street Bets and where Cohen is making his bets here, if they actually successfully pull off a spinoff, if that does happen, and when you look at what they're doing with their actual sales, there's a case to be made that it's got more value than this. And look, on a longer term swing, I think you're at least giving it to 10 on a longer term swing, let alone like 8 or VWAP, but that's a much different thing than the day trade. Right, so you always have to ensure what is your time horizon here. If you're thinking the long term, then I don't think you're stuck in the stock. If it's your day trading, then yes, like everything Sean said as 100% true. It's already past 11 o'clock. I can't be rambling like this. It is all about the movement today. It's all about the action. There's been plenty of it. I know Trader Prad and Luke are going to kill it. Let's go right over to the midday boys. Go kill them.
Is Trader Prad, and we're still waiting for the buddy Trader Luca. We'll see where he is. But we got a couple positions that we can talk about. And today, man, brand new week, brand new way to start off the game over here. Couple positions that we can talk about that I'm very, very happy with right now is this Google long. You know, thank you, Sean, for actually saying that Google wasn't really breaking the lows over there. So I figured, you know what, my shorts weren't working, so let me just flip long. And Google long at the 50-period EMA over here, giving me a 47 cent long, sorry. And UVIXI was my #1 trade of the day so far until Google started coming over here and giving me profit. So UVIXI, which is at an all-time low. That necessarily doesn't mean that VIX is at an all-time low. VIX is still above 20, but UVIXI at all-time low, trading at $9.50. I took the low a day breakout, which was the previous low a day, $9.75. Right now, 22 cents in the money on UVIXI, while we have a negative 3% move on this ETF. NASDAQ up 0.9%, almost 1% over there for NASDAQ, and has been holding VWAP pretty strongly. Same with S&P 500, up almost 1 full percent on the S&P 500, and holding VWAP pretty strongly for most of the part of the day today. Couple of trades that I have been losing on, but honestly, I shouldn't be losing. I just had poor entries, and because of those poor entries, I took damage. I was Apple longs. Apple longs wasn't working for me, so I just stopped trading this all on a whole. I'm now sticking to my Google longs and my UVIXI shorts instead, which are actually helping me make the money back that I lost on Apple. And a Microsoft long, pretty much the same two stocks that I always trade, Microsoft and Apple. Just didn't have the read on them today, as they're very range bound on the sideways direction, at least for Microsoft, only up about 0.25%, range bound sideways. Apple moving a little bit better than Microsoft today, up 1 full percent on Apple. Maybe if I was patient enough for that 165, 166.50 entry, that would have been the spot to enter, which I did enter, but I got out on a bad read. So gonna miss out on some of the money over there, but still glad that we get to trade today. Have some wiggle room over here with the help of Google longs and UVIXI shorts. Yeah, no problem. We'll give you a sec to log in there. And SoFi too, yeah, you guys are mentioning SoFi. That's something that I did trade today. I forgot about it. I went long around $8.25, got stopped out on the break of $8.20, got back in on the break of high day at $8.42, waiting for this $8.50 size on SoFi. There's about 200,000 shares on $8.50 on SoFi, waiting for that size to get tested and then break out past that. If we were to look at SoFi on the daily chart here, you'll see how 3 days in a row, including today, which would be the 4th day, 850 kind of has been a barrier on SoFi. With the markets being green today, SoFi having positive catalyst, I'm looking for SoFi to break past that 850, 852 barrier and keep on launching to the north side. That way we can take some profits on it. Originally started off negative on SoFi, but right now already in the positive on this trade. Kept my risk management tight on this position. Can't wait for this position to go test that 850 barrier. We didn't get this far to not go test that size, right? So can't wait for it to go push towards that 850 barrier, test that size. Maybe we get to scalp out a 6 to 8 cent trade. I know it's not that big of a trade on SoFi for getting 8 cents. If 850 rejects, that is, looks like 849 already is the high day. We slightly rejected 850, but maybe we break past it later on and gives me a beautiful long past that size over there. Currently, oh, you're good? Okay, perfect.
Sorry about that. I was just, things going crazy. Hopefully you guys hear me well. Yeah, AMC, lots of things moving today. Just getting my mic on here very quickly. And just was actually in an AMD trade here, looking at my screen here. So basically, like average.
Mic fix. It's like pointing down.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll fix it in a sec. But yeah, basically looking at my screen here very quickly to show you guys what I was just looking at right now. AMD trade, trying a new type of strategy, kind of approach to the game. I said, okay, I think 100 is going to break, but I'm just not sure if it's going to break and then reclaim or break and sell off, or just not break at all. So essentially scaled in like very, very slowly and passively over here. Like small size, a little bit bigger, and just kind of like wanted the average for like around this level. Just thinking the logic was like 99 is not going to break, and like the market's still holding VWAP, and maybe we get a bounce there. So that's what I was doing here. And then I added like a little bit more size over here. And then for some reason, I kind of misread the tape. I stopped myself out, but I didn't really want to stop myself out. So I got back at a little bit of a worse price, but then kind of took some off over here, still holding a little piece. Then basically took some off over here to just quickly change computers and had a piece. I just didn't want to hold the whole size and kind of let it get away from me, because obviously see this move that's happening right now. It's kind of flushing down very quickly. I'm like, I don't know where this is going to go. So added here, and then with the whole kind of, I think 100 is going to break, and then maybe we get to like 120, like maybe the VWAP move. But like it's moving slower than I thought. But yeah, there's like a lot of bidders down here, which makes it very, very interesting. So yeah, kind of good trade overall. Pretty happy with it. And now I'm flat, and I'm just going to fix my mic real quick.
Yes, Fahad. So wonder if, okay, what the heck are these type of questions? Google scalp, boom, hey, Luca. Yeah, Google scalp. Nice little long on Google scalp, 50 cents in the money now. We're actually just getting the position board going for you guys, so we'll update over there in a second. Once I take some fills, you'll see it start updating. So maybe if I find a trade somewhere to get into, or maybe if I take some profits somewhere. Let's see if I take profits over here. We'll update the board for you guys. No, it's on Amex. Oh, it does update the board. Okay, there we go. So Amex, I have a lot more size on Amex, which is the UVIXI trade. I can take profits on that side without affecting my trades that are on the board. So there we go. Finally, the board is updated. Now we can head on to a couple stocks that had some catalyst behind it. For example, FSLR. That's a stock that I tried to go long in, and I guess it's still around the same areas I tried to go long in. So I'm going to try throwing out another order over here. FSLR on NASDAQ. FSLR on NASDAQ. I'm going to try to throw an order back again at 109-ish or so, which is where originally I had a long. Sorry, I had a long at 109.50s. I punched myself out, didn't like the long, but look at how it's consolidating at the pre-market high / the 50-period EMA at the 109s. I'll try to get back in there, see if they can give me any fills close to 109. That way I don't have to give it too much of a wiggle room to get the possible scalp on it. The reason why FSLR is on the radar today is because it was upgraded by Guggenheim to overweight, and JP Morgan did the same thing, both saying that FSLR is poised to get the most benefit once or if the Senate does pass the bill over here for the solar stocks in general. Sorry, solar stocks in general. So all in all, FSLR over here using that catalyst to bump up itself around 7% to the north side, but giving back some of that move later on in the day, coming back down to 109. That's where I tried to go long. I took about a 30-cent loss on it. I guess I should have given it a little bit more wiggle room. The spread itself was 30 cents, so I figured giving it 30 cents of wiggle room past my allowed loss limit was good to go for it, but it obviously needed a little bit more wiggle room. It dived down to 108.50 apparently on that move down. So based on that, gonna try go long 109 again for that possible move back to VWAP or a possible move back to higher day. Currently SoFi though, SoFi still inching towards that $8.50 level to see if we can actually break out past that, which has been a pretty strong barrier for the past 3-4 days ever since the earnings report. So we'll wait and see if SoFi can launch past that level. And Palantir, man. Palantir, big downside move off of the earnings report itself, and they also cited that the uncertain timing of the government contracts are one of the main reasons of them missing out on earnings report, missing out on a bunch of factors. But I still believe, obviously this is just a belief, this is just the faith in the company and what they do, that they will end up getting that contracts eventually. But it is possible that they don't get those contracts and this company still sees some downside and some destruction. Kathy Wood dumped her account long time ago on Palantir, and a bunch of other investors also were talking about dumping it. I personally do like their company, even though they're supporting Ferrari over there. Do like the company, and I'm invested in it. We'll just have to wait and see how they keep on trading in the near future based on how they run the company.
Somebody in the chat saying, what have I done with Luca? Who is this good vision person? So I got the glasses back on, had to run back, obviously, like running around. And to the person who says Luca's secretly on tilt, that makes me laugh because today I'm actually having a really good day. AMC obviously going nuts, and I'm actually happy that it's back up here. The higher the better. I really want to see this get to like 32, 33. I think anything's possible. There's a lot of volume today, so obviously games. And, SSR. So, definitely exciting. Anything is possible. Some of the other names I'm watching today, obviously, BBBY, Palantir earnings, NVIDIA, AMD setup, and what else do we have? Recent IPO, ILAG. I think this thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, this thing like IPO'd at like 26. I'm just going to quickly pull up the daily on my side. But, that $5 area, kind of interesting. Like if we can't hold above this $5 area, perhaps good for a fade back to VWAP. But yeah, 21 million shares traded. I mean, it could be more, right? So, we'll see what happens here. I think the overall trend is like, these recent IPOs, they IPO, then they kind of die off, and then, they go SSR and they make a run for all-time highs. So this thing was on July 13th, and the opening price was like 22.50 it's showing, and the high was like 26, call it like 25, 26. So obviously we're not there yet, but overall, I mean, I kind of tell myself like anything's possible, but kind of interesting now that we're above like that 450. Looks like it did a lot of volume on this day, and like kind of couldn't get above that. So yeah, definitely interesting, and we'll see what happens here. I'll definitely keep an eye on this one at that $5 level.
Yeah, I'm just going through my trusty watch lists over here. The Trader TV watch list and a couple other websites that I use myself. Over there, we got a bunch of takeover and merger and acquisition news coming in around the board. But let's head over to the market real quick, which is really nosediving. S&P 500 coming back to the downside to VWAP, and NASDAQ also pushing down to VWAP and a little bit below VWAP. Based on that, I'm going to take my profits on the Google long, because I don't want Google to push back to my average price and burn me on that side. Here's the NASDAQ chart, NQU22, NQU22CM, sorry, there we go. Pushing back to VWAP and heading below VWAP. And you heard when Sean was talking about the market not really looking good, and hence he flipped most of his positions from a long to a short. When Sean flips from longs to short, maybe you got to be thinking over there for a possible red kind of day. And then also he did mention CPI. if you guys are not listening to those weekend recaps that I believe are posted on Sundays, Brendo recorded the video about CPI data coming up, basically what to look out for on this this week ahead. So CPI data, a bunch of other information in there. Go check that video out, hit the like button so you guys are up to date as to what information to look out for. Also earnings reports and so on, bunch of companies to report earnings still. Earnings season yet to be done. A little slower on the earnings end though, because we did finish most of the big cap stocks such as your Apples and your Teslas and so on, but still good amount of catalysts to come out for earnings report over there. SoFi pushing back down below my average price, so that's not looking good at the moment. And also XOM was a call out that I got from the chat.
AMC going.
AMC goes, go for it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying AMC going for anybody watching it. Broke out of that little range that it was creating. Guys, this move is crazy. Like look at this, right? It's like fades back down and then kind of goes sideways, does really nothing, whatever, and then boom, out of nowhere, just massive pop. Now we go sideways again. I think you could have anticipated that next move up is coming. It just kind of feels really good. Giving the feel that it could be good on the short side. But again, guys, SSR, these names are not going to be easy to trade to the short side because they're SSR. If you're battling for price, you know what I'm talking about. This thing's going nuts, and if people are getting squeezed from this level, you got to imagine, like people thinking, okay, backside is in, and remember too, not everybody's a day trader, right? So people are thinking, okay, here's backside, and they're holding for the fade, right? They're holding. So as we get closer to making potential highs, it really gets interesting because now you have these people who thought, maybe backside was in, this was my expectation, and then it goes and runs for a new high, right? So, if you're seeing the offer pile up on this name, just keep in mind it is SSR, so everybody will pile in. So it could be multiple traders, not just one trader that's hitting it, if you're kind of thinking that way. And then as it moves, obviously, like SSR, people want to follow it down. So yeah, kind of interesting here. That 27 level to 2750 obviously was like the top area. This thing did not break 2750 today. Volume going nuts. And for me, it's like I was long on 25, like took some out, like got long on the halt, thinking okay, maybe it might be good, but like if not, maybe it'll be flat. And I think I had like one earphone in at the time. And I hear Neil, and he's like, "Oh, be careful, because maybe there could be like rug pulls." And I'm like, "Oh man, absolutely." So then I was trying to figure out which key am I going to use to cover here, and I maybe should have held some because I still had a portion from here, but I didn't, and kind of beating myself up that I didn't. But whatever, missed the short off the top because very very challenging trade for me, moving very very quickly, and I was kind of looking for an area where can I take a lot of size. So when the tape is I'm sure it's the same thing for everybody looking at this name. It's like you're seeing tape teleportation. The thing is bouncing around like 30, 40 cents. I can't really find a price that I want to like get in and risk off of. So like obviously like my default size is a little bit bigger today because things are moving. So I didn't manage to catch that short. I think Greg had a really good short on it. Hopefully he shares that after and kind of good learning experience. But yeah, kind of interesting now. And one learning takeaway for everybody is, when things halt, this was a 25.95 halt. So when things halt, you want to map that price, you want to like mark that price and like watch how price interacts. So first of all, we opened, we popped, we dropped a little bit, and then we popped even more, right? When we came down, we were sort of holding that level before we actually flushed lower. So it's a good takeaway to understand that like, oh look, this halt is actually like a relevant point, like a good inflection point here. And then as we ran up to here, we actually touched 25.96, and then we went down. So we didn't actually break 26 at this point, right? And this is the thing. This is where the halt price was. So it's like the halt price, it halts, it goes, it holds, it tanks, right? Stays below VWAP, then it pops, rejects, right? This is where you think, okay, the short is probably good. I thought it was good. I was trying to get short over here, and I chased, and I got myself in over here. But then as soon as we broke above, that was sort of like the, now volume's going crazy. But go figure, now we're back below. Just 25.89 is where we're at right now. So it'll be interesting to see. Like, I don't really want to take a short here. Like maybe like could justify for myself like a smaller short, kind of risking off that 26. Like if we get back above, like then like who knows where we go. But the thing is I feel like that's like a stop out trade. Like I'm gonna get stopped. So I'm not really like super inclined to take this trade right now. But I do want to see this set itself up. Like we'll see what happens. It kind of feels like once the buying is done, nobody's really buying, and then everybody just kind of hitting the short, and it's very, very tough to get the fill. So, just deciding what my next play is on that one. But yeah, no, AMD, Actually, let's just quickly visit this one too, because I'm pretty surprised actually that this kind of broke down now. That 99.60 to 99.50 area was holding very nicely. We bottomed out, then we popped, and we just could not get back below 99.60. I thought we would get a bounce there. I guess we didn't. Now we're back below. But yeah, the overall market kind of breaking VWAP here. So, you know, kind of a good ideology here is like, you know, approach the trade for the type of trade that it is. So for example, me on this 100 level, it's like I'm buying this for the move, right? And if the move stops for whatever reason, I'm going to get myself out. And it was sort of a tape read. It's like, you know, it wasn't really like I thought on this move, it would kind of channel and then really run and get to like maybe like 20, 30, 40s, 40 cent areas, but we didn't, and that was kind of like a discretionary, like, okay, this was the trade, get long, get out, and then, you know, maybe hold a piece, but yeah, just no follow through, kind of choppy, and I think, you know, you could have kind of anticipated that with the overall volume going to names like AMC and BBBY today. You know, like AMD, like obviously had that morning sell-off, kind of sympathy play to NVIDIA over there, but, you know, a little bit of a channel, like not too much opportunity in this range, just in terms of like how it's like ranging, not really has a lot of follow through. Then we break, we range a little bit more, then we break again, range kind of feels like, you know, range a little more, and who knows if we find a bottom. Maybe we bottom out like 99 to 98, kind of where we were before, and then we kind of inch back to VWAP. That'll be my next idea, but for that one, I'm thinking less size just because not playing off that key 100 level.
Yeah, market started flipping under VWAP, so that's when I closed my UVXC shorts and my Google longs and flipped into a Microsoft short instead. But Microsoft short 283 shorts were looking good, but right now pushing back up with the rest of the market is Microsoft. We'll see if that one's going to end up being sour or not. I also took American Airlines long. The sector has been really strong today. 2.3% to the north side goes. Oh, it looks like my stop did trigger on Microsoft shorts. We're going to leave that stock completely alone. Probably not going to bother with the rest of the day. Going to stick with the markets and the stocks that have been working for me, which has not been Microsoft and Apple today. Just completely missing out those moves. Anyways, coming back to American Airlines. American Airlines over here has been really strong off the opening drive itself, held VWAP for the most part, but with the market turning back to the downside, did break VWAP, pushed down to around 1506, 1507, which is where I had an order already waiting for a long, and now wicking into that position is my American Airlines. Let's see if we can get this move right back above VWAP for a strong sector today. You know, I did complain about Air Canada quite a bit when I was trying to book my flight tickets, but when a sector is so strong, I'm also looking for a possible trade execution in Air Canada today, which is yet to break VWAP, and for the most part does follow around in the Jets ETF sector. That's because Air Canada is inside the Jets ETF, and if you want to quickly look at the Jets ETF today just to get an overall idea of how the sector is, it should be exactly how the American Airlines chart is looking like. There we go, 1.8% to the upside, 2.5 million shares traded so far. Brand new position alert, FSLR. FSLR, we're long again for the second time of the day, slightly above 109. That's FSLR on NASDAQ. There we go. Slightly above 109. We're going to give it that wiggle room. I do believe the stock might have a good move above the 50-period EMA all the way back to VWAP at some point later on in the day. It is 11:22 Eastern Standard Time, so slightly... we're not there just yet for lunchtime. We still got a good amount of time before lunchtime, but when the volume does depreciate from lunch, maybe that's when FSLR slows down even a bit more and bores me to death even more. And then later on, after lunchtime, we actually see the app move coming into this position. Adrian coming in with the super chat with the 100 pesos, I believe. It says MX. I'm guessing that's Mexican. ATR, it is? Yeah, okay. ATER being called out in the super chat. Let's go check out ATER, 10% to the north side today. Just now breaking $3 for the second time and pushing towards a new high, a day of $3.04. I guess we're just waiting to see how this stock behaves when the 100-period EMA on the daily chart is at 311 and the 50-period EMA is at 208. We open up just slightly below 280 today and are pushing towards that 3-level marker. And here's Microsoft slightly above 283 once again, you know, tempting me to take that short on that trade, but not really working out. Just I don't know if I want to push that trade just yet. I'll be a little patient on that one. XOM now 40 cents in the money. Let's go XOM.
I'm looking at ILAG still, like, you know, I think maybe this kind of makes a double top, goes for the high a day clear out, and then kind of reverses on itself. So, like, that's kind of what I'm looking for right now. Maybe it sets itself up. I want to say the float on this is not a low float, if I'm not mistaken. It's not a low float. I checked it. I want to say it's like pretty big. I don't know, Prad, if you want to double check that, but I think it's like 130 million, if I'm not mistaken. ILAG, the float on it. And the reason I just say this is because, you know, sometimes obviously you get the low float.
8 mil.
Oh, it's 8 mil. Okay, yeah, no, I'm thinking of something else then. Yeah, so 8 mil float. I mean, it could be worse, right? It could be worse. So 8 mil float, kind of the sweet spot. You know, we'll see what happens here if we get that kind of over/under action going. I also like that Amazon 140 for a bounce. Like, we just opened so far away from it, and I think if we do get in there, if we get there with some steam, maybe you know, kind of justify a bounce there. But yeah, let's see if ILAG wants to like kind of pop and reverse on itself, or just pop and keep going. It's just not giving like the flushes yet that, you know, you normally see on these things. So maybe it is going for that high a day and then kind of reverses, and it'll be interesting to see how it sets itself up. Let's see if we can get over that level there.
I'm looking at TSN to see if we can find a trade on that. TSN had an earnings report today, slid 2.5% in pre-market itself off of that earnings report. Hello, it's on New York, isn't it? TSN, which is Tyson Foods, and I re-entered my Microsoft on the break of 283 over there, and FSLR pushing to 180.50, about 57 cents out of the money on FSLR, shaking my boots a little bit over there. Maybe I'm gonna throw a stop out on this position. Yeah, I'm just gonna get out of that position. There's no point in even throwing a stop out anymore. Take the loss on it, but thankfully whatever we lost on that, we're gonna make back on Microsoft right away, as we're 20 cents in the money on Microsoft. American Airlines not really doing anything, and XOM 30 cents in the money. But what I wanted to talk about was Tyson Foods, which actually missed on the earnings report, sadly, even though they reported a profit of $1.94 per share, 4 cents shy of estimates. They missed out on that. Revenue beef forecast, higher demand in beef, but the demand in chicken is going down apparently. Not sure how that works out. You know, this guy over here, who's probably not here right now, probably eating chicken right now for all we know. He needs to work out, man. That guy needs to eat a lot of chicken. Shout out to Sharif, the bodybuilder of the floor over here. Apparently, though, like I was talking about, the demand in chicken going down, but beef staying. Well, I guess we'll end up seeing how next quarter and how that numbers change, or if the numbers change. I know a lot of people are looking for even Beyond Meats to kind of take off. Beyond Meats, which recently had their earnings report, if I remember correctly, BYND on NASDAQ. There we go, Beyond Meats, which had their earnings recently and launched to the north side off their earnings. We do know they have a pretty big short component also. So even if they do miss on their report or do good, they just launch up every single time. 31% now on Beyond. Looks like the meme stock rally continuing a little bit over into Beyond Meats also. You saw how AMC is doing today. I'm trying to stay away from AMC the best I can, because I don't want to upset people with my negative mentality about AMC. So if I don't find a trade on it, I'm gonna stay away from it. I can't bring myself to go long on this stock, which I just don't find any value in. So I'm gonna stay away from it to the most part. I'll leave it up to the traders such as Luca and other traders who are okay with going long on AMC. I just can't do it for myself. I'll be looking for short opportunities. Actually didn't even pay for the shorts today, so I guess there's going to be no trade on AMC for me. But what I did pay for shorts for were UVIXI, which I'm going to most likely enter one more time as UVIXI pops right back to VWAP over here. I'll wait for the lower day / VWAP entry on UVIXI, and I'll get back in short over there. And Microsoft right now, let's go Microsoft, 30 cents in the money on that side. I'm actually going to just get out of XOM over here because I think the market's going to turn around completely. Getting out of XOM and American Airlines. Here we go, American Airlines pushing down to $15, looking a little bit bad now on the long, but we're only out of the money 5 pennies, so I'm not worried too much. But American Airlines does seem to want to turn the trend around for the day.
Sorry, so I'm just looking at this. So I took a short here on ILAG. It broke 550 level, and now we're flushing to the downside. Not sure where I'm going to cover here. I'm just going to kind of trail my stops manually on this one. It's just really choppy, right? It's kind of like it could be, you know what, actually I'm covering everything here. Thing is with this one is like, maybe that was the wrong call and I was just kind of in the trade. I like the way that I executed on this trade. But the thing is what you tend to see on these names is you tend to see the break, you tend to see the flush, and like it shouldn't always do this, but like if there's enough volume, it should go down into a halt. Like this move right here should have dropped down to 510, maybe even test 5, maybe even go into a halt. Like that would be like a genuine, really, really good trade. Maybe it goes now, maybe it doesn't. But the thing is, from a discretionary basis, like I'm definitely a discretionary trader. I use the tape, I watch these things. Everybody's different. You got to obviously like find your own edge and find what works for you. But for me, it's like it should have went right away. It didn't go right away, so I have a feeling that like it's like a potential soaker. What I mean by that is like, you know, there's a lot of algos, they're using icebergs, they're soaking, and like the thing is I'm not ready to battle this game right now. Like I'm not ready to waste all my mental capital on like trying to fight this algo and then it goes back to my price and then I kind of get upset about it, I get frustrated. So like right here, like we're watching this live, like see how it made the high, it kind of exhausted the volume and now it's like trending down, but it's not selling off. Like by not selling off, these are like my expectations. My expectations is it should have sold off. It didn't. I have to get out. I have to get out. I could have held a piece, but you know these things move quickly, and I'm like, okay, if I don't get out here, like, am I gonna miss my opportunity to get out? So you know, maybe I would have held some, but I think the portion that I would have held, like, it doesn't even really matter to me. Just would have been like a small, like maybe I would have held like 25%, 20%, just because like it's not showing me. But the real move, like what I really wanted to see, is like a nice like at least 10% move, like in 2 minutes. Like we didn't do that. Kind of sad, whatever. But you know, this is trading, right? This is trading. You know, like you kind of live and learn. You know, if it's not showing you exactly what you want to see, like give or take, like obviously, like you know, manage risk accordingly. Like this could easily run back 541, even like touch these areas 550. And like the thing is my stop is not like 561 or 6. Like my stop is literally like I want to see this do something or I'm getting out, because you know I don't really have like a really good track record with these small caps. Kind of learning like as I go. You know, like I'm noticing like a lot of tells in the tape in terms of like where people are hammering or not. And you know, based on the bids, like this thing should be lower based on all the selling that just came through. So the fact that it didn't, perhaps games, it's obviously holding trend. And you know, keep in mind this is obviously front side. So always a scalp for me. I'll take my small win and move on.
Yeah, it is time for one of the favorite segments on the show over here, which is social sentiment. Let's head over to Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, a quick update for you on what is being discussed on social media so far today. No surprise, what is on this board, obviously very positive here, is AMC, the biggest by far. And again, if you're seeing this for the first time, the size of the box on this board just represents the frequency as to which the mentions are coming. Hellbiz, HLBZ, MEGL, the one from last week, BNSO, and Bed Bath & Beyond, a ton of volume. Near the top of the volume list so far today is Bed Bath & Beyond. There's GameStop as well being dragged along with it. NVIDIA, if you missed it in the pre-market, negative news on NVIDIA. So standing out, in fact, to the downside so far, NVIDIA. Tesla over there beside it as well, back in positive territory. But everything you see on this board being discussed, tons of mentions coming through. You can see on this side as far as individual names. So this is just a visual display of what people are talking about on socials, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, social media tracker, social media sentiment tracker in general. Gotta love that tracker. A couple stocks in our watch list over here. Baidu, China-based search engine. Approval to operate driverless taxis in 2 Chinese cities. The first such approvals in the country. Baidu added 1.2% in pre-market. Now we know how Tesla wants to do driverless taxis, where if you own a Tesla in your sleep, during your sleep. Sorry, I don't even have Baidu open here. I thought I had Baidu open. During your sleep, Tesla wants to be able to allow you to go make extra money. You know, while you're knocked out, your car is out there driving around by itself, picking up and ride-hailing people and so on. Driverless taxi. Once again, just to reiterate the terminology, Baidu finally getting approval for that in 2 cities in China. That's just that's a good thing for the future of you know, autonomous cars and autonomous driving in general. Kind of like how back in the day where that movie when I, Robot with Will Smith came out, you know, those cars are driving by themselves. So can't wait to see how that one pans out. I am for sure bullish about that move, even though I don't know how Baidu will end up doing it. I'm pretty bullish. We'll just have to wait and see. They did gain up in pre-market about 1.2%, but now they're down 1.5% overall. Baidu struggling. Looks like the fear of delisting that Baba, Baidu, Pinduoduo, even NIO, I believe, has that fear looming around them. Currently, a couple of my positions update. Microsoft, which was 30-40 cents in the money, has come back quite a bit. Now only 3 cents in the money, so they're not looking as good as before. And American Airlines still very flat on that position. American Airlines not really doing a whole lot for me. I'm going to leave AMC for Luca over there because, he's the one actually trading it. No point in me talking about it. So I'm going to leave that one for him. I'm going to move on to the next topic on my board over here to talk about, which is Barrick Gold, which I believe had earnings report also. Gold actually getting a big bump up in copper output. They went up on copper output, so Barrick Gold today up 4.7%. Not really jumping to the downside at all, holding view up throughout the day with 12 million shares traded. I believe that's pretty good on the relative volume side for Barrick Gold too. Yeah, 1.35. Anytime a stock is doing more than one, that means it has relatively more than one volume behind it. If it's doing more than two, it's really in play. And if it's less than one, it's not in play. So gold, clearly gold being Barrick Gold in play. It's also gold on TO, I believe. Yeah, Barrick Gold on TO, gold on NY on New York.
Yeah, guys, I missed that that AMD bottom out at 99 over there. Obviously, you got a lot of things moving, so you need to prioritize, and that kind of makes you great. Still watching iLag. This reminds me of TBLT when they went for that 9 break, held it, and then went for it again, and then flushed it down. Imagine they do that again. So this will be savage if they do set it up like that. So let's see if we get one more chance at this. Break that 550 level, go for the 550 high. And then quick reversal on it. If it sets itself up, it'll be interesting. If we break and we don't come back through, then let's see what it wants to do here.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm out of that. Sorry. So basically, here's the thing, and this is like in real time, right? It's like it'll come up, it'll break the level, and it does a lot of volume, and now it looks like it's going to reverse. So I'm taking the short in thinking that, like, okay, maybe we flush, right? But obviously cognizant of the fact that, like, it's holding trend. So I'll take a stab at it. If I lose, I lose, and I basically lose nothing. So, like, look at this trade. It's like I took my shot in, out. I was wrong for, like, this kind of short-term time being. Like, it should have done the exact same setup, right? The fact that it didn't, who knows? Like, this thing could go like 560, 70, 80. Somebody in the chat's actually like, I warned you, do not short iLag. I officially warned you. So the thing is this, I kind of like, it's like you really got to take, like, if you're like day trading it and scalping it, you got to really pick your spots on these small caps. If you're the type of person like averaging in on the short for like a mean reversion trade, and you're willing to let it go against you because you want it like the higher the better, and you kind of like it set up like that, I will say that, like, it's a dangerous game to play for sure. So just like, you start small and like, if that's kind of your strategy, if you want to build that into your playbook, like start small and kind of work it out, feel it, kind of understand like where it makes sense, where it doesn't make sense. And I would say always have a stop. And keep in mind the low floats. Like this one, not too low, but the low floats, your size is your risk a lot of the times, right? Your size is your risk. There's going to be a lot of slippage. Who knows? It goes until like a circuit breaker halt and kind of like you can't get out there. So, it's that's always the tough thing with these. And yeah, now we're seeing this thing make new highs here. So it'll be interesting to see where this thing goes. I mean, I think there's potential for the long just based on the fact that we didn't break here. And it kind of gives me the vibe of soaking. So not to say that like these scalps will not work. I'll keep trying them if they do set themselves up. But, definitely something I'm cognizant of. Like if there is some potential games here, if it's soaking, IPOs have been the trend. Like these things run. Like anything is possible. Like who's to say this doesn't get to 8 today, right? 8, 10, like anything's possible. So, we'll keep an eye here and we'll see if any more set themselves up.
Yeah, I'm just going through a bunch of stocks here to talk about maybe to find any catalyst behind it. Quickly going through GME because we know AMC today has been pretty bonkers, right? For a lack of another word to use over here. GME catching some traction after that, finally getting above $40 post split. I don't think GME has ever been above 40 post split. This is the first time we're seeing it above 40 here. I think it also broke 40 last week, which was on Friday. Yeah, here we go. We broke 40 last week, and that was the first break off of the split that we saw, the 4:1 split not too long ago. I think Tesla also got approved for a split finally. I just can't forget what the date was. The vote did finally go through for Tesla.
August 24th.
August or September?
24th? August 24th, give or take, yeah.
So Tesla got approved for a split too. August 24th apparently is the date. Luca remembered it, thankfully. I would have had to look up that one. But here's a stock that I want to talk about. I don't really see anyone mentioning it too much in the chat. You know, I'm actually waiting for a specific person to mention it. Michel Herbert. Maybe he's not in the chat today because he's too busy making these millions and millions of dollars. Up 136% on Bed Bath & Beyond. My goodness, what a crazy launch to the north side for the meme stocks in general. Bed Bath & Beyond, can't stop, won't stop, up 135. GME, you saw not too long ago, I mentioned it, 12%. And AMC, I don't even know what to say about AMC, but thankfully right now, Microsoft, baby, I told you, if Sean's flipping short, SD, yeah, what would Sean do? If Sean's flipping short, you might as well think about doing the same thing over there. Forget about it on the longs, as the market flips down big time, pushes below VWAP, about to break the low a day for the NASDAQ. We were up about 0.9 on NASDAQ, now only up 0.13. We were up about 0.7 on the S&P 500. Now we're only up 0.25. So our Microsoft shorts now $1 in the money, and we're riding these to the profit city, profit town. One thing we're not riding to profit town just yet is American Airlines, which is right back to the 50-period EMA, 100-period EMA. I actually had the order sitting at 100-period EMA. I pulled that order to $15. Looks like I'm the idiot now for doing that because I should have just left it over there and taken my fill instead at the 100-period EMA, which I pray it bounces off of that. If it goes as low as 1480, then I'm just going to get out of it for a loser. But thankfully, Microsoft now, which was the worst stock of the day for me, is going to be the best stock of the day, right next to my Google and UVixi trades, putting me right back into profit territories for the day. Let's go, baby. What are you saying over there?
Who, me?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I can't really hear what you're saying. All right, percentage up on Bed Bath & Beyond is wrong. Oh, really? It's not up 130%? Maybe that's why people are not mentioning it. Our platform is calculating the close price wrong, apparently. Where's the close price? Yeah, I see it. It says close 484 and our opens 1092. So based off of that, it's just a minor bug, you know. Maybe I can tell you what the actual percentage is. That makes a lot of difference over there, actually. Up 39% though. Come on, 39% is still pretty ridiculous for one of these Bed Bath & Beyond stocks that we know was about to go bankrupt not too long ago. So let's go meme stocks.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe a question for you here. Is P-Pro-8 supported in macros?
Macro?
Macros.
These are macros.
Oh,
like
okay.
the hotkeys are macro keys at the end of the day. So those are macro keys. You're programming them. Like, for example, I'll show you my keyboard real quick. This keyboard has like little sticky notes. You'll see them. Those are just gateways. Hopefully you don't see what gateways are on there. No, joke's on you. The gateways that are on here are the ones that are least used. The ones I use most, those ripped off because I keep clicking those buttons so much. But yeah, every single key is a different key. F1, for example, is buy. Control F1 is sell. Shift Q is buy. Control Q is sell. Depends on how you want to set it up. Oh, Mac OS, not macros, bro. He meant Mac
sorry,
OS.
Yeah. I'm like,
I'm watching.
I'm like, great question, but I'm like, I'm watching this too.
It is Windows only. We are not supported on lower tier OSs. You know, only good operating systems. Low tier operating systems are just not worth supporting anymore. I'm just joking. I'm just making fun of Apple over there. I think it's way too complicated for it to be supported on there. What you can do if you're on Mac is use emulator. I think it's called the emulator, but realistically what you're doing is partitioning your hard drive into a Google or a Microsoft, into a Mac or a Microsoft booting systems, or you can use an emulator such as a Wine, W-I-N-E. You can use even VMware or so on to trade with. But hey, man, I'm not gonna knock on your trading on Mac. If you want to go for it, go for it. Nothing wrong with it. But look at this market really nosediving. Microsoft now $1.32 in the money, really pushing down and paying us. Looks like the markets might just turn red. There we go.
Amazon,
NASDAQ actually turned red.
So yeah, guys, I had a bid at Amazon. I got filled. This is the thing. I actually took, for anybody that was watching, I took a AMD long in front of the 99, but then we had like that market sell-off. Like this is kind of getting spicy, right? Like rejection right off the 41.85 area. So kind of interesting. So yeah, I took I'm long Amazon, I guess, right now. Let's just quickly have a look. Long Amazon in front of that 140. There's a little bit of size there. Obviously, it's going to break. But yeah, let's see how 140 holds. I mean, if we really, like, who knows, like, if this, like, kind of really wants to sell off here. And if it does, I think I might have to just kind of get back to this trade here and get out of it because, you know, who knows where the bottom is, kind of giving the vibe that, like, you know, anything's possible. But yeah, if we get a bounce back here, I think this Amazon's pretty good. Like, came pretty far towards that 140 level. I'm just not really sure where I should have, like, a stop price here on this thing. Yeah, you know what? I think overall, like, it should be a time thing. Like if we kind of stay here for like too long, then it's like, okay, I think the trade's dead. Like it should bounce though. If we get a nice bounce, maybe we get like a 30-cent bounce. If not, I'm just gonna get myself out of this one.
Yeah, I thought you needed some managing on that one.
I'm just like thinking in real time, like I don't know here. I feel like the bounce is good. I don't want to put a stop because it's probably gonna touch all these prices. Yeah, let's see how like that 80 to 90 level holds right here. Like this should be the bounce area. Maybe we get some bidders here. And then if we get back above 140 very quickly, like, you know, this could probably bounce like 30 cents. Like nothing too crazy, but yeah, you know, pretty good.
Yeah, so I'm taking my first loss on American Airlines. I'm going to try and get back in over here. But more importantly, Google is my new entry short as the NASDAQ markets turns red. I'm taking a Google short on the break of 118. I got filled at 117. Where did I get filled? 117.89 is where I got filled, and I'm giving it on the up to 118 again. You know, I'll take the even dollar break back if it stops me. Take the 11-cent stoppage. But if it does work out, we get a nice move to the downside. Okay, as you see, Luca's working with the long bounce, quick little bounce scalp long over there on the market, which turned red not too long ago, and might just be able to give him a quick little scalp on that side. Microsoft, I capitalized most of my shorts on Microsoft over there. Now $1.50 in the money on Microsoft so far, so not too worried about this position. We'll let this position trade out a little bit more before I start questioning what I want to do with it. But Google might just be stopping me out over here on the way back through 118, which I'm not. Once again, I'm not too worried about that stop of 118. I can get back in at a better price. I just don't want to give too much of a risk room over here. 118.36, 118.50. I much rather be short where I was actually going long on Google, which is 118.50. Let's see if we can get that pop up there. If we do get stopped out, I'll rather take a better price like I mentioned earlier. Some of you guys are talking about stocks that Luca is actually looking at, so I'll leave that one for Luca, such as iLag and AMCs.
Yeah, but we're going for that 6 level there. I think that's why people are bringing it up. Yeah. Going for that recent high. So 595 recent high, going for that 6 level. Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how it interacts over there. Are we just going to run and go? Like, I mean, I don't know, right? This thing's definitely exciting for me. So yeah, stay tuned. We'll see what happens here. Amazon got that bounce through 140, but didn't really give the steam that it could have. But still holding on there. I think maybe we get a 40-cent bounce, and then I get myself out of that.
Playmaker asking, seen my AMC average? No, my friend, I have not seen your AMC average. I'm sorry, I'm too busy trading, as you can see. I can't really focus on your positions like that. AMD, I actually got into an AMD short today on the below the 100 area, but I instantly stopped that trade because I was also focusing on a Google long, a Microsoft long, an Apple long, and so on. So I punched out of the AMD short for almost no profits nor no losses. But looks like that idea of a short of AMD in front of 100 was the right idea, or sorry, under 100 was the right idea as we pushed $2 in the money for shorts. AMD now at $98 and about to break 98 to the downside. Low at day 98.01. Can we break the low at day over here and extend our looks like AMC also, or sorry, not AMC, AMD. Low at day on AMD Friday was $97. So maybe on the break of 98 here, it's already down 4% on the day. I don't know if I want to chase the short right now. I might have already missed the move on the short, missed the most of the meat of the move. If you are short already, hold on to your shorts. We're about 10 minutes away from lunchtime, so volume about to depreciate more into lunchtime. All those factors considered, I'm not chasing an AMD short here on the break of 98. I missed out on the trade. I'm just going to let it go, but congratulations for anyone who's holding on to it right now.
Yeah, guys, Amazon 140 is actually pretty solid. Pretty solid. Anybody who was watching it last week saw that it was a super solid level. And, we're getting bids that come in, and then, obviously people, like, there's a lot of traders who kind of probably trade these levels, and, like, they get in, and then they get out, and then it's kind of keeping the price suppressed. But then eventually it really finds where it wants to go. Not to say that this market's going to, like, reverse that whole sell-off that it just did there, but, kind of feels like we're good for, like, a 40-cent bounce. So I want to be patient with it. I'm dying to sell it. I'm dying to sell it right now. I'm not going to lie. But I'm going to be patient. If we could, I think expected move, like we could probably get 140, like 44. Like these are just like arbitrary prices, but I'm thinking like maybe we get that. And at the same time, yeah, for anybody watching ILAG, like this thing's making highs, right? This thing's making highs. And look at the opportunity I got over here. Taking the short here, scalped it out. And what did I say? And this isn't me saying like I know what I'm doing. Like I definitely don't. But it's just kind of like a vibe that I feel. I'm like, I don't know. Like this should have went if it was gonna die. Like it's not. It's front side. It's a little dangerous. So I tried it again, thinking maybe it's like a double top. Like they'll be savage to go for it again. They didn't. It's obviously holding trend. It's continuing to run. Some people in the chat I saw from before were like, oh, like I'm super long, $2 in the money. I'm just gonna say congratulations, that's awesome. Every time I see these things move, I'm always like looking like who's in, who's doing well. Like I get excited, like I'm very, very, very happy to see that. Opportunity on both sides. Like I'm up on the name. And so are you, long, short, right? So opportunity on both sides. As long as these things are moving, that's what makes things great, right? So definitely an exciting day all around. Things are moving. I think I'm going to put AMC on the back burner for now. See, the thing with AMC is once it stops moving, once it stops giving you that like A+ opportunity, like there's a lot of volume and kind of like it's a large cap. It's not like a small cap, right? So it's like these things are like super savage. It's SSR. So it's like, you got to understand that like the fills, the execution is just very, very difficult. And if there's not volume and follow through, you probably will get chopped up and lose all your gains if you have the gains, or just lose in general if you haven't traded already. So putting it on the back burner. But yeah, guys, let me know if it makes a high above 27. Keep me posted on that. Or even if we get to like that 25.95 like halt area price. Gotta imagine that like just basically looking at the chart here, like I'm assuming this is like kind of like the short level for anybody that has the patience for it. And then if we get back there, that's like a squeeze zone again, right? So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Happened the first time, and I'm starting to tell myself in this market, if it happens once, it probably could happen again. So yeah, definitely something to keep your eye on.
A viewer, Aaron Britton, asking, what does SSR mean? So SSR is a mechanic in the market created to stop a stock from getting piled in on one direction, basically the short direction. SSR happens anytime a stock falls down more than 10%. It triggers it. Basically, to explain it, what happens is to short a stock, you have to take the bids out. That mechanic does not allow you to take the bids out. You can only sit on the ass and wait for the stock to go up in order to get short. So, for example, Palantir today dropping down 10% or so off the open itself. You could have shorted it somewhere here, but you would not have been able to short it here if you're taking out the bids. The only way you would have been able to get short is when the stock starts creating a higher tick and starts inching its way to the north side. Yeah, so every time it's going north, that's the only way you could have gone.
You try it, you don't get it.
It's that mechanic.
So guys, I just halted, and here's the thing with these halts. It's showing a 7 open. I'm gonna guess that it's gonna open flat. A lot of these, it's like sometimes like they don't open flat, but like if they open flat all the time, like 3, 4, 6, 10 times in the last 2 weeks, then like I'm not really like super upset. But this is the funny thing. This thing broke 650, came back down, tested 650. There was an iceberg bid. I'm like, okay, someone is stuck here. Like a short is stuck here. I know they are for sure. And or I shouldn't speak in absolute, so I retract that. But this thing is showing, okay, 709 now. So I actually had ample opportunity to get the long when there was no size. And it was like fake halting. I'm like, do I want it? I don't know. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm like, okay, go for it. As soon as I throw my bid in, the bids step up. Not that much is printing, and like I get no fill. I tried it, and that would have been nice. Like maybe it gives a 20-cent win. But for the most part, like you got to wait 5 minutes. A lot of the times it might show like a 7 open, and then at the last second it opens flat, and then kind of like it's a good if you are able to see where it is opening. It's good to like first look at the volume. So like for example, 6 to 2,000 shares being traded right now. Like I would say relatively larger than like average or what it could be, and look at where like it's showing the indicated price of. So like for example, like if it's gonna open and it's showing 7 and it just never like shows that it's going to open above 7. like maybe it's like, oh, 7 is like that like resistance spot, and then it opens flat, and then it runs to 7, breaks 7, and then it's good and it goes. So these are the things that I've been noticing, but for the most part, it's kind of like, it does feel like a crapshoot in the sense that like there's no real tell. It's kind of like more of like a gut feeling. I still am, where am I in my Amazon trade? I'm still in the Amazon trade. Let's see where we stand over here. Oh, we're back down. Yeah, this thing's kind of slow. But the thing with this one, and I'll bring it up on this screen so everyone could see here. The thing is like you get that bottom out, right? You kind of get that bottom out. It's like a really aggressive sell-off. Like people are taking the size and the liquidity because that's how you kind of manage risk. It's like anybody who is long over here needs that size to get out if it's like big size. Then kind of bottoms out, and it's like no real selling continues, and the overall market, like the NASDAQ, like bouncing back, right? So like I think maybe we get resistance at where kind of this low was over here and where we sold off. Let's see how it interacts around the moving average over here. But as we kind of bounce back and like reclaim that 140 level, now we're not really going below it, right? So we're probably going to like hold a little bit. And I don't even mind this trade if it goes back below 140 because there's a potential that it just goes below 140 and then reclaims and goes. But the thing with Amazon, you got to remember, is like 140 is like an extremely solid level. So like sometimes you're going to have like B setups where like they're B levels, they're not that good. You don't want to see it like go back and then come back above. But then other times you say like, oh, well, I don't really care if it goes back below. Isn't it even gonna go back below because it's such a good level, right? So we're getting that pop here now. Sorry about that. We're getting that pop, and yeah, I think I'm just gonna get some out at like the kind of like feels like maybe this is resistance area. So let's see if we could get hit here. Like hopefully I get wicked out. Hopefully I'm not the top on this like kind of touch my order in reverse. But no, I doubt it because we're bouncing back now. For sure we're gonna break that 140.50. You just got to be patient with it. I'll be surprised if this is now the top and we break lows. Like that doesn't make any sense. We're probably gonna go. So I'm gonna take some off over here, and then if we can keep going. I mean, if we can keep, like, this is a pretty big move, right? So, like, the likelihood that we, like, slowly get our way back to, like, 141, in my eyes, is, like, very, very high. So, I doubt, like, the market's going to continue to nuke right now this second. So, yeah, let's see if the market wants to wick me out over there. And if it doesn't and it wants to go back to the lows and kind of make me lose the trade, then whatever is what it is. I will be surprised on that one. So, yeah, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to let it take my orders out. And yeah, we'll see what happens there. But I lag, all eyes on that for the time being. Still showing a 7 open, it will open. So 51. It'll open 56.36. So basically in the next 45 seconds.
For some reason, Toronto stocks don't show up apparently on the position board. But yeah, I'm long Air Canada over here, along with American Airlines. American Airlines trying to inch its way to the north side. We'll see if that one will work out for us. A new position alert also on FSLR, the solar stock, which earlier I said I'm going to wait patiently to wait for it to get under 109. Now that it's at 108.56, we are long on that side too, waiting to see if airline stocks over here can start moving back to the north side, which have retreated quite a bit with the help of the overall market pumping down. I remember Brendo mentioning that travel stocks in general have been strong today. So let's head over to CCL, which is another travel stock, not airlines, but travel in general. This is your cruise liner. CCL today, Caribbean Cruise Line, up 2% and looking a lot healthier than American Airlines, honestly, holding itself up at the pre-market areas, which coincide with the 100-period EMA and the 50-period EMA. American Airlines, which actually is pretty far under VWAP, but above or trying to stay above the 100-period EMA and below the 50-period EMA at the moment, which both of them happen to be around the pre-market areas itself. FSLR trying to move up to the north side for me. Only 10 cents in the money on that position, but good little move coming in for FSLR with the help of the NASDAQ market, which just now turned positive. Actually, not too long ago, turned positive with the profit, with the green candles that came in. But looks like we're gonna see NASDAQ reject one more time over here and start pushing back to the downside. So if you are holding any shorts, like your Microsoft shorts or anything, maybe you want to hold them for a little bit longer. And if you're trying to build into any any longs, maybe be a little bit careful on that, as I do believe that the NASDAQ will turn red today. GFS being called out by Brando in our work chat. GFS apparently a pop on volume. This is your NASDAQ stock. Qualcomm to spend $4.2 billion more on chips from Global Foundries. So GFS obviously launching off of that catalyst, creating a new day's high and bringing in some volume with that pump around it. 2.4 million shares traded so far, 10% up already. Let's see if that catalyst is going to keep on launching it a little bit more. Qualcomm trying to do its best to make sure that the chip shortages issue is not as prevalent as it was.
Yeah, guys, and I see guys in the chat saying, like, why are you trading Amazon when things like iLeg are moving? Like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm trading both, but obviously iLeg is a scalp trade for me personally. I find it hard to, like, I can't go long just like at a random price over here. Like, I don't do that, right? I'm just kind of like reacting to price. That's sort of what works for me. You know, so you'll never see me like long these names at like the bottom and then I'm holding for like the crazy move up. Like, I'm definitely, you know, scalping my way and kind of looking for the opportunities as they come. So for example, I think like maybe we get a down halt here, but like it's holding pretty well. I tried to get short, I missed the fill there, whatever is what it is. And you know, the thing is with these trades is like, you guys know, like these small caps, like they really move. So you got to be super locked in. And then obviously like depending the size you're trading, like you get a couple slippage, you get into a circuit halt, like I'm not ready to like destroy my whole day, my week. Just because I'm like not really paying attention 100%. Amazon's an easy trade. You know, it's like you kind of find the level, you play off it, and you just let it work for you. So, you know, doing both, like it's definitely a lot of fun. But, you know, trying to manage it all, it's definitely very exciting. I'm looking for that move back to 7 and maybe using 687 as like a gauge. Like, are we going to get back above? Keep in mind, like, obviously this is still holding trend over here unless it does break down and break through 6. It's holding trend, right? And people are bidding here. There's not a lot of people like kind of selling into those bidders, like as I quickly glance at it. So yeah, kind of interesting. But yeah, let's see that 680 to 7 level. This is just like a very quick like kind of blow off top here. So it doesn't 7 to 720 doesn't mean much to me. It's more so that 680 to 7 area. Like how is price going to interact when we get there?
All right.
And I literally am the top.
I was just eating a little cupcake over there, or a muffin, I think, not a cupcake, sorry, because my stomach started eating itself. And now I need water because I don't have water on my table, so that sucks. But let's see what stocks you guys are trading at in the chat. Lone talking about, yo, Pratt, I like your new chair, man. I know, right? Finally a chair that supports my back because I'm actually tall and I'm not sure, and it gives me back pain. I'm just making fun of Luca over there. Luca loves that chair that he's sitting on. That's the Herman Miller chair. I absolutely hate it. There's no back support on it. This one gives me a good... I have a good strong neck pillow over here, a good strong back support. Finally, I can lean back and have my back not go into pain anymore. This has been a long overdue. This is a chair from IKEA, and that one's a Herman Miller. And that Herman Miller is a piece of trash, man. I'm sorry, but I don't know why anyone would spend that much money on that Herman Miller.
Guys, don't no, guys. It's a solid, guys. It's a good chair. It's a good chair. Like it's.
They can't even see it.
The
production crew's too busy doing their stuff over there. Listen, that Herman Miller needs to have one of those like neck support things that like you know props up and has a neck support. That one doesn't even have that. That one's $1,000 for that. I don't know why anyone would do that. But let's head over to Brando over here for Money Talks.
We'll do happening now, but hey, it says Money Talks. How about that? It's lunchtime, so here's an update on where the markets are. 0.35 here for the S&P, the Dow 0.4 to the downside. The Russell, almost leading, kind of trying to lead. Russell 2000, a full percent to the upside. Here's the NASDAQ, 0.5%, 0.2 still in positive territory. So off the highs, but heading in the right direction overall. Coinbase off the highs, speaking of. Kind of struggling at day lows right now is Coin back to the downside. Did try to hold on to 100 there, but inevitably failed. Still up though on the day, or trying to be. Sunrun, a huge mover out of the gate this morning, 35 up to 38 in a straight line. Gives it all back and then some, trying to get below these support levels from the pre-market. We'll see what happens at Friday's levels off that bill being signed, guys, for clean energy names. Back over to you.
Yeah, so based off that, Bill, I'm long FSLR, which got upgraded by two banks, basically Guggenheim and JP Morgan, if I remember correctly. But Run catching some traction off of that Catalyst 2 sympathy trade, right? Every time AMC pops up, GME pops up. Kind of like the same idea, run up 4.3% over here, but did give back most of its move the same way FSLR gave back most of its gain. Still up on FSLR too. FSLR up through 6% today and run up 4.3% today. Both of them hanging out in pre-market ranges. Let's see if we can capitalize on this long opportunity around pre-market ranges for both the said stocks. I'm also going to try and get into a future short over here on the NASDAQ, as I do believe on the bearish direction of the market here. I'm going to pile into a future short. It probably won't update on that board over there the same way the Air Canada short won't, but I'll keep you guys up to date as to what's going on with this position over here. NASDAQ did manage to go red for a brief moment, but then turned positive once again. Now NASDAQ up 0.15%, S&P 500 up more than 0.25%. So we're just going to wait and see what happens with the rest of the day as we're looking for opportunities. For example, Luca, you still in your Amazon?
Yeah, still in for now. I'm actually like quickly looking back at the chat and I'm like, how tall are you? Like, I bet he's 5'7", 5'4". Yeah, guys, take a guess. I think I'm like 5'7", 5'8", give or take.
They're talking about me.
Somebody's like, bro, Luca, defend yourself. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. Like, nor do I care, to be honest. Like, I actually don't care at all. Like, zero cares in the world. All I care about is making money. So again, like I say this all the time. Like, I don't know if it's like whatever anybody's saying, but literally, I love it. Like, you guys make me laugh. But yeah, no, I'm just concerned about trading, obviously, because, you know, like trading is where the money is at. That's kind of the most important thing to me. And Amazon's going for a 140 test here. I kind of think like maybe this is an ad. Maybe this is, if this doesn't break, like maybe this is like an ad zone. Like, yeah, you know what? Let's kind of revisit this very quickly here, because if this wants to act right, like it could be good. And even though the market looks like maybe it's going to kind of fall off, like I don't think like we're kind of dancing here, and I'm not really convinced that we're going to sell back off to the lows here. And if Amazon wants to hold here, maybe this is the ad zone. So yeah, you know what? Let's add a little more piece here. And I'm basically going for like, if we get, and go figure, I didn't even get out. Like my price was like 140.44, and I think it touched 140.43. Like go figure. Like, so I'm like, okay, well I guess I'm not selling there anymore. But you know, gonna add here, and you know, if this continues to like bounce around and dance, then like whatever, let it dance. You know, if this is gonna be a higher low, then maybe we got a nice reversal point here. I'm definitely cautious of the 5-minute overall because, you know, 5-minute obviously like this is trend, right? We have not broken trend yet. But if we even go sideways for a bit and then break through that 40-50, be nice to have like a little extra size on the position. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
No, look, I think they were talking about my height because I was like, that chair can't support my height. So they weren't saying that you're 5'7" or anything. They're saying I'm 5'7". They're like, Prad's 5'7", pretending to be 6 feet. This little fake little liar, whatever type of idea. But yeah, you guys can keep guessing my height over there. You know, I'm not 5'7". But you guys can keep guessing on that side. S&P 500 still trying to battle to stay green as NASDAQ's trying to bring the market to the downside. I was about 5 points in the money on the shorts, and then it whipped right back to 13,250. There we go. Now we're about to be 5 points in the money again on the shorts over here, and 2 points in the money. So it just keeps on whipsawing right back and forth. Just got to be patient over there as to what anything can happen, really. Anything can happen on this trade. Because if you see Luca trying to go long over there, you see Sean trying to go short on the other side. That's the beauty of the market, right? And there's a bunch of mentalities, bunch of people's ideas clashing against each other. Who's going to be victorious? Only big money will be able to dictate that, and time will be able to dictate that. People are talking about Bed Bath & Beyond short, BBBY. Where am I typing this right now? Where's my mouse at? There it is, BBBY.NQ, Bed Bath & Beyond short. I don't know if I would short Bed Bath & Beyond on a day like today where it's been ridiculously strong, right? Also focus on where the range of Bed Bath & Beyond is right now. We're diddling in the middle. We're not at the higher day ranges. We're not at lower day ranges. We're completely in the middle around VWAP. I don't think this is the execution entry type of area for myself. That's just me. You know, I don't have any setups that allow me to enter so close to VWAP for my trades. So no position entry for me just yet. Maybe Bed Bath & Beyond can push towards the $10 area or towards the $13 area for me to look for an entry. Besides that, hands off. Currently, S&P 500 futures 6 points in the money now, but keep in mind this is gonna whipsaw right back and forth. So I'm not too excited about just being 6 points in the money. We're gonna let that trade around a little bit. And FSLR shaking me out a little bit. Honestly, I'm scared about FSLR. The fact that I even used the word scared, Neil would say punch yourself out of that trade. He's not here right now. Where is he? I guess they're in a meeting. But yeah, the fact that I even use the terminology scared, Neil will be telling me to punch myself out of that trade over there. You know what? Just because I said that's what I should be doing, we're going to do that right now. Punch yourself out of the FSLR trade. We'll take the 40-cent loss on it. That way we don't extend the losses that we could incur on said position. But woo-wee, baby, MNQ shorts really paying us right now, 16 points. Why didn't I just take this position on the actual NASDAQ futures? Because I'm dumb sometimes, you know? But it's okay. We learn from our mistakes over here. Let's take some profits on this down move on the futures. About to make my whole day on the futures itself. Future shorts finally paying. NASDAQ in the red zones once again. And let's see if we can capitalize on this move. Sadly, Air Canada longs are not paying us. And American Airlines longs are not paying us either. But Air Canada long is only out of the money by 3 pennies. American Airlines long out of money by only 1 penny. So we don't have to complain about that too much. But look at these shorts on the futures now, 39, 40 points in the money.
Okay, I was wrong.
Free fall Monday,
I was
baby.
wrong.
Free fall Monday.
Guys, I'm literally sitting here like, I don't think it's going to do what it's going to do.
They're not going to put you on.
Wait.
Let them put you on over there. They're working. There you go. Now you're
yeah,
good
no,
to go.
well, just in general, everybody hears me. I'm literally like, it's not going to do what I think it's going to do, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to add here, blah, 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 whatever. And then I'm just seeing the sell-off. Like, look, we're retesting the lows. I'm like, damn, you know, I was wrong. Like, what a sell-off to the lows. Like, I might have to cover this, even though it feels good, even though I think this is the bottom, even though I feel like if I sell now, I'm selling the bottom. Maybe I'll give it a little bit of breathing room here. I really thought like that kind of pop, yeah, you know, who knows what happens here. Maybe kind of want to add to it, actually. Like if we hold the lows, if we, I mean, we got to find out, right? Like if this keeps going, and my whole logic is like every time we sell off, we pop. We sell off, we pop. We sell off, we pop. We sell off, are we going to get that pop, right? So I don't want to kind of sell prematurely because maybe we just keep going. Maybe this is another good spot. I probably just added too early. That's what I did. I should have waited for the flush.
Yeah, that was a pretty clean drop in the market there. I already capitalized on one of my contracts so far. I'm holding some more to see what we can work with over here. I have my stop sent out at break even. Basically, that way, if it does whipsaw right back out, I won't take too much of a damage on that side. And as Luca is mentioning, nice little double bottom coming in on the futures around where we closed on Friday. So this is your Friday market. We closed on Friday around 13,200 and we're bouncing off of 13,200. So multiple reasons as to why I actually like what Luca's talking about on that side. Be careful for anyone short. Maybe if you have some areas some contracts or some shares, whatever you're trading on, to take some profits right now. I would urge you to take some profits. Nobody went broke taking profits. And then if you're thinking about going long on Luca's side over there, if you're team Luca, then you know, perfect opportunity coming in as we're about to double bottom on the NASDAQ market and go right back towards being profitable. If you're team shorts right now, you want to be careful as that double bottom story is happening exactly around Friday's close. Multiple reasons as to why we could be wrong on the shorts over here. So there's both sides of the coin, and that's the garbage part about the market because we are in such ranges. We have absolute resistances on the high side. We have absolute supports on the bottom side, and both of them acting as barriers on the markets today. So nothing really is in stone just yet, and we are waiting for those catalysts such as the CPI numbers to come out and tell us what exactly is happening in the market. I'm 35 points in the money once again, but I've seen it go to 50 points in the money and then come back to 25 points in the money in over just a second, right? So I'm not too excited just yet. I'll just be patient over here. We'll see if the money can pour pour into our account as it is pushing down, at least for us. NASDAQ market still in the red territories. Yeah, I'm just going to stick to my stop and break even. That way I don't kick myself out of a real good trade, which is what I always do. I always kick myself out of a real good trade. I'm going to try and manage this one so it's not that way.
Yeah, I'm just trying to manage this Amazon trade. So I added to it a little bit, you know, kind of not the price that I wanted to get it, but, you know, if we break the lows and keep going, like 139 is going to probably test, and, you know, I don't know if I'm going to hold it all the way down there, but yeah, we'll see what happens. It kind of feels like the popbacks are very, very quick and sharp. So it's like you're getting a lot of selling, and it is selling off, but then when it wants to pop, it really pops like 20 cents away from you. So sometimes you see this, it's like maybe that's like kind of the direction it wants to go. It's just kind of waiting for a reason to. So yeah, I'll keep my eyes on this one for the next little while.
Oh, market really going there. I wanted to add some more to my shorts on a break of 13,196, which was the low a day, but looks like we broke that. I'm waiting to see if there's some selling coming in or some buying coming in. There's a good possibility that we push down to 13,100 today based on the negativity that we're seeing in the market. So based on that, let me just add to my size over here. Let me cancel my stop. I think futures is going to be my #1 trade of the day, and I'm going to just ignore everything else. I'm going to cancel my 2 longs also as the market's turning back downside hard over here. Cancel my 2 longs, and I'm going to try and also capitalize on this futures position just in case it turns back around on me, so I don't give back my profits that I'm holding on to it. Just thinking out loud right now where I want to send out my stop. As we're pushing down 13,200 breaking, I'm expecting a possible move to that. Okay, never mind. We're going to take that profit right there, and we're going to walk away from that one as the market punches back above 13,200. We're going to not let that position turn sour for us. Could have easily turned sour. Good little trade at the end of the day. #1 stock or #1 trade for me today so far was the future short at 13,250. We're still battling 13,200 here. I think my other entry that I'm expecting another entry at some point to be at 13,250 or on the break of 13,190 to the downside. Those are the only ways I'll re-enter into the shorts.
Yeah, maybe you can keep looking at something as I manage this very quickly. It's like I don't want to have a stop in, but I don't want this to flush on me. And, you know, you had some kind of size come on the offer, and it looks like it got taken. Kind of feels like, given the bottom feel and like the way the market kind of broke the low and then kind of reclaimed for a little bit, like maybe this is the kind of good spot to get long. But obviously you got the defined out as the low, but I wouldn't necessarily keep that a hard stop particularly.
That is a very good point over there. You good? What are you talking about? Hello, is that today? Yo, how'd you even find that picture at that moment? You're on some sus stuff, bud. Fahad on some sus stuff over there. He's taking screenshots in weird positions, man. Chill over there, Fahad.
Yeah, so the pop is
NDX keep bouncing because Apple is trying to resist. NDX, I'm guessing, is your NASDAQ composite. How do I even pull this up? NDX on Amex, on New York, on NASDAQ. I don't think I can pull up NDX, can I? And I don't have Neil here with me to help me pull it up. NDX, NASDAQ 100. I guess I'll just pull up NASDAQ futures is what you're talking about. Apple resisting the bottom over here, not really trying to go too much to the downside is what I'm guessing you're trying to say about Apple.
Somebody's selling off.
I'm going to try and get into futures over here one more time as we push towards that low a day marker on the NASDAQ futures, building into another position. As I did mention, that's what I was planning on doing. So might as well do it as we get right back under 13,200 for the NASDAQ futures. But yeah, here's your Apple chart. You were talking about Apple resisting the downside, not really going too much to the downside as we are supporting 165s at the moment. Also, I mean, Apple is NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ is Apple. Big component of NASDAQ is Apple itself. Wow, look at the bids. 285 lots on Apple just got smacked on the on the bids over there. So we're clearly trying to turn this day around from being a green day to a red day. Market clearly wanting to struggle over here. I guess I should have held my futures short a little bit longer, but I got scared out of that one. That's on me. That's my fault. You know, nobody else's fault. Nobody made me jump out of that short. So I'm gonna get back into that short over here. Give it a little bit of a wiggle room, not too much of a wiggle room, because I don't want to give back the money I've made on futures already. But let's see if we can capitalize on this one over here as we are building into this one once again. Apple really blocking itself under 165. It's struggling to not go too much lower, but we did see a good amount of size on Apple get smacked not too long ago. Maybe we see a more size get smacked in a little bit longer over here as we are pushing down. NASDAQ now down 0.3%. S&P 500 down 0.12%. Also, a good thing to look at is Microsoft. What is Microsoft doing? I had Microsoft short at 283. We're now at 280. Would have been $3 in the money on Microsoft. My best out was 281 on Microsoft. So a little bit of a poor exit, I guess, on that side, but not worried. Look at futures right now. Wow.
Yeah, somebody's really selling off Amazon here, and they're not getting the fill. There's no liquidity, and they're reloading, and they're not getting the fill. So like they're pushing it, and they're coming back, and they're pushing it, and they're coming back. You know, it's gonna dance around, and if they do get the full fill and they're done selling, this thing is gonna really pop. But you know, somebody is loading the offer on Amazon for anybody interested in watching that. Kind of interesting. Like they're putting it there, and they're just not getting filled. And then they're like crossing down, but there's like no liquidity for them. I got out of my long, like I was wrong on it. It was like discretionary, and then I saw that kind of offer come up, and I'm like, yeah, I got to dump this. So I dumped it. I take the L on that. Whatever, is what it is.
I'm just trying to throw my stop out, but I don't know where to throw my stop out. I'm now once again 34 points in the money. I was originally 40, 50 points in the money. I got out of that short for a profitable trade. Now once again another 30, 40 points in the money. Call me Arun 2.0. Is this guy even here today? He's not here today. He would have been proud of me, man. He's, you know, I'm absolutely smoking the future shorts. Loving my trades today. A little bit tougher on the NASDAQ equities market for myself, as I was trying to go long Apple, Google, and a couple other stocks there. They burnt me today. But Microsoft shorts, they were paying me. I guess I should have held on to my Microsoft shorts a little bit longer. And here's futures, man. Futures really paying me off, making my day woo-wee. Slam dunk in the futures at the moment. We're going to take those profits and hold on to see if we can get a bigger move. I did say I expect the market to go down to 3,100, but we could also see 3,150. But when I'm saying 3,150, I mean 13150, right? 3,150 could be a support area too, a good 50 points above 100. Now I'm just throwing out random guesses. I think the market needs to go to 13,100 to go test the Friday's low. But if we don't go test the Friday's low and bounce off of 3,150, that just goes on to prove my thesis about the CPI number is what the market's waiting on. We're gonna keep on bouncing from that 13,000, 1,500 north side and 13,100 or 13,000 in general. So expect the market to go down to maybe even 13,000 flat if we break 13,100 today. And then on Wednesday when CPI number, it is Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
When CPI numbers come out at 8:30?
Yep.
8:30 in the morning, you will see the real move in the market in case the tops have been put in or the bottoms have been put in. I gotta be right back.
I'm not convinced this seller on Amazon is gone. I'm not convinced. And like I want the long because the long feels good. But the thing is if he's still there, as soon as we pop, he's jamming that, and I'm going to get smoked on my long. You know, that's kind of my thoughts here. So I'm chilling, even though I want the long. Like, I really want the long here. It didn't break 139, or did it? No, it touched 139.01. So, yeah, didn't break. And someone's saying, what do you think about MEGL? I don't know. MEGL, like, that's the IPO one, MEGL. Yeah, this one, the thing with MEGL, like there's no edge here. So it's like I'm not from a trading perspective. Like, I mean, if you're long from the IPO price, whatever, like great. But I don't think there's edge there, so I'm not really going to talk about that one anymore. ILAG looking like pop and fade. Not kind of my style there. Like I really want to see it get back up. If it does, it does. If not, whatever is what it is. Let's look back quickly here. If Amazon wants to get above that, like kind of I feel like where's the, well, you know, like if it goes back above 140, then it's interesting for the continuation if the market wants to kind of bounce. See, for me, the market is either above 4,200, like ES. I'm talking ES here. Like market is either above 4,200 and we're breaking out and we're probably going to get some wild moves to the upside, or it's below 40-50 level and then we're getting some downside action. And I really think that CPI is going to set the tone. It's like, where's price going to go? It's probably going to go somewhere on Wednesday, like 8:30. It's going to pick a decision, and then we kind of probably get some continuation there. For the time being, even though, like, I mean, you play off that 42, like, look, we cannot break that, you know, 4190 on the ES. We couldn't get to 4200. And then we start to sell off, and we really just start to go, right? So it's like there is room to the downside if you're kind of playing off that level, and then if we break, you just kind of flip long. From the equity side of things, obviously there's like a whole bunch of different trades that you could take, a whole bunch of different approaches that you could take. Like for example, like playing the 140 bounce that like really didn't get myself out of, or kind of discretionary basis, like if we turn back up, like what are the names that are really going to go? Somebody's saying NVIDIA 160. You know, we're at 173 right now. I don't know if that's like a bounce level or a breakdown level that you have. Like we're pretty far away from that level. Tesla, let's see where Tesla is. I think below 9 or back at that 900 level. Tesla, like, so for my level on Tesla, like 850, interesting if we really get below. Kind of surprised, but like, look how we rejected in the morning, that 910. So 910 is the 200 period moving average. And, you know, rejected it right off the morning, came down, broke above it for a little bit, and then kind of faded for the rest of the time. And someone say, oh my God, try it then, Luca. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Are you referring to like my trade ideas? See, the thing is like some of my ideas, it's like if I love the idea, then like I'll take the trade, you know? But if a lot of the times I'm missing these trades because I'm looking at like 100 things at once, also engaging with you guys. EXPR, let's take a look at that. EXPR, like pretty big float. I want to say this is a high short float as well. Kind of like moving in tandem with the rest of these names up on the day. Up 15%, but I think like you probably get some resistance at like 220 going into like 250 area. And yeah, we just did not break that 220 area today. This kind of reminds me though very quickly of Fubo from last week. Had the short on Fubo and you know, told myself if we get to 4, that's where maybe it gets really interesting. And you know, we actually went to 4 today and had some over-under action. Like look at that, break a 4 and then flush back down. So you know, kind of missed that one, but you know, you're not going to hit them all.
Yeah, I'm just having some fun with Fahad over there. This guy's working on a standing desk setup today, bro. What's going on? You need one of those automated desk things that moves your desk up too. That would be sick, eh? We should get the production team to get you one of those automated stand-up desks. Then Luca and I could start working up, stood up too. You know, we get this table raised up, nice. Gets our leg workout going on. That's actually pretty healthy. You know, back at my old job, I used to have that standing desk. I have that standing desk at my gaming desk at home, but not like I'm gaming with my desk up and everything, you know, but that would be pretty insane to do that. Anyone who games with their desk up, I don't know what the heck that is about. I know a couple people who do that though. Coming back to the market, will Lucid hit $20? I know Lucid Motors had an earnings report not too long ago. People were saying, oh, it's gonna, wow. What? This was the pre-market open move on Lucid? That's a pretty nasty move on Lucid. This is my first time actually pulling the stock up today. Did not notice this type of move was even being offered to trade on Lucid. Wow, nasty. I guess we should also go take a look at, I don't know why I pulled up Uber, but I just wanted to go take a look at Uber. But the competitor for Lucid would be maybe, you know, Rivian, your NIOs and so on. Even Rivian, pretty same move on Rivian. NIO, I'm guessing, has a similar move behind it today. Please tell me yes. Almost similar move. Yeah, they did have the same pop in it, but they had the drop in it too. NIO had a little bit of a bigger drop than Lucid. I'm guessing most of these moves are being copy-pasted, copycatted from Tesla. Let's go see if I'm right about that. Tesla over here launching to the north side all the way up to $920, rejecting off of 920, coming back down to 898 or so, which is slightly under VWAP over here on Tesla. So I'm guessing most of these moves were copy-pasted off of copycatted, copy-pasted off of Tesla over there. But Lucid, man, you're expecting Lucid to hit $20 today. If the market finds a way to go back to VWAP and stay green at some point, then yeah, maybe Lucid has some buyers coming in. Keep in mind it is, what? Oh, I was about to trip out. It says 11:26. I was like, there's no way it's only 11:26 right now.
Yeah,
It's got to be more than 11:26. It's 12:26. I'm seeing 11:26 because I was trading futures, and futures are an hour behind because of Chicago market and so on. But the Lucid Motors, man, coming in over here, trying to stay green, which is good for Lucid. Please stay green. We'll see what happens later on as the S&P 500 tries to go back to green state right now. The S&P 500 down by 0.06%. NASDAQ down by 0.25%.
Yeah, guys, I'm wondering if Amazon's going to get back down for a dip by here because, sold off, market sold off, now market's bouncing. If that seller is gone, then maybe this is the short-term bottom. I'm willing to try it one more time if the price is right, just because of this huge sell-off, right? We get the huge sell-off. I think, there's room to bounce back for sure, and we're getting some people bidding now, so it kind of looks healthier overall. But, will the price be right? Will I get the price I want? And I'm watching iLag as well. Like, is this thing going to make a run back up? Would love to see it. Ran towards like 670-ish, but just not that 680. Got that 680 rejection for anybody that was watching it there.
If there's any ladies in the chat who can help me with this question, that'd be great. I lost the earring today. So I was getting ready for work. I lost the earring. Or even men, any men who wear earrings. How do you find this thing now? It's completely lost under my bed. I'm going to have to rip my whole bedroom apart and then literally start scanning inch by inch. And ripping my whole bedroom apart is not an easy thing to do. Trust me. I got some heavy duty, and I'm only trying to fill in some words over here. A metal detector, okay, that's a good idea. A magnet, that's a good idea. Okay, see, now we got some friends coming in. Thank you for filling in the time over here as my computer completely randomly decided to turn down my software, log me out of my software. So I'm trying to log in over here. I just had to come up with the question over there. But realistically, I did lose my earring. That's why you'll see, go back to full face cam. That's why you'll see this one has a where is it? This one has a stud in it, and this one has a hoop in it. So I had to bust out 2 different earrings today just because of that. The stud is missing, man. I got to go find the stud, and hopefully my mom's not watching because she gifted me these studs, and they're real material. And if I lost this stud, my mom's going to come back to Canada and whoop my butt for losing expensive earrings, man. I'm scared right now. So I got to go home, bust out a magnet. Give me a neodymium magnet link on Amazon, please. Go bust out that, but is it gold or diamond? It's gold and diamond. So I don't know if a metal detector will even be used. A magnet won't pick this up, will it? I don't know. I'm just going to have to rip my whole room apart and look for it. I'm praying to God it didn't go through those air vents, because if it's gone through there, I'm done. And speaking about it right now, I'm praying that I don't get a text message on my phone, which is on the left side over there. All right, coming back to the market, I have Tupperware open. Finally, my software is loaded back up. Why do I have Tupperware? Because it had earnings report not too long ago, right? We also have a couple other stocks here that maybe we can pull up. MTCH. We saw what happened to Match.com on earnings report, launched up to the north side. Even Bumble caught a little bit of attraction off of that. I also have Nikola, PayPal, AMD. We already saw what happened to AMD today. AMD below 100 once again. But let's go check out PayPal. PayPal still under 100. Up 1% though, as the NASDAQ market is looking to go create a new lower day. Well, not just yet. They're still playing around in the lower day areas for NASDAQ. PayPal over here under 100, under 100 period EMA, which happens to be $96.70. Looks like that's going to be a barrier as the pre-market levels are also coming into play a little bit. NASDAQ being red, S&P 500 being red. I think PayPal has a chance to break 95 to the downside today and turn red at some point.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself, glancing over at Palantir back below 10. I had a couple trades on Palantir off the open. Not really happy the way that I played this overall. I thought we had an iceberg seller in the morning at 10. Obviously, negative earnings overall. Had the iceberg seller at 10. And what you tend to see is there's iceberg sellers in the pre-market at 8 o'clock. This is obviously, I almost want to say sophisticated money, post earnings, iceberging their trades at the $10 level. So my logic was, if we get above 10, then we could pop for a 30-cent move. I've seen it before, kind of SSR bounce. And we're experiencing a little bit of quote issues off the morning. and you know, like took the long here with some size, and I just didn't know what the price was, and I was like, well, I don't know what the price was. I'm probably gonna get smoked on this. So I got myself out, and kind of manageable, not really too bad. And then tried a long here, but this was a back burner as I was watching AMC go nuts. So I kind of punched out of this one, just thinking like, I don't even really care. Like I'd rather just like take my A+ setup on AMC as opposed to try to manage like this on the side, like a little small size, whatever. But yeah, that kind of pre-market bottom area of like 980 seems decent. So you know, if we do get back there, like keep in mind SSR, right? If we do get back to like 980, 975, look for this level to hold. If it holds there, then you know, decent setup for potential, just kind of the range is in and maybe it just trends around. And you know, just make sure you route your orders accordingly.
Route your orders accordingly. That's a very good advice. You got to know what orders to throw at what times. Actually, one of the traders over here has a very important piece of paper in front of him. I actually need that piece of paper. Maybe Brankles or Greg can print me that piece of paper, and they have a printer right next to them. That's why that paper literally tells you each single gateway, what letter they are, what that letter indicates, basically meaning what gateway it is. You know, my 2 years of experience, the one thing that I'm lacking on is exactly knowing what gateways are what letters, and that allows you to know what gateways to route your orders to. So you got to know what orders you're using, especially when you have direct market access, such as ourselves over here at Day Trade the World, PPRO. For anyone who wants to learn more about what direct market access means or what Day Trade the World is, you can head over directly to DTTW.com or daytradetheworld.com. Do !software or !sponsor in the chat. You also get the links for that. So, you know, for a couple stocks such as buyout stocks or setups like that, you really need to know what gateways you want to route to. A stock that got announced not too long ago about getting bought out is Amazon buying out iRobot. I believe that was a pretty big deal. You know, you really need to know what you're doing on those gateways. Otherwise, you're just not going to get any fills. You're going to be late to the game and slow to the game. Right now, I'm also noticing Eli Lilly pop up to 306 not too long ago and now get back down to $300. Eli Lilly had earnings report, I believe last week or yeah, I think sometime last week. They dropped down on that. Here's my trading on Eli Lilly. It was on the 4th of August. We're on the 8th of August today, coming right back to the $300 area. I'm expecting it to go below 300, but very low on the volume end. If you were to pull it up on my trusty little volume scanner, 2.18, what? How do you have 2.18 relative volume? So I guess it's not very low on the volume end. I just thought it was based on how it was moving, but I am absolutely wrong on that side. Luca?
I'm going to try one more time for this Amazon long. If it doesn't show me what I want to see right now, I'm getting out of this trade. I think, you know, that trend, kind of have trend over here at like 139.70 area, 139.70. Kind of feels like for a, not so much a bounce play, but like feels like we could get towards there. And if we get towards here, so like that'll be like 139, like 80, like we're setting the bottom potentially, right? So like I'm gonna like add, and then maybe like we run. If we break this level, then it's like kind of feels good, like maybe we bounce back, right? And not to, you know, obviously like the same trade over and over again, but just based on like, you know, you have the 140 level, solid level, like was good for the bounce, just kind of wasn't super clean. But overall, it's like, is it going to act as resistance, or are we going to, you know, get back above it and then kind of dance around? So this is my overall logic. So yeah, I'm going to try this one more time. But yeah, it is the afternoon now, so like things are a little bit slower. So I'm not really expecting like super sharp moves.
People talking about Roku. Roku up 3.5% today, pushing itself back to closer to that $90, $95 range high, which I remember talking about. Look, if there's I gotta do breathing exercises every time I gotta talk about either AMC, Roku, Peloton, or Roblox, right? I gotta do mental breathing exercises so I don't blow up and end up losing my job by talking too much smack about these companies. Eventually, Roku, we'll see what happens. It did push down to $60. Roku getting back up to $90, $95 is a very big question mark for me. If it does get back to 100, you know I'll be there with my pitchfork screaming, go down. Right now, it's diddling in the middle in these ranges. I'm not too excited about the range range that it's trading in. For example, look at the sideways consolidation range. Can you see it? Yeah, you can. Okay, the sideways consolidation range between 100 and 75. I'm not too worried about those ranges. If it does push to the high of those ranges, which is the high near closer to 100, I will for sure be looking to smack the crap out of the stock with the shorts. If we go towards 75, I'll take a little sample long, and then if we go towards 60, I might try a sample long. 75 breakout short towards 60 is something I'll be looking out for. This looks like a lot of shorts covering that are taking place. I don't want to talk too much smack about it. I'm just giving you technical analysis. That's how I would trade it. I guess my opinions on this can be kept to myself, as there are people on the other side of the trade over here who like the company. They are long in the company. They like the company. They like their products. I don't want to hurt you too much on that stuff. Market pushing back down. I thought Luca would take over, but we're going to let Luca focus on his trades, as I'm not really in a position, as you guys can see. No positions on the board for me. Let me also update Fahad real quick on what I need to do for him. All right, Roku coming back down over here. But yeah, more importantly, I want to talk about NASDAQ market. Looks like I'm going to be the loser of the day, as NASDAQ market goes towards a new low a day without me. I could have made way more money on this trade today, but that's fine. I made a good chunk of my money. According to my shutdown on futures, I already made 3 times my shutdown on futures. So I think that's a good day right there. I don't want to complain about it too much. We'll capitalize on it, come back tomorrow and put some more damage in this market. But for now, I want to hold on to my profits, as we are halfway through lunchtime. Lunchtime, give it meaning lower volume period, less of a chance of a breakout, less of a oomph. I'm going to trade for a breakout trade. So all things considered, I'm looking to protect your money, protect your neck, protect your money. I think that's what Sean says. I don't know what protect your neck is from, though. Probably some 30-year-old, 40-year-old song that I've never heard of, because I wasn't born back then.
Somebody in the chat, I'm like, yeah, let me just like decide. I'm like, because the thing is, like, when I'm scalping too, I'm like, what's my risk on this? Like, I'm trying to calculate it, and like, it's hard to do in real time. I'm just not prepared. Kind of bad way to trade. But somebody's like, yeah, rest in peace, Luke. I'm dying over here. I'm like, yeah, that kind of made me laugh. I just glanced over at that. Yeah, hopefully you guys are doing a little bit better in this afternoon than I am right now. But things just not really working the way that I want them to. But it is what it is, whatever. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. I'm noticing here 5,000 watching, 3,000 likes. Absolutely, much love across the board. Thanks for that. And if you haven't already, hit that like button. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. And I like now down below 6, getting that breakdown there. It's kind of sad, really. Like, over here, like, I'm like, yeah, the short's good, but I missed it, and then I didn't really get like the trade that I wanted to see per se, and then kind of whatever, just kind of let it go. So I don't know with this one. I think, overall, like, if I pull up the 5-minute, like, if I just quickly, let me just like pull up the 5. Okay, yeah, so we broke trend there. But here's the thing with these things, right? They top out, they break down, they kind of come back to life. 95. So, anything's possible there. And, Amazon's actually working for me now. Okay, let's go. Market making that bottom in reversal. I'm loving it. Hopefully not rest in peace. Hopefully not rest in peace. Hopefully this keeps going here. It's kind of like upsetting. It's like when you're fighting for the bottom and you lose, like, and then it's actually going to bottom and go. Like for me, it's like I don't want to really miss it per se. And again, this isn't like really like maybe the bottom, but the logic is like maybe we could get to like this line that I have here. Like, see how it like never really tested the line? It's like very weak, right? Very, very weak. And you got to be obviously like very, very careful on your trades. I still could probably lose this trade, but overall, I just kind of figured, it's midday, like pretty big sell-off there. Like, are we going to get that bounce that we're used to seeing, and are we going to like break this level and then run for like a 140 test? Like, if not, like whatever, it's wrong. But this will be discretionary. Maybe I cover some because I added twice here, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. But hopefully not. Rest in peace to me. Hopefully not. Well, in peace, but hopefully not rest.
Apparently that was the Wu-Tang Clan track, and yeah, a bunch of Wu-Tang lovers. Obviously, man, look, I was born in '94. Wu-Tang's like what, '95? I wasn't even in Canada till 2007, 2008. You can't be expecting me to know all that. I'm glad some of you know exactly where that was from, and you guys are having some good camaraderie, good moment in the chat over there about Wu-Tang Clan. I only know like a couple stories and a couple songs about them, but yeah, great legendary rap group in general. Coming back to the market though, Microsoft down 0.7 now, still trading around 280. Looks like that short that I had at 283 was going to be why aren't my executions showing up now? It looks like after that crash on my software, nothing wants to work anymore. No executions are showing up, but maybe if I take a new entry, they might. So as Luca was also talking about, that bottoming out on the market, I also mentioned how the market, does my MNQ futures thing show up? Nothing shows up. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, as NASDAQ, I was talking about NASDAQ possibly bouncing off of that 13,150 instead of really going to 13,100. If we go to 13,100, that's more negative in my opinion than it is than bouncing off of 13,150, because 13,150 bounce indicates that we are still waiting for CPI data to really understand what's going on in the market. If we push down to 13,100 today and then we push to 13,000 tomorrow, and then we have CPI number, that means people already know the CPI could be a little bit of a bad number coming in. So here's how I picture the events planning out. We trade between these ranges today. We break 13,100 tomorrow, and we push towards 13,000 in general. And then off the CPI number, we either bounce off of 13,000 or we break below 13,000. I could be completely wrong on this theory. I'm just throwing out some trade setups for myself to focus on for tomorrow and today. We'll see what ends up happening as the market does manage to create a bottom now for the intraday longers, such as Luca, who's trying to go long on Amazon. Maybe we can look for a possible long on Microsoft, which was a trade we were long or trying to trade earlier. Here's Microsoft now pushing above 281. Let me see if I can take a fill. I can't take a fill. Fahad, the position board is not updating over there. Maybe you need to check that a little bit. But we'll take this fill above 281. We'll give it above 20 cents to the downside, which will be on the break of 281. And we'll see if we can work with this. What is the low a day here? 280.50. I'm not giving it that much of a wiggle room. But we'll see if we can work with this. AMD, nice off the bottom too. Looks like we missed off that. AMD 97.99 was the low a day on AMD today. AMD now moving right back to $100. I'll be honest with you, I'm looking to short AMD somewhere above 100, even though AMD is in my long-term account and it makes me happy every time we get above here. And people talking about AMC, I'm not sure if the main man who killed it on AMC today, I think he's number one on the floor on AMC today. If he's still looking at it, if he is, then he can for sure talk about it, because I do not want to talk about AMC.
You're talking about me?
Yeah. Are you number one on AMC today?
I have no idea.
No idea?
Guys, compare yourself to your old self. Who the hell cares? Amazon, so guys, so I'm going to be done with this after this bounce play, but essentially, see the way that this bottomed out? And it's like, it kind of feels like I'm like, okay, we're going to get a test. So this is like the plan, right? Like I have the plan. I'm holding the shares. I just kind of removed the fills because it was distracting me from where the line was. I got some out over here just because like we could easily turn back. It's like the market has been turning back. But yeah, have a nice average, 139.24. If we can get above 139.80, then like I'm probably going to hit this for the long going into 140. And then maybe like we break 140 and then we like go to the upside. But like, if I hit this long and then it goes into 140 and it like doesn't break, like I'm just gonna get out. It's gonna be like the same kind of ideology at like the 100 level on what do you call it, AMD. So yeah, we'll see what happens. So not rest in peace to me. Things are going well, and yeah, hopefully this thing keeps going up and keep coming with the fire over here. And somebody's saying AMC moving again. I'll get back to AMC in a sec. I just wanna see how this trade over here plays itself out for me. What is this, 42 cents in the money right now? We're testing that moving average on the market. So yeah, if we can get back above like now it's like looking good, but it's like a slow mover. Like we'll see what happens right now in the next few seconds.
Nicholas Forcietti, 4135, party hat, emoji spam. I'm guessing that's because you got long at 4135 on the S&P 500 futures, now 10 points in the money. Yeah, and congratulations on that long opportunity over there. I wasn't even looking at the S&P 500 futures, so I did see you call it out, though. I think you called it out that 4135 level. I was too busy focusing on my shorts on the NASDAQ over there. there. But congratulations to yourself as you caught that long. I'm able to catch a little bit off that long, piggyback on your futures long, that is, and piggyback on Amazon long from Luca on Microsoft. Microsoft 11 pennies in the money. I had to add some more size as we are pushing up, so my average price is now 281.30. 281.30 is now my average price, which means I'm giving it about 30 cents of risk to the downside on Microsoft, right back to the break of 281. I'm okay taking a 30-cent hit, but I'm not giving it all the way up to the low of the day, which is 280.45, I believe. I'm not okay doing that. What I am liking right now, though, is the ask keeps on getting taken out, and the bids keep on they stay. They're not really moving too much, so which means that orders are punching directly into the ask and trying to push the market a little bit higher. At S&P 500, sorry, not S&P 500, NQ is currently at 13,200, a very pivotal, nice and even flash number, even number. I think we either see a rejection here or a breakthrough past 13,200 all the way up to 13,250, where we see rejection maybe for the second time with the double top. Let's see what the market does over here at 13,200. If the NASDAQ market finds rejection at 13,200, like I said, it might, then I'm thinking about jumping out of my longs on the Microsoft. If NASDAQ manages to break past 13,200, which it also might, then I'm looking to hold on to my longs on Microsoft.
Yeah, I'm just kind of quickly glancing back over at the chat here. So yeah, I took some out here of Amazon. It just kind of got above that area. I was thinking, I'm like, hey, maybe hit the long, but the thing is like, this is again, like, guys, if it's not showing you what you want to see, then, like, you know, obviously trade your book. But like, I'm like, okay, if we like start to go, like, this is like where we're gonna like start, and then if I can get a nice average over here with a little bit more size and push to 140, then like the trade is good. But we came back down. Now we're sort of like riding, and this is the 5 minutes, so let me just show you very quickly. Like this area, like that 139.50. So I'm still holding a piece, you know, thinking that maybe we get through 140. But I don't know if I'm gonna add again. It just wasn't going. It was like kind of stalling out, and the thing is like, you know, like it's not. It's gonna touch a lot of prices. It's gonna touch a lot of prices, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if this gets through 140, then like you got a good ways to run, right? Like we're above that. And just to bring back like 5 minute, this is like a shorter term kind of, this is maybe the 9 minute or 11 minute moving average. It's like we're above that now. So if we get above like 140, we either go sideways over here for a bit, or like we get above 140 and like we run 50 cents, $1. So that was kind of like the logic. That's basically what I was looking for. Yeah, hopefully, and somebody saying, Luca, let XOM long save you. Like actually, yeah, I just pulled that up. I'm not too sure. Like I stay away from the oil names just because I don't like the way they trade. It's kind of not. I don't got a really good feel to it. But yeah, looking good. Looking like it's holding that level, that 89 level, three times holding and above VWAP too. So maybe you get that final push towards 90 towards the end of the day. Obviously, keep an eye on oil if you are watching that as well.
God damn, Spencer, take it easy back there, bro. Leave some money for the rest of us. This guy just non-stop killing it. Spencer, you got in for Sean's seat over here, my friend? That's not happening, Go Sean. I like that answer. But Spencer, congratulations on a big day. Absolutely monster day for my buddy over there in the back corner. Maybe one of these days, if he has a trade he wants to showcase to you guys, we'll have him up there. But you know what? Maybe not, because last time he came up here, all the girls in the chat were just like, oh my God, I can't even see him talk. All I want to see is his face. Oh my God. And they were just fangirling all over him. So no, Spencer's not allowed on the show anymore, actually. But man, what we're liking right now are these nasty future positions. Well, I'm not even in the futures position, but the longs that we're watching at the moment. NASDAQ pushing back above 13,200. That is what I want to see for my Microsoft long. And I'm pretty sure that is what Luca wants to see for his Amazon long too. So all things considered, NASDAQ is doing exactly what I wanted to. It's only down about 0.15%. S&P 500 down only 0.01%. Let's send this market straight back to green territories a little bit, allowing Luca and myself to capitalize on the longs over here, which is now 20 cents in the money. Get him out here. Let us see him. No. We're gonna hide him over there. We're gonna hide him in that corner. Watch the head and shoulders on AMC. I mean, yeah, sure. Tell Spencer to go on Big Brother on Canada. What? I don't know why that point came up. Luca's trying to focus on the trade over here, so I'm going to keep on rambling about random stuff. So let's see what stocks you guys are looking at. Since you guys called out AMC, I want to leave that stock for Luca because he's been trading that position for 3-4 days now. I try to stay away from AMC for the most part. But I'll talk about it. I'll give you a quick little rundown on the technicals. AMC did reject 26 at one point today. Looks like 26 had some big seller on there, or I don't know exactly what was happening. I'll be honest, because Luca was talking about it in our group chat, and a bunch of other traders were talking about it, about some big sellers smacking down at 26 and having their stop at 26 and them getting wiped out, and then 26 being respected. I don't know the whole story over there. All I can tell you is this stock is up 15% on the day. I want to short AMC every single day, but if every single day is not a short AMC type of day, then it's not a trade AMC type of day for me. So I'm staying away from this one. I will be there to attack AMC when short AMC days are there. It just doesn't happen to be today. I think we might see that at one point now coming to the $29, $30 area. If AMC pushes to 30, which might happen sometime this week or next week, or even 34, I will be there with my 1,000 share orders to smack AMC to the downside, just not today though. But you know what, we will be here for this longs on Microsoft, which is now 24 cents in the money. We risked about 30 cents to the downside. Let's take a profit on the 30-cent high side for Microsoft, as we are pushing to the high side over here. And the NASDAQ, I can't speak, as I am trying to make up words in my mind over here, trying to give Luca some time. I'm just making up words. So if you see me rumbling and stumbling, I'm sorry.
So yeah, guys, let me. So it's kind of funny because today I'm actually laughing. Today I'm doing well. I'm having a great day. I'm like overall doing well, but it's like Monday, right? So it's like the Monday feels like you're fumbling. I'm hitting this. I'm like, oh no, that's not what I wanted. You guys hear me in the back. I'm talking to myself. I'm like, oh, is this gonna go? I'm like, oh damn, like that's not what I wanted. And like it's kind of funny because maybe I'm giving off that like, oh, like he's not doing well, like things aren't going well. No, things are going fine. Like I'm doing well. It's just like I'm not doing like as well as I could. I'm not like perfectly executing. And like the thing is like for example, like I sold off too much. I wanted to sell like less, but I sold off a little bit too much. And then I didn't like, I made a mistake right here at 140. So in and out, and then I covered everything. And I'm like, oh man, that's not what I wanted. So whatever is what it is, I'll take the W on this kind of like overall bounce area over here. Could have been better, but maybe there's more upside to go. I have no idea, but yeah, no, I'm definitely, sorry guys, I'm definitely okay. I'm laughing over here. I'm just laughing at myself, and I'm just like in the background like, oh damn, this, that, okay, whatever. Oh, AMD is actually coming up to 100 too, so, oh no, it broke 100, okay, never mind. Only focused on one there. The nice run into 100. Look at that kind of like, and VWAP too, and VWAP. Running into 100, quick break of 100, now back down. Not to say that like this is like top and like whatever, we're really gonna sell off from here, but for anybody that was watching that AMD level, that 100 rejection, that's like pretty clean. I mean, like it's kind of been below VWAP, right? Even though I tried the long here, like it's been below VWAP. The short has been good, right? And now back towards that 100 level, and like even we got to like 120. Like this was like pretty weak, like bounce kind of whatever. Now we're back here, so like maybe the short is good, but at the same time, like we already like went so low, and like I don't know, are we gonna turn again back down? You know what? I'll actually try this. Let me try this one, because this is pretty good. If we get back up to 100, then I'll try the short, and I'll just like risk like whatever. If we like get above like 120, like 110, then like whatever, I'll cover that. We'll see what happens. But yeah, let's see if we can get the fill here. I'm expecting like a super slow move, and like sizing accordingly. I'm not like too excited on this trade. So yeah, let's see where this one goes.
Let's see where this one goes. Yeah, baby. People calling Redbox in the chat. Redbox apparently having a new day's low, and you are not wrong about that. I'm actually ripping myself a nice little cutout of that sheet that I was talking about. On demand, baby. Thank you, Brankles. On demand coming in, printing that sheet. This tells you exactly. Stop messing with me, Lucas. This tells you exactly where. Are you done? Are you changing the camera angles? All right, this tells you exactly which way, what gateways or what letters and so on. I keep trying to put it in front of the camera, and this guy changes the angles over there. Redbox, though, being called out in the chat. New low a day for Redbox, $4.02. Is it 420? 427 low a day, trying to see if we can find some support. Keep in mind though, the stock being down 14%, it means it's going to go to SSR. Once again, for those of you who are new and don't know what SSR is, it's just a mechanic created by the market so all the traders don't pile in on one direction on a negative news. Now, if you want to short Redbox, the only way you can do so is by waiting for the stock to pop up and then go short. Look at Redbox though, going into the close on Friday. Crazy volume spike. We went from $4 to $5.60 on Redbox on Friday, and now here we are playing in that range itself. So I would love to see how Redbox would trade once we go back to $4, or if we go back to $4, and what this catalyst even was, why we had this pop going into the close. Microsoft now 10 pennies out of the money. So not gonna like that, because NASDAQ is still above 13,200. Let's see if Microsoft goes back to 281 and breaks 281 to the downside, which will be my marker as an exit. Most likely going to lose on this trade now and give back some of my money that I've already made on Microsoft, which is not what I want to do. You know what? We're gonna walk away from this one for a 10 penny loss. That way we keep on holding to our profits that we made on Microsoft as NASDAQ breaks 13,200 and pushes back below 13,200. Don't want to be involved in this trade anymore. I still think the market's going to stay red. I mean, we told you this at what, 11 o'clock. If Sean is thinking about flipping short, I might as well join him and think about not holding my longs, and that honestly made my day today. So thank you, Sean, for once again with those friendly advice. You're short Apple still? 167 still short Apple, says Sean, and now we're at 165. Let's go, baby. I was actually going long 167. Thank goodness I stopped then, huh? Look at anything?
So Amazon rejected that 140 and sold off pretty hard. So yeah, I guess that is the rejection area. That is the resistance zone. You know, like 140 has been so good to the long side for so long. Now we kind of had the sell off going through 140. And, you know, a very sharp reversal off that 140 level and now kind of right back down. So not to say that it doesn't go back through 140 and kind of bounce to the upside. But overall, you know, 140, like for like not so much, again, this isn't really like a bounce play, but just more so for like a reversion back to like VWAP type trade. You know, if you're thinking, oh, 140 is going to be like that support and it's just spending a little bit of time underneath and then it's going to get above and then kind of go back above. You know, if it rejects very, very sharply off the level and kind of inches its way back to 140, then, you know, like it is what it is. You got to kind of let it go. So I'm kind of happy that I'm not long the name anymore and just nursing this AMD trade, you know, short 99.90-ish and looking for a move back into like this general area. So like a 99.60. And then maybe we go sideways and I'm going to hold a piece for a potential move back down. And let's see if we can get back down to like that 99 area.
I'm just having fun trolling a couple people in our work chats over there. But yeah, coming back to the market, I'm surprised Eli Lilly did not break 300 at all, man. I've been waiting for Eli Lilly to break 300 for God knows how long now. We keep managing to bounce past 300 on the stock. We broke 300 off the opening drive, went down to 297, pushed right back above 300, launched to 307, and now coming back down, we still managed to find buyers at 300. The negative catalyst in the stock does not seem to matter at all. So just got to be patient, I guess, to find that short opportunity under 300. Maybe sometime later today, maybe sometime tomorrow, I'll be able to find it. Honestly, Luca has mentioned this to me. It's like the levels you want to trade, they happen in pre-market. You can forget about having your levels during the open market, as 90% of them are washed up and taken out in pre-market itself. Even Cash complained about this not too long ago. I don't know if his Cash is here today, but you know, yeah, that's a big problem in this market. Some of these levels are just not in play during the opening hours, and I just don't take executions in after hours. So that's my problem that I have to fix on, I guess. SoFi is eating me right now. Not sure what you mean by that. I think you're long and SoFi has been pushing down. I apologize for that. You know, obviously, if you were following my trade, you should have maybe gotten out of SoFi when I jumped out of SoFi for it looked bad right then. But end of the day, trade your own book as always. That is the #1 rule. If you believe that SoFi longs are going to work out, maybe continue holding it. Non-financial advice as always, right? How I would have traded it, you saw how I would have traded it. I already punched myself out of that trade long time ago. Bears versus Bull coming in and saying lunchtime is officially over. Thank you, Bears versus Bull. It is officially 1 o'clock now, right now, so lunchtime is done. Maybe that brings a lower volume period in the market. Something that I'm noticing on NERV. I don't know why I have NERV open on this board, but I think maybe this was a stock that we were watching not too long ago. I had a long on this on a low float stock on a break of 6. What? I remember the stock now. Yeah. We took the 6 breakout. We got chickened out of it, and it pushed to 7, and I complained about it the whole way through. I remember now. But one thing I'm noticing is look at the size on $4.80 on NERV. Very light on volume today, only 300,000 shares traded. I wouldn't even bother taking a trade on the stock, NERV, because okay, never mind. The relative volume is actually 3 times. So 3 times relative volume is good. NERV, we have some size blocking it at $4.80. Maybe, do I need to pay for shorts on NERV?
Probably, yeah.
NERV.
It's a low float, so yeah.
Probably have to pay for shorts. Yeah, if I probably have to no. Probably have to pay for shorts on the stock, so not gonna get any fills for it. But $4.80 seems to be having a block on it.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the times these low float names, the exciting ones, you know, it's always going to be paid for shorts. And the lower the float, the more expensive it is, for anybody wondering. Yeah, AMD still acting right, not inching its way back towards that 100 level. I'm just worried that like this market can like whipsaw at any moment, right? It's like obviously AMD is in the NASDAQ, but looking at the overall ES, it's like kind of sold. And here's the thing: sold off again, a little sideways action, a little bit of a pop, back down. If we like get back towards like lows here, then like the short is good and it's going to look good. I was thinking maybe I'll cover some like 99.60, 99.50. But this is going to be more of like I'll keep an eye on it and see how it goes. Like if we break like 99.55-ish and like we flush and then reclaim, like I'll get out of that. Or if this wants to go above 100 right now, then I'm probably going to have to cover it. Because overall, you know, like yeah, like the market could just continue to go higher, and like these are pretty solid levels on these names. So yeah, you know, definitely going to continue to watch this. And someone's saying borrow Tony shorts. Yeah, yeah, maybe he locked them all in. He's reselling them back to us. No, probably not. And I needed to break 7 again. Yeah, I think it might be done. Like unless it's like this is one of those like gonna go for high day clear, but it's pretty like this is already like a huge move to the upside, right? Like breaking 7. So you know like if it kind of holds VWAP, dips below, comes back, and then for whatever reason runs back to the highs, you know gets interesting. But for the time being, off my radar. You know I missed the short there, and I don't really think there's a long here per se. So I'm just gonna watch it for now.
Baba being called out in chat. Let's go check out Baba. Baba apparently still down on the day, almost 2% over here as the NASDAQ turns back to being red or continues being red. S&P 500 also continuing to be red. And I think that's going to be the story for the rest of the day over here. I'm not expecting the market to go green at any point now. Maybe CPI comes in to help it on Wednesday at 8:30 a.m. Sadly, I won't be here to cover CPI for you guys, but I guess it's not sad because you get to see the main guys, Neil, Sean, Brendan, coming in at 8:30 covering the CPI number for you live on the YouTube show. So don't go anywhere. That's on Wednesday too. So come back on Wednesday and make sure that even now, as we only have an hour left for the midday mayhem, midday madness, market movers, only an hour left. Make sure that you're smashing the like button. Let me go to the YouTube spiel, right? Smash that like button. And apparently one of the viewers messaged me today, Sean. They were asking where you got that bear, the flippable bear bull. Yeah, they were hoping that it was actually one of our toys in our merchandise or whatever. What a block! What a block! They were hoping that it was our merchandise from our store.
James Harden.
Yeah, my bad. Catching the pass like James Harden. He said that's a good one. That's a good one. But yeah, it's a bear, and you can flip this guy inside out into a bull if the market's green. You see his horns right there, but we'll leave his horns inside now because it's a bear day today. Anyways, yeah, maybe we could create one of these stuffed toys for ourselves and slap the Trader TV logo on there for merchandise. That's what the viewer wanted. One of our viewers wanted that. But yeah, smash that like, man. Record viewage today. Record viewage. I believe we had 10,000 viewers at one point. We see this happen every time AMC GME starts popping off. So thanks to AMC GME popping off, we got about 10,000 people watching us. Around 2.6K to 3K likes, I believe, before coming onto this show, and now 3.2K likes. So let's see if we can send that number a little more to the north side and hit the subscribe button for anyone who's new and has not hit the subscribe button. If you want to learn what joining the member means, click on the join button and listen to what Brando has, because it's for sure way more coherent and less stuttery when Brandon's saying it. So go click on the join button, listen to what Brando has to say. You get custom badges and custom emojis to use in the chat over there. You can also send them super chats if that's what you're interested in for supporting the Trader TV Live family. Last but not least, we have a hat that you can go buy from the merch store. I think Teesprings needs to get more stuff in their inventory. Once they do, we can talk about it from there on out. But for now, if you want to support us with our merchandise, you can do so with the Trader TV Live hat. Oh man, why did I click that? I had the earnings board open, but I clicked that, and now we're not gonna see the earnings board anymore. But I did see Smile Direct Club on that board and a bunch of other stocks that I wanted to talk about. Darn it! Maybe I can open up the earnings board over here while Luca has a second.
Yeah, sure. So looking at AMD, got stopped out over there. It didn't really fall off the way that I think that it could have. And then I added a little bit, like just kind of broke above 100, came back. I'm like, maybe this is good. So I added some, but then we broke above that level, that 110 area. So yeah, might just have to let this go. Looking like the market wants to coil back up here. So let's quickly revisit the NASDAQ here as well to see. Yeah, kind of looking the same, but looking like it wants to make a run for like this. And this is like short-term levels, obviously, but it's like if it's going to run for like that, 13,221 area and then kind of break. Like maybe this is the bounce, right? So I'm gonna be very cautious, getting some bids here on AMD, and it is midday too, so maybe we go sideways. Let's quickly look at Amazon where it's at. Yeah, Amazon just not even close to that 140. Pretty surprising, actually.
Can you look at these after for super chats?
Yeah, sure. All these?
No, just these two.
Oh,
just
okay.
These two.
I was gonna say, wow, I didn't even notice. Yeah, sure. So yeah, let's have a look here at Uber. Last I checked.
Imagine having to go through all those. Like, whoa, where did the super chats come from?
Eventually, but yeah. So Uber, last level that I remember, obviously they had earnings. Free cash flow positive above that 30 level, but two sideways days, right? Two sideways days. And let me just bring up the just to kind of show you the daily over here. Where is it? Bear with me. Let this load. I think that 30 level is definitely like a level of interest. It's like, we spent so much time down here, and then, like positive catalyst, like runs through 30. The thing is, it's not really in a new range. And like, it's hard to say like, where's the breakout from this level? And like, I'm gonna zoom out to get even more information here. Like maybe you get like a kind of draw like a trend line, and say like, okay, this has been like the overall resistance. It's been like rejecting this trend line, right? So now we're basically at that level. So I would say like from both perspectives, like from a day trade, maybe there's not a trade there just because it's like slower post earnings. There's other things that are moving. But overall, if you look at this kind of area here, it's like if it wants to like reject this area, like over the course of like the next week or two, being like 33, 34, then maybe like you could justify that like, okay, yeah, it's going to go sideways and then maybe go back low, break below 30, and like who knows where it goes from there. But the thing is like it has like the positive catalyst, which sort of changes everything, right? So maybe this goes sideways and then has like another break up, and it finally breaks trend to the upside. So those would be like two things that I would be looking for, but it'll definitely be like a timing thing. Like this could easily happen. Like it might take like 2 weeks to like play itself out and then kind of pick a direction. But at the same time, if volume dies off, it might just like go sideways for like a very long time, right? Like look at this. It sells off, then it's just sideways, and this is from like May 10th to like June 10th. So like for a month, it just kind of like stayed in this range over here. So literally it could stay from like August to like September, mid-September. Like it could just like stay, like it could break highs and then come back down, break lows and then repop and like stay sideways. So these are my thoughts on Uber. Like I don't think the 1 minute really shows anything specifically. It's like, it's not really like, it kind of has the same feel as the rest of the market, and there's probably better names to trade, more volume, more volatility. So like from a day trading perspective, wouldn't really like no thoughts there. And Coinbase, Coinbase earnings are coming up. That 100 level interesting, but guys, keep in mind the level of the halt. That 106.35 area was the halt, was the previous down halt on coin. So like from 105 to 106.5, that's like a level of interest for me on coin. It's like for the time being, and like we did get the pop and the fade. Not really like something that I'm trading today per se, just because, you got earnings coming up. I'm kind of picking my spots today. I'll probably trade this off earnings if it sets itself up. But going back to that really, really crazy day that everybody remembers, and let me just remove these fills so you guys can't judge me. No, I'm kidding. Going back to like that really crazy day, like this level, which is like literally 106.31, and then the open price of like 105. So like this area is the interesting area for me. So like 105 to 106, I don't think it's been back above that area, and all this traded above was like basically short squeeze, and like, like if people are long here, like they've never been in the money since. So kind of fast forward, that was that crazy day. This was the next day after that. So like the high was like 98, 99. And now here we are today, and the high being like 103.5, right? So it's like it hasn't even tested that 105 area. So those are my levels on coin. I think it gets interesting if we get there, and then things get interesting and maybe sets itself up, and we'll see what happens.
Did you mention earnings report?
Yeah, earnings Wednesday. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. And hella short Uber. Like, see, my take on Uber, like my personal take is I'm like, man, these guys don't make money. Like, this is a short. This is probably gonna like tank off earnings. And I even said that. And then like, they came out, they're like, not only are we not going down, but we're free cash flow positive. Let's go to the moon. And I already announced it. I already said, like, I'm wrong. I was wrong. Wrong all the time, but, no shame in admitting it. Is what it is. Trading's a lot of fun, right? Trading's a lot of fun. You learn a lot. Definitely exciting. And, you just got to learn from your mistakes. It's not a loss if you learn from it, right? So just keep trekking forward and, try to get better every single day.
Sorry, I was just waving and talking to Lucas over there if you hear him. We're just trying to make sure the position board is accurate. Earlier it said I was short Microsoft 281.11. I wasn't actually short 281.11. So we're just making sure the position board updates, and now it says no position. So we're good to go. Let's get back to what I wanted to talk about earlier, which is the earnings board. We finally got the earnings board back up over here. A couple stocks that catch my eyes are not vroom vroom, but it's fun to say that stock name, vroom vroom vroom. Smile Direct Club is what stands out for me. We got Novavax, that's another one, that's a big company. LMND, maybe. We'll see how LMND trades tomorrow off the earnings report. But more importantly, we got some stocks over here. Is there anything that I usually trade? Okay, NCL, we'll be watching that one. Norwegian Cruise Liner. Warner Music Group, I don't know if that's going to be something. Workhorse, okay, yeah, we know how this stock trades on earnings report. Cisco, maybe a little bit. That's we don't need to go that one that far yet. Not really too much of a big names coming up. Let's go to this side over here. This is earnings for August 10th. We got Wendy's Nuts, Unity, iRobot. We already know what's going on with iRobot. H&R Block, not too interested. Roblox, okay, Roblox, Coinbase, Plug Power. We got some fun names coming up for Wednesday, that is, and thank goodness that we still have this earnings season going on to bring in some volume, bring in some catalyst into the market. Talking about the market, aren't we glad we punched out where we did on the future short by having that theory that we threw out? We threw out a theory that the market probably doesn't go down to 13,100 today, and I gave my reasonings behind it, and it's most likely that we'll see it stop at 13,150. Man, that short was so good. We got out of it because then look at this market now trying to push back up. Looks like that long we had originally on Microsoft, we should have held on to a little bit longer as Microsoft tries to inch right back towards the north side over here with the help of NASDAQ and S&P 500, which are exactly opposite to each other. NASDAQ up 0.07%, S&P 500 up 0.07%, and NASDAQ down 0.07%. Now we just wait to see if the S&P 500 can help the NASDAQ flip back to green side, or does the NASDAQ bear enough weight on the S&P 500 and bring it back to the red side?
Yeah, you know, and Amazon making the move back to 140, so maybe second time's a charm. With the market now inching back up, you know, if we get above that 140 area, like it was a pretty grind to the upside, right? Then you had the pop into 140. And the rejection, and then kind of market looking like maybe it's going to fall, but now it's inching its way back up. So, you know, if we get back above that 140 area and we really go, maybe we curl up. This is, you call it a higher low, whatever is what it is. You know, could easily curl back, break 140. See, I think the best setup overall would be a kind of a little bit of a sideways action before a run, because, you know, you get the move like this. And if it runs into 140, maybe it runs into another wall over there. So yeah, we'll see how it interacts over here, and you know, maybe get a trade going on this as well.
I'm just trying to focus on what I want to talk about over here. Every time I look at the NASDAQ time, I just trip out oh my goodness, we still have another 2 hours. I'm starving. But realistically, it's 1:16 Eastern Standard Time. Another 40 minutes left until Pratty Daddy can eat some amazing chicken breast. You know, for the first time, you're going to hear me not complain about the lunches. Ooh, because it's a good chicken breast. It's a good seasoned chicken breast on it. I don't know what was on the side. Sorry? The visual. Yeah, I'm a big visual guy, you know. It needs to look good on the plate. Dude, last time, did you see? I actually won a recent UFC parlay, which was, I put down 25 bucks and I won 45 back. So let's go. My account back up on that. Yeah. But you know, UFC, dude, we have some good UFC fights coming up. Shout out to Mohammed Usman, which is Kamaru Usman's younger brother. This guy looks like Hulk. Mohammed Usman looks like Hulk. Pereira? Yeah, that's a fight. Pereira's the only guy Adesanya lost to in kickboxing, and now Pereira moves over to UFC to beat his butt in UFC 2. But guess what? That's not happening. My boy Adesanya is going to defend the belt. Nah, it's not happening. It's not happening. He's going to deal with him. He's going to put him in the dirt. 7 feet under, not 6. 7 feet under. But let me get back to the market before the chat gets mad at me for sticking too much to UFC over there. Chat's talking about Baba. Baba apparently still going to the downside. Prague gets overexcited about the chicken breast. Listen, if it looks good, I'm happy about food looking good, okay? I'm a very visual eater. But anyways, coming back to market, Baba creating some sort of a double bottom, I guess, if you include the pre-market lows around $90, $90.50. Now getting back above $91 is trying at least Baba, but I'm not seeing size on the bids. There we go, some size coming on the bids right now. Any number that you see, just add 2 zeros behind it. So 2 means 200, 5 means 500, 6 means 600. Obviously, I'm actually filtering it out for 1. So now you see all the 100 share sizes. Most of the time, those are just algos just sitting there just with 100 share sizes. Not too exciting for us. We filter out the 100. And we also try to filter out the size over here to a significant amount of size so we see where the actual volume is transacting. But keep in mind, the official lunchtime may be at an end, but the unofficial lunchtime is still looming around here. So I think the market volume is not going to be back in just yet. You might see the volume coming back in for the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendo at 2 o'clock. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned whenever that show comes on, that is. We're going to push you right onto that one. HLBZ is apparently printing and still taking out the high a day. Let's go check out HLBZ. Wow, yeah, 1.7 coming into play very soon on HLBZ. A new high a day. It says 122% up, but let me go make sure it is exactly that. It is 126% up on the day and still launching to the north side, HLBZ. There we go, 1.72 now getting taken out.
Yeah, and you know, Amazon taking it slowly to 140. So love to see it. Hopefully, maybe see how it acts. But you know, let's get to AMC because you know I kind of dodged this for a little bit too long. And Prad's like, yeah, Luca will talk about it eventually. And I'm just like, I don't want to really talk about this anymore. But you know, AMC kind of crazy.
Talk about it.
Like the thing with AMC, like it has like the small cap setup. It has like the same setup as Coin. Like you have the run up, you have the run down. Like absolutely solid. Then you have like the secondary move, which is kind of like you call it like, you know, shorts getting squeezed or whatever. But for the time being, now that it's in the middle, I think like a good rule of advice here is like do not diddle in the middle. Like I really don't think that this thing is going to go from like 25.80 down to like 24 or even like 23, which would make it like a great trade, which would give like a nice opportunity. So I don't really feel like personally, like as a short seller on this name, I don't think that I'm missing anything by not trading it for the rest of the afternoon. I'm just going to let it go. And if it like does go wild and like break like the 27 or like the 27.50 area, then it gets like interesting to me. But for the time being, it's just not interesting. It's in the middle. Like there's no real trade there. And like, you know, if you want to go long on the name, like obviously like it's showing strength, like it's up overall. But the thing is like going long here and then saying like, oh, because maybe it's going to like run to highs. It's like, I just haven't seen the conviction. And the volume is like very, very, very low. The volume like definitely dropped. So, you know, when volume drops like that, it keeps the very, very tight range. And, man, the bots on AMC are savage. So, for me, it was a nail and bail. I'll take my money and run.
Yeah, I just got the bear puppet on my hand here. Just playing around with the bear puppet, you know. Market's still red. Market's still trying to go down. And the Microsoft longs are not working. So, I'm actually going to flip short Microsoft over here. Because the market went up and Microsoft didn't really do much above 281. So I'm going to flip short Microsoft over here, see if we can take some advantage on it. The position board work, it did work. Awesome. Everything is accurate right now. So we're waiting to see what the market will do as the NASDAQ pushes right back to the downside. NASDAQ did push up. And wow, HLBZ still printing, as the chat said earlier. Not looking to stop anytime soon, does not want to stop making new high days, keeps on launching. Not sure what the catalyst is on this position. Maybe I can pull it up over here to see if I can find what's actually going on. While my nose is really itchy, boy. I can't really see what's going on. Squeeze stocks, maybe it's in the squeeze stock basket. No, I'm seeing Beyond Meat, Beyond DKNG, Open, Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC. What is this? Clean stocks? Clean stocks is not a clean stock, HLBZ. So what is the catalyst behind it? Maybe I can find it over here. HLBZ, pop. Top market gainers, licensed to operate e-scooters and e-bikes in Australia. That was July 25th, though. So, HLBZ shares rose, extending Friday's rally. So what was on Friday then? What happened on Friday, bud? Not sure what exactly took place on HLBZ. You know, obviously, I'm guessing a low float stock. No real experience for me on trading low float stocks. How much float is this? 14 million float. Apparently, they sell e-scooters and e-bikes, or maybe they rent out e-scooters and e-bikes. Talking about renting out e-scooters and e-bikes, there was a service I actually found in Toronto that is pretty neat, man. You pay about $400 a month, or not I think you pay like $100 a month or so to rent this e-bike, and then at the end of summer you can just give it back. If you live in downtown and you live in Toronto, where your summers are 4 months long, that's like the best way to commute around downtown. So if HLBZ is somewhere around that realm, then I think I like what they do overall. And if it's in Australia, we know how big Australia is and how wild Australia is, right? So probably lots of people who are looking to off-road on those e-bikes and e-scooters and whatnot. 78 times relative volume today, 14 million shares of float. Short float is 3.46. Tons of volume, man. 78 relative volume is tons and tons of volume on that. I'm by myself over here. My partner's missing one more time, you know, but you'll see my partner. What's up, Luca? I hope you're having a great trade, my friend. No, he just went to pee. But in the meantime, as we're waiting for Luca to come back, let's see what stocks you guys are looking at. Docu having a bullish divergence. HLBZ super low flow. Yeah, I'm seeing 14 million float, Brendo, on my... Even more? Even lower than 14 mil. Wow. Okay. Even lower than that, says Brendo on our work chat over there. Microsoft shorts not really paying me just now as they push back above 281. So we'll wait for Microsoft to decide what it wants to do there as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Sorry, as the NASDAQ is still red, but S&P 500 is slightly green. Check out XOM, Prad. Yeah, thank you for your XOM call out right before the day shifted over to our show. Right when you called it out, I took that breakout long 89, I believe, if I remember correctly, but not my candles are not showing up. That was a pretty good trade. I think I made about 30-40 cents on that. Thank you for the XOM call out. Now still up 1% on the day. I was even thinking about taking an XLE breakout long on that call out, but I stayed away from that one. I guess that was a good idea for me. As Neil sits back down and he says, HLB is insane. Indeed, my friend, HLBZ new high a day keeps on going. Are you long on that?
Yeah, but because I had to get up, so I wanted to talk to you guys.
Right on, right on. He's still long on it. He's still holding on to his shares. Okay, so he's talking about a quarter cent breaks and the nice even $1 break on HLBZ. He's saying that's how easy it was. It was almost constituted as free money. He had to take the $1 break, the $1.25 break, and the $1.50 break, allowing him to scalp up some profits all the way through each one of these pops, and also hold some for this move right now, where we might just see the $2 test coming into play. Keep in mind that the 100-period EMA on the daily chart right here is at $1.60, which we're above by 10 pennies on HLBZ. A high day did come into play around $1.75. And there's Michelle. I was waiting for your messages all day, Michelle. I was looking to see when you would come in and talk about Bed Bath & Beyond, GME, and AMC. I'm glad you're having a great day, my guy. Congratulations on your Bed Bath & Beyond and your GME callouts.
Yeah, I'm just actually quickly looking at GME. I didn't even look at them today, but good call saying that former 180 level pre-split. I think, where does it go 200? 200 would be 50, right? Will be 50, yeah. And yeah, no, 200, the last time it was at 200 was March 31st. And it broke 200 and went to 205. Actually, I think I remember that day.
Yeah, real quick about the, oh, I thought you were talking about GME, sorry.
Yeah.
No, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. If we get to 50, like 50 will be interesting. Like not today, just because obviously I already had the extended move. I don't think it has the steam. But if for whatever reason it goes sideways for a little bit and then runs to 50 and wants to break 50, like yeah, things definitely get interesting over there. But for the time being, it's showing that rejection like 45 to 45.50 area.
Yeah, Michelle Herbert coming in with the super chat. Thank you, Michelle. Guess who sold it at $6.45? Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I was actually calling your name out. I was like, I'm surprised we didn't see Michelle in the chat today, as Bed Bath & Beyond is up about 30-40%, man. Still trying to stay green. These meme stocks are back into play, back into action one more time. Ignore the 132% that you see over here. That's because our platform thinks that Bed Bath & Beyond closed at $4, but it didn't really close at $4 on Friday. So ignore the number, but yeah, we are up a pretty good chunk of percentage on said position, which is, I believe, now at 32% or so, 37%. Sorry, that's the number for Bed Bath & Beyond. Novavax, I want to talk about Novavax, but more importantly, let's quickly go to Moderna, because that's what's being asked in the chat by Miranda. Miranda asking about Moderna, which is down 2.5% today. Trying to stay above $180 for Moderna, which positive earnings report came out not too long ago. That was the catalyst for Moderna, and it stayed green off of that. And Pfizer also, man, we see Pfizer buying out these new biotech companies. We see Novavax trying to do something similar. I believe I remember Novavax trying to buy out somebody. And Novavax earnings report also, as you guys saw on the earnings board not too long ago, coming out, I believe, after market or before market. Either way, we'll be able to trade Novavax tomorrow. Moderna today slightly on the red, but still trying to hold up in front of $180. It is time for Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update on currency markets for you today. I threw up a chart of Ethereum this time, so you can have a look at, this is an hourly chart, so we're going back to the end of July, essentially, on a daily time frame, but on an hourly chart. Nice trend to the upside once again for Ethereum down here, 5.4% back to the upside. We tagged 1,800, broke it, and then came right back below. So we'll see if we can get back above 1,800, 23,910. So again, through 24 back below for Bitcoin. Everything else pretty strong on this board because of some dollar weakness that's continuing. 0.3 to the downside for the DXY, 106.2 Canadian dollar. Big move up today, 0.6%, 77.5 basically. But the story of the day, very positive throughout the entire board here because of some dollar weakness, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you, sir, for the money talks over there. Yeah, we barely look at currencies over here, man. We need to start looking at currencies more. Actually, Greg said he wanted to jump on the show one of these days and talk about cryptocurrencies. You know, there's not many people that I know who actually own cryptocurrency and manage their cryptocurrency basket actively like Greg does. So I would love for Greg to jump on one of these days and have a fun convo about cryptocurrencies whenever he's free, whenever he's not busy, that is. You know, he's busy with the brand new class. As you see, he's not even here right now. He's
always
training.
working.
Always
working
working,
hard.
man. Always working. 30 more minutes left over here for Midday Mayhem, Market Movers, Midday Market, Monday Movers Mayhem.
Monday Mayhem.
Midday Markets Movers, Monday Mayhem. Yeah, because it's been fun a little bit. The S&P 500 moving back into the red, sadly, which means that's going to be fruitful for our short positions, which is Microsoft. I'm short Microsoft now, 40 cents in the money as we push back towards the lower day, and we are about to test the lower days for MSFT. Let's see if S&P 500 can also go to the lower day, which is yes to do so. NASDAQ has been creating higher highs and higher lows ever since that lower day test. S&P 500 has pretty much been doing the same thing.
Someone's, John in the chat is like, how can you call crypto a currency when it's impossible to pay with? Well, you could say crypto bets, like crypto, yeah, guys, something I wanted to quickly talk about. So it's like, the AMD like long off the bottom was way better than the Amazon long off the bottom. Like for like a comparable, like very clear that it's way better. And like the thing is at the time I'm like, I don't know. Like I thought Amazon was gonna do what AMD did. I was like, okay, like see this chart right here, this beautiful chart over here, beautiful chart over here. Like I thought, like, I'm like, okay, like, let's load the boat over here because we're going to go, but, like, we're just rejecting that 140 level. So, yeah, I guess support turns to resistance, hindsight 2020, but I should have seen that. And AMD also above super trend. Yeah, like, AMD has just been, like, very, very strong to the upside. But the thing is like, I guess so. Let me just pull up the daily here just quickly. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Amazon's, like, less trendy. Like, you're right. I agree with that. I should have seen that in advance, but it is what it is. I just thought like it was gonna be good, and I was like, maybe I saw the bids and like it just that 140, whatever, blinded by the light. But I like making a run back to 6. This is everything. See you guys know the classic small cap action on these like low floats, like sub 10 mil floats. It's like it does its thing. It breaks down, it looks good from the short side, it dips a little more, it reclaims, then it goes for the high. Now the real question is it done, or is it gonna make a run towards high a day? Like if it makes a run towards high a day, opportunity on both sides. The worst thing would be if it just kind of dies off and does nothing. Like personally, I'm not really interested in like taking a short at this level and like going back for like 560 area. And I don't want the long either, but yeah, if this does get above like 680 and go nuts, then yeah, for sure things will be interesting.
Yeah, I'm just now I'm just listening to Blinding Lights by The Weeknd. Ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. I can feel your feelings when you. Now I have to sing the whole song in my head, man. Why'd you do this to me? He's even whistling the song to himself. I like that. Teva, keep doing new 52-week highs. I'm losing my mind. Teva keeps doing new 52-week highs. There we go. I just couldn't read it properly. My dyslexia kicked in over there, and the words started moving around for me, man. That was a little weird. Teva, though, here's Teva moving to 3% to the north side today, holding VWAP for the most part. This is the Israeli, I believe, biotech company that started doing, started going higher after settling the lawsuit that they had not too long ago. I also think this is the stock that Warren Buffett was invested in. I can't remember exactly if it is. But we'll see what happens if this was the one. Anyways, Teva moving 3% to the north side off that catalyst today has helped VWAP all the way through no matter what. So clearly big buyers are coming in around VWAP, propping the stock up, not letting it go to the downside. That's going to be your indication. You're going to be able to scalp this stock long as the VWAP level doesn't break. That's one setup that I enjoy seeing right now on this stock.
Yeah, we got 25 minutes left. Everything kind of played itself out. I'm not sure there's anything left for me. I'm just like looking over my watch list, as you guys know. Got the napkin. But yeah, things have moved, and now it's like chill for me. Like, made the money for the day, and the saying, make the money, drink. Oh, sorry. Make the money, keep the money. Drink the beers. Make the money, keep the money, drink the beers, So hopefully you guys made money. And this is not me wrapping up the show right now, but this is me basically like looking around. Like the thing is my watch list for the day, I keep my watch list here. I got all my names. I'm cycling through it, right? AMC is not doing anything. Palantir is just kind of like, it had that move. It really kind of disappointed me in the morning. People are asking BBBY, what are your thoughts? So like going into today, and the thing is BBBY is not SSR. So I think my mistake of the day, like this is like, I want to just quickly cover this. So obviously I had the AMC long, and for anybody that's just tuning in, I want to show this to you guys. For anybody who saw this from the morning, I apologize. But, AMC was pretty sick, had the long through 25, had a decent amount of size. It was redemption for the 20 break that was savage to me last week. And, scaled some out, held a little bit, then re-added on the halt, thinking if we halt up, I'll be good to hold for the move. If not, I'll just get myself out of break even. And then this move, like after I got myself out, like this was like a very sharp blow off top. And I was thinking short. But my mistake, it was hard for me to get the short because it was SSR and I wasn't able to get myself in. But the mistake of the day for me was I should have started to look short on BBBY because it's not SSR. And it did go to that 1250 to 1350 area. That 1250, 1350 area for me was the resistance zone. And for anybody who wants to quickly pull up the daily, or I'll just do it for you guys here, and just to kind of show you guys like what I was looking at and why that's the level, look where it bounced. This is like the bounce level, bounce, 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 then the breakdown, and hasn't been back since. So that's like 1250 to 1350 area, right, on the daily. And so I was like, okay, if we get there, like that's probably a resistance area. And the problem is I wasn't quick enough in the moment to remind myself to switch back to BBBY and then short it. We had free shorts on the name. I'm sure maybe you guys with different brokers also had free shorts on it. It's not SSR, so you could hit it. You could get the execution on it. And you could have had it. You could have had it at 13. You could have had it at like 1280, 1260 area for the fade back to 11. Like that's pretty solid. Like that was like what, like 10%. Like, these names aren't going to give you like 30%, 40% like small caps do. But like, they got the liquidity, like that was like really, really solid. And I'm kind of upset. And then obviously I chased the bottom thinking like maybe it'll be good. But this was like a dumb trade overall. And this was a break-even trade. But it was just dumb. Like it was just dumb. And this is a product of the fact that like I missed the move. And I was like, oh, maybe it's going to be good now. But like, no, it's not good. But yeah, no, like that was pretty like whatever, flat on the name. But yeah, mistake of the day, not switching to BBBY when the short was good. Like I was still looking at AMC and I was still thinking maybe, I was like, oh, maybe there's a chance that I'll catch it. But like I didn't catch it, and like it was whipping around, it was way too hard, and I knew I couldn't hit the bid, so I was like careful trying to like figure out how am I gonna get into this trade. Didn't get in, then it flushed, and I was like, okay, it's dead. It's over. And so I missed AMC on the short side. I missed BBBY on the short side. A product of, call it what you want, just kind of like, not lack of preparation, but just like lack of speed to switch and process information. So yeah, for me, like mistake of the day, kind of sad. But whatever. Live to fight another day, like great day overall. I think I'm like 50-50 on the board. Traded AMC, AMD, ALIG, GBT, BBBY, AMC Palantir, or Amazon Palantir. 50-50 across the board, but up on the day, good trades overall, can't complain. And I think like Tesla's too far away from like a new recent low. Not really sure I want to kind of dabble with this one after it already broke down on Friday. Now it's kind of back in these same levels. So I'm kind of wary about this one. If something randomly comes up, then like maybe it's worth a look. Maybe like if the market wants to bottom out from here and then make a run into the end of the day, maybe that 100 level is a good area to like get along going into like 101, 102 area. But I mean, right now at this time for the next 5-10 minutes, I don't think I'm going to start along there. And the only other thing I'm probably eyeing is that 140 level on Amazon. But like I guess like we're not going back. We're not going back because it kind of felt like we were doing like higher lows, and then we're going to go sideways, break 140, and then go. But obviously moving in tandem with the overall market, like double rejection off 140. I guess it's done. I guess the 140 level is off the table. Maybe it's a short, but at the same time, maybe there's better names to short. We'll see what happens towards the end of the day. Like if the market really wants to pick up steam to the downside or just kind of stay in this range. If we stay above and I'm just looking at the daily levels here. Like if we stay above 40.50 on the ES, which is like far away, but like from 40.50 to 4,200 is like, for me, it's like probably the range zone. So you're getting good opportunities. Like if you faded, and this is NASDAQ, but it's going to show the same on the ES. If you're getting, if you're getting towards that 4,200 and it's not really like strong to the upside, then you get the fade, right? So like you kind of risk off the 4,200 and you get the fade. But now that we're far away from like a bottom, like I don't want to short, I don't want to long. I'm cautious on my longs, and I'm not really going to slam shorts because of like the bounces. So yeah, it's kind of just like a chill, make the money. Keep the money, drink the beers.
AMC halted today?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Yeah, I'm just learning about the AMC halt right now at 1:41 p.m. That's how much I stayed away from AMC today. Did not bother having AMC up. I did not want to lose money by going short AMC. So I guess that was the right thing to do. If the only thing you want to do is short AMC every single day that you wake up and you see AMC like this popping north, stay away from it. There's no trade for you. It's not your type of day on that stock. Stay away from it. But look at this Bitcoin rally, baby. 3.2% on Bitcoin, Ethereum 4%, Solana 4%, Cardano 1%, Dogecoin and Shiba almost 2% over there. Well, Shiba indeed 2.6% overall. But your cryptocurrency market absolutely launching to the north side, along with cryptocurrencies, is your SOSs and your Coinbases and your Maros most likely. So here's SOS 33% up today. Just now took out the $9 level not too long ago, getting ready to really push up. Microsoft was 80 cents in the money. We took some profits on that. Now 50 cents in the money. Let's take some more profits as the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 do not want to go back to the lower day and just keep bouncing in front. NASDAQ now still down 0.25%, but S&P 500 only down 0.05%. So let's make sure that we capitalize some of that profits on the Microsoft shorts as they are giving us some money in front of $280. So thank you, Microsoft, for adding to my PNL over there, for being my #1 stock of the day. Well, sorry, futures are my #1 trade of the day, but Microsoft #2, pretty good up there. SOS, man, does not want to stop. Full on squeeze mode, closing the shorts at the moment and launching right back to the high from what day is this? The 7th of July, launching right back to the high of 7th of July and actually breaking past that a little bit. Let's see when the barriers come into play for SOS.
Yeah, I was just going to say SOS going up. And what I didn't actually talk about this afternoon, but obviously, they did on the morning show, NVIDIA, the one name that actually guided lower, saying, lower expected revenues from the gaming side of the business. I think that was the headline. And really did nuke the market right off the morning. Well, I shouldn't say nuke, but, led to that initial sell-off before pop and drop. Was at 190 and just kind of fell off towards like that 175 area. I think overall, it's like I didn't trade NVIDIA today just because I'm like, well, whatever. I'll just trade AMD. It's a kind of sympathy. Maybe they move in tandem. If I find a nice level to play off of, then yeah, I'll trade this name. But there's a lot of other things moving. But in hindsight, I think one of a good learning experience is when you see the sell-off, right? When you see the sell-off, and then and this is at 9. This is pre-market, right off the news. It bottomed out essentially at 74, 75 area, right? Then it's still waiting for the market to open, right? It kind of comes a little bit higher, comes back down. Then you get the market open. It makes a quick, sharp low. Then it reclaims that level, and then it runs to the upside. So the thing is like, obviously it's like negative news. So it's like, it's hard to justify a long there. Like from a scalp, for sure, opportunity on both sides. But maybe you're telling yourself, maybe I'm telling myself, like, it's hard to justify a long here, and I want to favor the shorts. So, you know, as it comes back up, for me, it was that 180 level, and we had some like channeling over there. And I thought about it, but I didn't take it because obviously like things going nuts. But, you know, I thought like maybe the short back through 180. So like if we get back through 180 and then like through VWAP, maybe like consider the add, and then like, so like risk like through 180, kind of see how it reacts. It goes through VWAP, it just can't get back above that 180 level. So maybe you add and you hold for the move down. And then the question becomes like, where are you taking profits, right? And I think a good rule of thumb is, look, it bottomed out at 175 area. So, you know, take profits at 174, 175 area. Like that makes sense. And if you're inclined, okay, I'm going to hold, I really think it could continue, then yeah, sure, hold for like another leg down. But obviously, like, you know, trading is hindsight, right? And if I like you know, show you kind of where it was at that time, it's like, look at this. You see something like this right on the chart. It's like bottom, bounce, run, fade. Now we're here. It kind of looks like at any moment this could pop, right? And it just so happened to provide another leg down. And that leg down from like 174.50 to 172.50 is like, yeah, you get an additional $2. But for the, you know, the meat of the move, I want to say the meat of the move from 180 to 175, like nice $5 win. And then like you could hold like 20%, 10%, 25%, whatever if you're highly convicted on the trade. But, you know, now back above like that 174.75 area. So, you know, unless we get like real selling towards the end of the day, I don't really, I mean, I think I want to say that maybe the selling is done. Maybe the selling is just done and this thing kind of goes sideways. I wouldn't really say that it's going to, you know, like it doesn't feel like we're going to rip back through VWAP and get back above 180. Just the fact that, you know, we're down, obviously negative catalyst. But for me, it's like if I'm looking for a short and I have no ideas for tomorrow, maybe I look for like the NVIDIA day 2 continuation move. And to whoever said 160, I understand what you mean now. Looking at the daily, you have like the kind of range set in, and it rejected the top of the range, 190 to like 200 area. And now we're back down. So maybe we actually replicate, like if the market sells off, maybe NVIDIA does tomorrow exactly what it did today. Another down move, another bounce, and then get a bounce off like 160, you know, like 160, 155 area. So maybe get a test of there. So like, yeah, I think, you know, to whoever mentioned that before, maybe we're referring to like, like targets of where it could potentially hit. In the next week or so. I kind of like that idea. So yeah, you know, if we do break down tomorrow, maybe there's a trade there. But yeah, NVIDIA is definitely one of those names that it's like a fast mover. So for me, it's like a little bit less size unless there's like extreme amounts of volume.
Thoughts on Oxy hitting 62 levels today? 62 for Oxy. I mean, it is possible, but it's also not possible. I don't know. I honestly don't know if he'll do it. You know, I don't know the future. I'm sorry. I just don't know what will happen in the markets in the next second. So I can't tell you if he'll hit 62. The move looks pretty muted already on Oxy. I think we're done with the move for most of the day today. If volume comes back in later on, maybe we see 62, but I just don't see 62 honestly, unless oil starts taking off.
Wow.
But that's just my opinion. Apparently Boeing doing something crazy. Let's go check out Boeing. People in the chat mentioning Boeing. I see Neil mentioning Boeing also. Luca is also going, wow, Boeing. What's going on over here? Maybe something along the lines for their 787 flights or something. I'm going to go long, but without even knowing the news, and then I'll figure out what happens with my trade. Here we go. And then I'll figure out what happens with my trade. I was thinking the exact
same thing.
And there's some size on 240 right now on the ask. Let's see if they start testing that size. We're already in the money, 20 cents in the trade. They're not really pushing past that size. There we go.
Oh,
that size got taken out.
Nice
now I'm adding to that trade after that size. Hello, give me size. Thank you. Now I'm adding to this trade after that size getting taken out. Let's see what's going on over here with Boeing. Boeing to resume 787 deliveries in days. What did I say? It's got to be something with that 787 news catalyst. 50 cents in the money now. Let's send me to the moon over here, baby. Fly me to the... Just using your song, baby? Come on, let's go. Send it, send it. Keep going,
didn't
don't
you say
stop.
not to say that, Pratt? You're like, don't say it for like.
When we're in position, yes. When we're in position, don't say it because that's jinxing it. But when we're not in position, keep singing that song all day. No, since we're in position, we can't be singing it. We can't be jinxing our position. Already looking a little scary. We were 50 cents in the money, now only 25 cents in the money. My hands on the trigger, just waiting for that initial dump down candle. If any second I see the dump down candle, I'm taking my profits and I'm running away from this trade. Still a pretty good, decent trade if you ask me, because look at the level 2. Look at the amount of no reds or blues that we're watching. That's the main important thing that I want to focus on. Too much size filter. I need to see 199. The lack of blues or reds is the best thing for me if you're long, because blues and reds, according to the way I have my time of sale set up, are bad colors. So here we go, pushing to the north side still. A little bit of a selling coming in, but the 787 delivery is the news catalyst for Boeing that allowed it to bring in some big volume candles to the north side. Now we're expecting a $170 breakout and a possible move past 170, up 3% almost is Boeing.
I just have a question for Neil. How are you on top of these things so quickly? Because like I'm just like. Oh, okay. No, because I'm like sitting here. I'm like, oh, like looking what's moving, and then I see like Neil like right away, like the minute of. Huh? Okay, yeah. No, because I'm just like here. I'm like, oh, what's moving? I'm looking around, waiting. Yeah. No, that's solid. Honestly, Neil is a boss. That's how exactly. Yeah. No, it's nice. It's I don't know like what I would do information-wise if I was not here, because it's tough to stay on top of everything. Got the chat calling out small caps. Got Brendo on the news updates. Large caps moving. I'm wondering, do we get a break of that 170 level?
Yeah, we didn't come this far to not come this far.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? We didn't come all the way here just to look at 170 in the face and walk away from it, right? What is this? That's the most boring thing if that happens. We're pushing back up, 35 cents in the money right now, 60 cents in the money on the Microsoft shorts, 30 cents in the money on the Boeing longs. Come on, Boeing. We didn't come up to 170 just to not break 170. So I'm just going to be holding on to it a little bit longer, giving it that wiggle room. The spread is also tightening up itself as we're pushing higher. So there we go. Now a new high date. Hey! 170. Nice. Bang. Let's take some profits on that side. 77 cents in the money now on Boeing. What did I say? I'll get into the trade first. I'll deal with the catalyst later. I've never done that before in my life. This is my first time doing that in 2 years. And I'm loving it. Make them don't sue me, please.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Don't say fly to the moon. Yeah. No, solid trade there.
Oh, because of the copyright. That's right.
No, that was honestly, solid trade there. Because you were fast, and I was like, oh, me too. I went in, and I missed it. I'm like, damn, okay, whatever. I'll let it go.
You could shoot first, ask questions later. So
there you go. No, solid
route.
Level. Yeah, guys, very quickly to bring up the daily here on Boeing. Let me just do it on this one here. To bring up the daily here, that 170 level kind of looks like, not like a breakout level, but like, look at this, right? It's like it wasn't above that the past 2 days. Now we're breaking, now we're actually getting that follow through. So like very strong move. Maybe you get some resistance at this could, maybe I shouldn't say that, but like 174 going into 175 kind of feels like the next target, just based on like the bounce area over here and the breakdown area over here, and kind of where it bounced off over here. It's like it sold off, it reclaimed, it held like around 175. Bounce, then break down. So now it's like kind of test, break. Maybe we get to like around 175. Maybe this for a continuation as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the 787 news catalyst coming out not too long ago. We were all waiting for it. So as soon as I heard Boeing, I just had to guess that it was going to be once again the 787 catalyst, and that's gonna not, usually I don't get into trades and look for the catalyst later, but we kind of knew the catalyst for Boeing. That's part of the reason why I went full YOLO mode. I said I'll punch in first, ask later. I usually never do that. I wait for the catalyst first, but on this side, we kind of knew what the catalyst was before even the news coming out for me to disseminate it. Something that I need to do right now is go manage my Microsoft position, which seems like it wants to come back up a little bit as S&P 500 turns green again and NASDAQ inching its way back to the north side. Here's your NASDAQ charts, NQ/U22CM. Here's your NASDAQ chart trying to get back above 13,200 also, only down 0.2%, a quarter of a percent, let's say. So market looks like it wants to maybe head back to VWAP, which means I'm going to actually close my Microsoft short completely, and I'm going to go capitalize some more profits on my Boeing's long. But people in the chat are saying that Boeing could have a chance to go to 172 or so. I guess you guys are doing that off some sort of a technical analysis. I would have to do my own analysis on that. But, you know, I have a pretty decent average price, 169.70. If we go back below 170, I just get out of that trade without a problem. So I'm just going to leave that trade running like that. Already a pretty green day for me, and we're going to continue adding to that basket. Here's AMD pushing back above 100 and above the VWAP area, and slightly below 100 period EMA is AMD. So let me go into AMD short here. Why did I jump out of my MSFT short, but why am I getting into an AMD short? AMD is a little bit weaker today. Microsoft is not as weak as AMD. So if there is a stock that's going to nosedive more than Microsoft, if the market comes off, it's going to be AMD. And if there's any stock that won't pop up as much as the market goes up, might just be AMD. So I'm going to go AMD short over here at the moment.
Yeah, you know, I'm just chilling, flat, no trades, watching these levels, like wondering, you know, what's coming.
$1 in the money now.
That BA was sick. That BA was sick. You know, good instincts there, good trade there. And yeah, people in the chat also agreeing, saying like maybe that 174, 175 area. Somebody's saying Boeing to 200. Bold statement, but you know, it's you know, this bear market rallies are interesting, right? Bear market rallies are interesting. It's like you know. We go up and everyone's like, okay, we're going to turn now. Okay, we're going to turn now. But, you know, maybe it just keeps going. I want to say we're getting to that 4,300 level on the ES. That's kind of my vague target. And, you know, if that continues and we get closer to there, you know, a lot of these names are going to rally. What's going to kind of lead it up? You know, you got Apple, you got Microsoft, you got, you know, Boeing, like Tesla holding for now, but you also got like Amazon. And somebody was saying, like, what's going on with Amazon trade overall? Yeah, hasn't gotten back above the 140 level, right? But, yeah, if we do get back above that 140 level, the market still has room to run to the upside. And, you know, we've seen this setup before where it kind of sells off, stays a little bit sideways, and then has, like, a violent push up towards VWAP. So if that's the case, I can't imagine that happening without Amazon breaking 140.
Yeah, $1, sorry. Too much. Too much Tarkov last night, man. It's a video game. Too much Tarkov last night. I was up till like probably 12:30 or something, just playing that. Also, I have to take care of my dog, so I have to wake up stupid early to feed my dog and let him out to pee. So I barely have any sleep in my system. Soon, my mom and dad should be back soon. And then we're flying out again. I don't know what to do with my dog though. You want to take care of my dog, Sean? He says, yeah. If we go to India, we need someone to take care of our dog, right? But yeah, Boeing gave me $1 per share to the north side, 171 breaking slightly. Actually did 171 break. I think it got close to 171, right? Boeing high day, 171.09. So we did break 171. Did give me $1.10 per share. Now 82 cents in the money. Let's see what this one wants to do. AMD is the other stock that I'm on right now, which is 3 cents in the money to the downside. I'm sure AMD trying to capitalize on that side also. Keep in mind, there's only 3 minutes left on the show at the moment. So once the show ends, you'll be pushed over to the closing show where the like counter is brand new. Everything starts fresh. Make sure you're smashing the like counter on that show too, as every single different show that we have, well, we only have 2 shows now, on every single show that it's a brand new counter and it's a brand new algo that kicks in every single time. So smash that like on that side. Thank you you for everyone who showed up today already and smashed that button. I mean, 10K viewers on the morning show, 2.8K likes before coming on to midday market, Monday Mayhem, and then, now at 3.3, 3.4. We appreciate every single one of you for doing that. With the last few minutes over here, let's see what stocks you guys are looking at. Maybe Luca is looking at something.
I know you guys are looking at HLBZ. Yeah, let's have a look. HLBZ here.
Is it Z or Z?
Z.
Z?
It's Z to me, yeah. But yeah, okay, HLBZNZ for all the followers from all around the world. Whatever works for you. And I'm going to bring up the daily on my side as well. Is this a recent IPO? No, this one's not. It's just loading here. And maybe get some resistance at like, okay, I see this one. Yeah, so I'm just going to drag over the daily very quickly for everyone to see. Maybe you run into some resistance, 250 to 3 area, but kind of feels like, if we break 2, it still has room to go at least 50 cents. It kind of feels like we're about, like, there's like a lot of volume today. So 150 million shares traded, kind of wild. Not sure the float on this one. But just feels a little bit thicker, just kind of looking at the tape, looking at the price action. But yeah, if we get above that $2 area, maybe run to 253, and then kind of reevaluate from there, maybe get a little bit of resistance.
Yeah, resistance and supports. That's the name of the game. Hopefully you're able to identify said resistances and supports and able to find some trades for yourself to make over there. Boeing now only 23 cents in the money, so I'm going to punch myself out of that position. Thank you, Boeing, for a fun ride at the end of the show. Very rare that we have those moves coming in that allow us to talk about on the middle of the day because, obviously that's the nature of the market. It's the middle of the day, no volume, nothing really to talk about. But thankfully for you guys, it is time for the closing show. It is 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, so I'll be throwing you guys off to Brendo here. Come back tomorrow, though, same time, same place, 11 o'clock EST. Ciao.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, back to basically flat. Welcome in, couple hours left on a Monday afternoon that's turning into a back and forth kind of day after it started off so positively. We were up nicely right across the board, but a quick reversal there took us back into negative territory. In fact, now that is how it looks. The S&P 0.08, the Dow about 0.2 to the upside, the NASDAQ the same, down